Rated M for mature. First things first, don't put your feet with shoes on the couch. Your mother would have taught all of you that. Second of all, if you want to throw the meta of Counter-Strike, the chessboard, out the window, be FURIA, be art, call outside of the box. And, well, FURIA, they want to continue where they left off last year. Last time we saw the Brazilians playing an official match was IEM Rio, the major semi-final where heartbreak was on display against Heroic. The question is going to be, how do they come into 2023? Will it be the same out-of-the-box meta-breaking style, or will they have adopted a little bit more of a European approach? Yuri's off to get makeup. Kesara's off to get makeup. Yeah. Look, I've been talking to players about how they feel about makeup. How do you feel about makeup?
Look the safe. He needs one.
You're looking beautiful.
No, he needs. Kasarato as well. I need just a little bit.
You just want powder? Yeah, just for the
shine. Short hair, yeah. And that's it.
Okay, easy. Now look, mate, you haven't played an official since Rio.
Yeah.
How does that feel? It's such a long time.
Bro, when I guess in the beginning of the year, I want you to go to bootcamp already to play. Now we are here, and let's see.
Hold up.
Hey, Drop. How you doing, man?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Now look, no pressure, but I picked you for my fantasy team.
Oh.
Yeah. I think you're gonna farm me some points. Are you gonna own?
Yeah, I hope so.
You hope so. I was like, yeah, you know, I see you in the server. You like to yell. You like to get. You're a bit more reserved now.
Yeah, I mean, my team's on the server.
Okay, I like that. You guys have had off quite a long period of time. I was just talking to Yuri about it, right? Rio. He said as soon as Rio finished, he wanted to go on boot camp straight away. But you guys obviously didn't do that. How did you spend the last couple of months?
Oh, we just chill with our family and friends, and since the start of the year, we just came to Serbia to start our boot camp, and we are just practicing every day because we like what we feel on Rio, and we want to live this one more time in another championships.
Okay, all right, that sounds good. Let me go and pass to R. I'll see how practice has been going. Look, how long have you been in Serbia for?
This year or? Oh, this year just 1 month.
You've been already 1 month?
Yeah.
So you've just been boot camping this whole time?
Yeah, I think that's since 9th of January. Yeah.
Jeez. Okay. So, all right. So this all makes sense. 'Cause I was talking to Yuri, and we remember last match was in Rio, and then you took some downtime, but you got back to practice on the 9th of January. A lot of the player break, or the tournament break, didn't even end until like the 14th or the 15th of January, and you guys are back at work on the 9th.
We were supposed to get at 6, but we had a problem, and we just managed to go through the night. But we kind of need to be early because we took such a long break after the tournaments, so we need to be back on shape for the first tournament of the year.
Okay, so you ready?
Yeah, definitely.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you in part by Intel, Lenovo Legion, DHL, US Air Force, 1xBet, and Monster Energy.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zest, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. And Trollocs win it. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's no good. Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion.
Welcome back to day 3 here of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. We're here in the Hall of Heroes, and I'm joined on this desk by 3 very special guests. We've got Kassad, we've got Peacemaker, the usual suspects here, and a special guest, Mr. Chad Sponge Birchall. How you doing?
Right now, mate. I don't know if I'm probably causing some interference here, and this looks really strange for everybody at home, but there's a reason for this, right? I'm doing content while we're live on air. This is for the lobby, right? This is the second media day. Recording today with G2. They rocked up Liquid, saw some FaZe, saw some Na'Vi, all the big names, and I want to do a plug for it because I got my little content man right here. It's going to be live tomorrow before the show, so you can check out all the behind-the-scenes action. I love this. This is great. It's like maracas, and it'll be on YouTube, so everyone can know where to find it. Now that I got my plug in, I can turn this one on.
No, give us a little shake first. Give us the maracas.
Like the maracas. I can do the when my baby, when my baby. Yeah. Anyway, that's for Rio. When
it's got rhythm. Toughest, hardest working man in esports. Double dipping. 2 jobs, same time.
Don't say that.
Always in every position here.
I don't need any more praise, mate. All right, the head's already too big. I can't get in the shuttle in the mornings. But
well, speaking of people with heads who have gotten a little bit too big, you had some fun last night. Kassad, how you feeling? Got it out of your system? Did you search help?
Yeah, I mean, I spoke the truth. The truth is out there. I'm happy now. I said my piece.
And we got Peacemaker to keep the peace.
Yeah. That's why he's here.
Yeah.
Welcome. Because he's a peacemaker. Yeah.
To be honest, though, like people genuinely thought it was real. Even my dad, right? My dad sent me a message this morning. I'm going to read it. I got the phone right here. My dad literally said, no joke, no word of a lie. Hey, Chad, hope all is well. Looks like a bit of drama yesterday at the event.
Listen, that means only one thing, that we
Always
did our job
we
right.
did a good
like,
job.
The acting was like top notch.
I don't know what you guys are talking about with acting. I don't know what's going on here, but you know, you can always count on dads to really just cut through to the heart of an issue. We've got some issues to cut through to today, specifically 2, maybe 4 of them, depending on how many streams we're thinking of. We've got 2 games going on here, and they're both going to be pretty interesting. We've got 2 more teams to send through here on the B stream today, 4 more teams in total to move on to the next stage here of IEM Katowice. Our games in particular are going to be FURIA IHE to start it out. I know you got to be excited for that one, Peacemaker.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, FURIA is the favorites, right? And yeah, hopefully they make it through.
Excited for a better performance.
I wasn't
Slightly.
really happy with the performance against Big. And but actually, I was surprised with the IHC yesterday. They're very sharp, very sharp.
They were indeed. Speaking
Even
of performance issues, talking
Even
about
with the
Spirit
standard,
Sprout, I mean, maybe a little bit of potency issues there for Spirit, Kassad?
Now listen, Spirit played a bad game against NIP. We did this game right here on the B stream, and it was just NIP just ran over them. Right now, they're in a do-or-die situation. On the other side, we have Sprout, who eliminated the EG yesterday. So they eliminated them, and now also they're playing well. We saw the interview from Refresh saying that it's a little bit hard for him to IGL and man get the balance. I think he's doing a really good job. They're in a good position. Young talents, young org, you know, they're doing right things. And I'm, you know, unofficially, you know, I'm cheering for them.
Well, we'll see about that.
Unofficially.
Chad, now our first matchup, it's a bit of a David and Goliath situation, and you're a well-known Titan Slayer yourself, so you have any words of wisdom, perhaps, for the underdogs? They're not quite Oceania, but they're like the next best thing.
Yeah, making me feel good in the morning. Actually, it's the afternoon. It's late in the afternoon.
It's like 4 p.m.
Yeah, anyway. But no, look, for IHC, honestly, because I was casting that match yesterday, right, for them getting across the line against Pain, and one of the keys is their default heavy style. Now, look, they do have the standard and a bar attack, right? But I think with the way that they approach the game, if FURIA come in and Art's just trying to get away with all of these crazy moves, and the default trades in 1-for-1, and K Serato and Yuri are having an off day, which doesn't tend to happen, maybe IHC have a chance, right? Yeah. Maybe, probably not, but that's why I have Kassad here to shoot me down.
The thing is, like, the odds are set completely right on this one. I think there is absolutely, and I'm just gonna say it, I know it's a curse, but there is a 0 chance that IHC.
You never go 100 or you never go 0.
I am gonna go with 100 and 0 right here.
Clippers, get ready. If he's wrong, clip it, tweet at him, send it to him.
And I might even go as far as saying
proposing a caption.
2-0.
Search help and then at Kassad. If it comes to pass, if the upset happens,
2-0.
search help at Kassad. Make it happen. 2-0. Well, he's calling it already. We're not even to the pregame yet. He's calling it shots.
Well, you don't need to do the pregame now. You can talk about the other match. Just start talking about Spirit versus Sprout then.
Okay.
We can talk about Spirit. Let's talk about Spirit a little bit.
I mean, we said it. Like, they opened up against Greyhound in the first round, 16-4 in Nuke.
Just
was an
beating some
absolute
Australians.
stomp.
Yep.
I don't know what was happening. Jay was like all over the place. Siko wasn't there. It was a complete 11-4 T side. I was thinking that surely they're gonna go into the group stage of the event.
Yeah.
And then they're into NIP with Config, with the standing Config, who said they practiced only for half a day. He doesn't even know all the strats yet. He's just, you know, doing what needs to be done, and they destroyed Spirit in the 2-0 fashion. They had no chance ever since like 5-2 in the first map. It was just one-way traffic for NIP. Now they're fighting for this spot against young, talented Sprout team. Can they do it? I would say it's 50-50.
Yeah, I'm with you.
At the best.
Yeah.
And we saw Wonderful. He wasn't really showing up on the first day. We praised him so much. I don't know. It's a 50-50 for me.
And it's been a problem for them. And whenever Wonderful doesn't show up, something happens and they just end up losing. And it's been the history for this roster the past couple months. And I think they're heavy dependent on him, which is a bit scary. Hopefully he shows up today.
Well, we'll see. But we've got Chad, who's been roaming around the entire hotel, the venue, hunting down people, interrogating. Any big surprises from you? Any little tidbits you've gleaned from around the hotel?
For today, not so much, right? I did find out from Heroic Cadian's not feeling too well today, and especially when you have such an energetic leader, right? It's something that he needs to be feeling right to give the most to the team, especially with how these groups are looking. Obviously, Group A a bit more stacked than Group B. JKS and Hooksy a little bit tired. Their flight was delayed, and they had to get up early for media.
Excuses, man. It's not even started.
No, look, I'm giving that to them. Their demeanor when I put the mic in Justin's face, he wasn't too happy to talk to me. So
that's normal, Justin.
No, normally he's happy to talk to me, right? But
that's only me. Sorry.
Exactly. I have. I was here last year hugging him on the. No one saw it. It was after all the confetti had fallen. But good to see him. Maybe he'll be smiling a little bit later once he gets some coffee in. But all in all, I don't know. I don't have anything. Or I spoke to Dastan. I really like talking to Dastan. I don't know what you boys think of Dastan. He's a happy Larry.
He's got his lucky sweatshirt on. He's got this one sweatshirt. He wore it, I remember, all through Challenger Rotterdam. They won that event. He wore it a lot at the major in Rio. I think he's changing it up a little bit. I think it's his lucky sweater at this point. He's always got it.
Or the only sweater.
Game day. Maybe his only sweater.
The thing is like, I have a question for you, Chad. G2, because of JKS. They are going first big into FaZe, probably.
Yes.
Can they do it in the first try?
I don't see why not. I think they'd probably have a better crack in the first try, right, than later on in the bracket, I would say. I think the first shot, especially with FaZe warming into things with Rain just coming back, obviously we knew that he was on leave because of the birth of his child, so congratulations for that. So if G2 were going to strike, it's better they strike early. I think, and then the conversation is going to be how do the brackets end up? Because even if they win that game, sure, they're in the playoffs, but they have to win the next match to guarantee the semi-final berth. Otherwise, they could end up in a quarterfinal berth. But that would be perfect. I would like to have G2 and FaZe end up on opposite sides of the bracket so they can meet and we have a grand final rematch last year.
That'd be sick.
Basically, what he's saying, he likes to see JKS win Katowice back-to-back, be two different teams.
I think that's something you two can agree on.
Right. Two different teams, 2 years in a row.
Yeah, and he can get MVP.
Oh, that's a bit too much.
That's
There you go. Let's stick on the Rain question. Yeah. I've got a question here that we can discuss. Father buff, father nerf. What do we think? Daddy buff, daddy nerf. What happens after the birth of a child? We have a member of the frequent talent team who's off, celebrating the birth.
I don't know. None of us have kids, right?
No, I don't think so.
No,
that we know about.
We can just speculate.
that we know
right?
about.
I mean, wild speculation.
But we've
what else
looked
do we do on
after
the
some
desk?
players that are children, so I'm sure that we, But in terms of that, I don't know. I imagine now. I have no idea. I'd be talking out of my ass. I don't know what it feels like to have a kid, Mike. What you put us on the spot like this?
This is true. It's
not
my job,
Father's
isn't
Day.
it?
I have one. Let me throw this one. We'll throw it Peacemaker's way right here, right? So, correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
Right? I know MIBR get a shot at trying to make it to the next stage as well.
Yeah.
But if FURIA don't make it, no Brazilian teams in the group stage. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's
right?
good. That's what's happening. What's going on?
It's been
Speak
tough.
for the nation.
No. It's been tough for Brazilians, and we don't really have right now another team who is everybody cheering for. Like everybody's on the FURIA hype still, hoping that they can finally lift a big trophy, which hasn't happened yet. And there's a lot of pressure on them from the Brazilian community to, that they actually we checked, and the last official they had was on last year at the major, the semifinal that they lost. And I mean, we saw the interview, them saying that they had a month bootcamp. So
I want to put you on the spot.
Okay.
Here, in front of everyone, you need to say who is your favorite Brazilian team.
Oh,
my favorite Brazilian team.
Oh, he coached one of them for a while.
You coached many of them.
He coached many of them for different times.
I have to say FURIA basically mainly because of their style. I like the way that, and especially because I saw at the major one thing that I haven't seen from them yet, which was them adapting and trying to mix things up and change a little bit of their style. Because, everybody talks about FURIA like very aggressive and Brazilian style and all that kind of stuff. But at the major, they're actually very composed. They're trying different things. And they're also mentally, like the mental fortitude coming back into games. That impressed me. So I'll give them that. But if they do bad here, especially if they lose today,
you're applying for the job there.
Yes, I'm applying for the job.
So
I mean, you heard it here first, right? Definitely. We have the biased analyst cheering for FURIA.
Yes.
That's fine. That's okay. I love it. I'm with you right there, so I'm going to be cheering for FURIA too.
Yes.
Wait, no chance to IHC? None at all?
Absolutely.
I'm going I'm going for IHC.
See,
Look, I mean, part of my heart wants to go for FURIA since they were basically NA for so long, hanging out in Miami.
When you run away from the class, he's the one kid that stays.
Oh, come on.
It's just that's him. Yes.
That's me. How can you put them down? They've been playing well. They play an interesting brand. They're not just the LoL Asian CS team. They are a unique squad.
Look at this.
The way they bring it to the game.
They're all sitting down. The FURIA guys aren't even on the mouse and keyboard. Look, that's not going to give you any indication of who's going to win, right? See, look, we're using the evidence we have in front of us here.
There you go.
The body language says it all. Like, look at them, relaxed, confident, laughing,
laser focused, ready to frag, and ready for an upset.
Yeah.
Who do you go for?
Obviously, FURIA is going to win. I'm trying to build a story here, guys. I want to give the viewer at home something to get excited about.
I think one of the things that we could talk about, right, is the difference in pressure, right? The difference in expectations. IHC, they've been loving what they're doing, right? They've been showing up nicely. They've had a few good international stints. There's not that same degree of expectation for them. Whereas, maybe if FURIA goes down early, everyone knows they should be in the group stage. Frankly, they should be in the playoffs. Going out here would be a disaster.
Yeah. It will be a disaster. I'll come with a different angle.
Okay.
These IHC guys, they actually played Brazilians before, and they are actually 2-1 against the Brazilian teams. They beat the 0-0 Nation, they beat Pain Gaming yesterday. They lost to Imperial at Antwerp, if I'm not mistaken, but that was a very, very tight game. So apparently, they have they know how to play against Brazilian teams. So if there is a positive side, yeah, exactly. And then the other side, like FURIA, for example, they are not really used to playing Asian teams. So if there is a chance, this is the only. If there's a positive side,
we've given something. That's all you
we'll
needed.
give them something. Yeah.
You're telling me there's a chance. Well, we'll see if IHC are going to be the Brazilian killers when we come back in just a moment.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Welcome back here to the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. We're here in the Hall of Heroes. We're going to send one more team into the next stage, one more path on their hero's journey, one more stepping stone here, Kassad. Who's going to take that next step?
Sending one team back to the airport.
There we go. That's the opposite side of it.
Thing is,
I try and serve up the positive narrative. Kassad
I have to
immediately
do
jumps
the
in.
contrast, right? We need to have some sort of a balance. We can all be super positive, right? That would be ridiculous. But anyway, yes, you said it nicely. One team is going home. One team is progressing to the second stage of the group. Everybody expects FURIA to be one of those teams. Maybe not everyone. Maybe Chad wants to, or you. You said it.
I love an underdog. I'm an NICS fan. I have to love an underdog. Otherwise, I wouldn't have anyone, would I?
I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one. But definitely, for me, it's going to be one-way traffic. I think it's going to be a very quick game. And I do like the fact that IHC, won yesterday against Pain. And, they played well, even though with the stand-in because of the daddy issues.
I see where you're going. Yeah.
Yeah, so, and on the other side, we have Safe, who played very well against Big. And that's the third man that we kind of wanted from FURIA to be inside. And you said he's like, 60 frags in 3 maps, but they kind of lost it. And he was the shining star, I guess.
He was. And Luis, so let's talk about it. What do you want to see from FURIA? Even beyond just winning, obviously we want to see them win. How do you want to see them to win? What's going to make you a little bit more reassured after what we saw?
Well, for them being heavy favorites like this, they have to completely set the pace of the game. They have to win in a very dominant fashion, just because that's the way it should be. And coming from Brazil, the major, having so much time to practice, and being together for such a long time, now finally we see, as we spoke about, Safe playing well, which I don't think he played bad at the major, but I think they kind of missed him a little bit. So for him to step up and play good, yesterday we saw Caserato and Yuri, not yesterday, against Big, we saw Caserato and Yuri a little bit off in that particular game, but we know what they're capable of. So if they're able to all the individuals shine and step up their game, this should be a pretty clean one, and that's the way it should be.
Caserato.
Caserato, yes.
With the eyes on the individual form for the Brazilians, but let's talk about IHC, right? Let's build the narrative here, because there is a world where they make something happen. They've been doing it all tournament long, right? They've been a delightful surprise here. Kassad, how do we see IHC make this a competition?
One thing that FURIA cannot allow themselves is to underrate the IHC team. It's like they need to put some respect, but they need to play their own style, right? They need to not give up on the style they're playing, but they also need to put a little bit of respect in the other team, because that other team beat Pain yesterday, another Brazilian, like you liked to say, younger brother of FURIA, and they're just going into the final boss, before going into. But like I said, FURIA is in control of this game, and they need to dictate the pace. They cannot allow to be, pressured by IHC. They just need to do what they did. And IHC, they have nothing to lose anymore, right? They came into the standing, they beat Pain, they're in a position to qualify for the next stage. It's just, everything is set up for them. They should be feeling all right. Is it going to result in a win? I don't think so, but we maybe have an interesting game.
Yeah,
just maybe.
Just maybe. For IHC, I think there's two things that matters the most, which is they have to show up just like they did yesterday, individually speaking, like they are playing really well. And you're not going to see from IHC anything too crazy. They're going to be missing a couple grenades and stuff like that, just like they did yesterday. They're not very methodical. But there was a couple mind games in that game against Pain Gaming. They're actually calling really well. It wasn't just about trying to, out-aim the opponents, just run straight to their face. That wasn't like that. That wasn't the case. So I think that's important. And the second thing was against the game against Cloud9. I think they messed up the veto a little bit. They banned one of their best maps just because of, I think they're a bit afraid of the fact that, it's Cloud9, and maybe they're not as confident as they should with their own map pool. So coming to this one, I think it's important that they play according to their comfortable zone. That's the best shot they have. If they try to outsmart, they're going to end up outsmarting themselves, and that's scary.
Well, we'll see if that depth can come into play. To hear how FURIA is going to handle it, we've got a bit of a check-in with Drop.
Hey, I have Drop here by my side. Drop, you had a day off. What did you focus on?
Solve the mistakes we made against Big. That's only what we did.
All of them? You took care of all of the mistakes?
Yeah.
All right. But today you're going to play against IHC, and we saw that team was pretty successful against Brazilian teams. At the major, they won and eliminated Zero Zero Nation. Here, yesterday, they eliminated Pain. Why do you think they're so successful against Brazilian teams?
I think they have confidence, and maybe the Brazilian teams underestimate them. But we are not doing this today, and we are going to fuck them.
You're not making the same mistake?
No.
All right. But one more thing, because I see you probably didn't play them against them yet, right?
No.
All right. What would you actually prefer to play against Spain if you had an opportunity? Because it would be one team or the other one. Right now, since IHC won, you're going to face against them. So you would actually maybe prefer to play against Spain because it's a team from your region and something you know more?
I would not say I prefer, because the last time we faced Spain in a match to earn a spot, we lost. So it's kind of good to not face them again.
All right, then. Good luck.
Thank you.
So what Drop's saying is he likes when his countrymen lose. That's what I heard. But some hype coming out from the FURIA camp right now. We're going to hop straight into the veto here. Anything weird we should be looking for?
This is something that we kind of expected, and just before, maybe 30 seconds ago, I was looking at Nuke and if IHC is going to go for that pick, and they did. And Luis, the expert he is, he said FURIA is going to most likely pick Mirage, and they did. So it's pretty expected. The only thing that the decider is on Anubis. I didn't really, that was a little bit of a curveball for me. Coming into the decider, I would expect something more standard in terms of FURIA, but obviously they feel good because they beat Big on the first map 2 days ago. So overall, I don't think anybody got the bad veto. I think both teams should be happy, and they got what they counted on.
How are you feeling about the Anubis with the underdogs here, Louis?
I think, for IHC, I think it's an interesting choice, because I'm not sure they haven't played Anubis in this event yet. You don't know what to expect, and Anubis is still a map that everybody's testing fields. Nobody's really comfortable on it. I think it can only get scary if IHC manages to win their map pick, and then they have to decide the match on Anubis. Still a map that nobody's really comfortable with. That's the only scary part, the only thing that scares me a little bit.
Well, it's all going to come to that first map to set the tone for this matchup. Are we getting a match or are we getting a beatdown? I know two guys are going to be giving a verbal beatdown to your eardrums. It's James Bardolph and Hawka.
Thank you very much. Well, there's one way to get your blood pumping in the first game of the day, and that's to be facing FURIA. IHC have to be ready. They'll be starting on the T side of Nuke here in the first game of our best-of-3 series.
Yeah, picking up this nuke early seems to be the option for IHC. They are a team who like to try and play more of that EU style, not as crazy as some of the Asian teams in the past. Here in the pistol, though, we'll see what they have up their sleeve. It's going to be Drop holding ramp early, forced back. Oh, and he's actually getting run down. Art's going to have to fall away.
Yeah, Yuri's on the flank. Will he check his right-hand side, though? No, he won't. Down he goes. That's a lot of area control for IHC for the time being. Safe considering what to do. Looking to maybe play off of his teammates. Looks like we might be heading towards heaven here for the IHC squad, unless Safe can do something about it. He will delay at the very least, as we can see. There's more rotation coming through from Art now. It'll be hard for him to get up that ladder, though. Keserato, in the meantime, will try to stop a plant, but too late for that already. And now it's just Art in a really bad position, all things considered. 1 versus 3. Bomb planted for IHC. Really good start to this game so far.
That should be locked in shortly. Art's going to get one more frag back. But that bomb has already ticked halfway down, and IHC realize they don't need to peek. They can afford to play time. Just making sure that Art can't drop easily. With all this extra time being bought, it is IHC that lock it in. Off to that good start. And they are big underdogs in this one. FURIA are a team you would absolutely expect to see making it through the play-in, making it to the group stage. But the other side of the coin is that if IHC can make something happen here, it's a legit win, and you have to get a legit win to get to the group stage. So nice to see them getting off to that good start. And they definitely are a team that have a few skilled individuals to work with. So we heard Drop saying earlier, can't underestimate them. I think that was a team stab into the back of Yuri.
That's quite a chunky one, isn't it? That one went deep. USPs across the board. Safe for Keserato. Got himself something extra. Not the assist that FURIA were looking for. Hold on a second, this is getting a bit nasty. With the USPs, it's down to a 1v1. Keserato with the P250. If Annihilation gets too close, he could be in trouble with 72 HP. What do you do? There are so many rifles there. Do you stat? You can't protect the rifles. This is a disaster. My word. We'll see if he's able to do it. Planting the bomb on the A bomb site. 4 USPs. FURIA showing how dangerous they can be. AK collected by Keserato. Scanning for any other tools he can find. It's not often these days you see a scenario like this. IHC opened the wrong door. Now, Queserato doesn't have a kit. Just playing his time just in case there's some shenanigans around the lobby area. But eventually he will have to press on because time is running out now. It's almost too late already, and I think he may think better of it. Yep. He knows he's taken too long. So they'll just enjoy the damage that's been done there. They may send IHT into Eco Town sooner rather than later with damage like that. USPs!
I'm surprised IHC committed so quickly into ramp there without much utility either. Bit of a risk when you're against the low buy, and that's even with a little stab in the back of the teammates. But yeah, I thought IHC maybe would just look for information. You've got to be expecting a stack in this sort of round. Means, I mean, like you said, now there's a real chance for them to get broken.
Yeah, they had tunnel vision on Art's position, hiding by the stacks there, allowing his teammate on the ramp to just dink them for free with the USP. FURIA sending the warning signals out very fast indeed. Creeping around the smoke now. Safe will get the better of that. And if they hunt him, he may swap position with his teammate immediately. So that one may be hard to find revenge for. FURIA never shy at all. Drop looking for something through lobby. He will be denied though. Yuri looking for two! FURIA, they're just firing on all cylinders immediately, regardless of the weapon. They come in hot and straight away. And the running away will bait Score to try and make a play through the smoke, but Art is waiting for him. Nothing is for free versus FURIA.
Annihilation wise to the flank. He will win one fight, but he's still got a lot more to do here. Bomb has been dropped over towards ramp. Now, FURIA in this round started with 2 players stacked in towards ramp. So winning that fight at Yard was so helpful. It almost funneled IHC back towards the position where FURIA had their stack. And Annihilation just hoping that there's one CT spread away from the rest of the pack. But FURIA are making sure to just stick together here. There's a chance he could get the bomb. They've only left one player actually here watching towards it. But with 20 seconds, it's almost impossible to get anything going. There's the headshot, but he's expecting more players close by. Ooh, they're actually rotating to B. Maybe there's a chance to get this bomb down.
Surely. Okay, Safe is in position. Annihilation. Doesn't expect he can do it for free, and he will be correct in that respect. So the first round is on the board for FURIA, but even in the rounds they haven't won. The small sample size, the data we have so far, they look terrifying, FURIA. Absolutely terrifying. Pistols coming out for IHC. Got a MAC-10 for Score, so we are enforced by territory early for this T side. Techno will be on the P250, looking for his first kill. Art is ready on the ramp. Many players coming his way. He's got support from Safe as well. Walking into the crossfire. Well, that's half the job done here for IHC. Maybe a bomb plant is in the near future. Now they get that second kill onto the B bomb site. I was going to say is open, but Queserato here gets his bell rung straight away. But help is on the way if he can stay alive. Can he find a way to activate Yuri here, who makes his way to control? Those flames, though, will take Queserato down. And wow, have a look at this. Only drop remains. IHC capable to do things with small tools as well, it seems. Dropping the clutch now. No one's planted a bomb just yet. Going for that decon plant. What does Drop choose to do? Well, he's seen an elbow, but where is the trade fragger? That is the question. What is the right way forward? He has an open window, so we can make a silent play. Annihilation still hiding. Techno having a look. Drop trying to threaten different options now. He does not have a kit. It seems he may not fancy this one. All but guaranteed crossfire. And it seems he will perhaps make his exit.
That's a tough round for FURIA. You've got 2 players stacked in ramp. It looks like they've definitely done their prep, definitely done their research. They're ready for these fast ramp plays from IHC. But when you have 2 CTs stacked in ramp like that, you have to be shutting it down against the pistols. These early fights go so wrong for them, and then Queserato trapped on the site itself. That molly forced him into the open, ended up taking him down. Yuri wasn't in position to help immediately. That's a bit of a shock round loss for FURIA. And FURIA have been on a long boot camp in EU prior to this tournament. They put a lot of prep into making sure they were playing at their best for Katowice. This is their first tournament since the major. So I think they've really got to show us that that boot camp has paid off here. I'd like to see a convincing win against a team like IHC. But so far, IHC proving they're going to be a team putting up a fight in this one.
Yuri was spotted here very early on. Got here lightning fast. They know their angles, IHC, and Yuri will not escape. Well, things are looking promising for IHC in this game of Nuke so far. 2 kills now, punishing FURIA. They've done their homework, and it's straight A's in round number 5 so far. 5-on-3 now with a minute on the clock. They have the advantages, but how will they play the time here? Mid to late round, will they be as strong? Art's got a scout in the lower area. He will require some headshots. Well, so far so good. Now, they can't continue to engage him one by one. The molly will try to control some space, but we can see Keserato is up to some shenanigans as well. They haven't seen the bomb just yet. That's in the hands of Bartak. But again, we're going from mid-round to late round, and they've lost 2 players now. There are still some advantages to be had, especially with this position and that frag. 28 seconds to find a bomb plant. Art's on the rotation. A-bomb site seems secure, but where is the bomb headed?
What?
Oh my days, down goes Blitz. Oh, there he goes as well. Art's doing God's work here. Down to the 1v1 now. Art has all the information. He doesn't have any Kevlar. He doesn't have a kit either. He can potentially force score forward. He's holding the defuse. Has he even heard it? Did he do it while the molly was happening? Score's got no idea. It's being stolen.
From right under their noses. The round gets stolen away from them. And that is sometimes going to be the issue for these less experienced teams. You get into great positions, you just can't close it. They had a player in heaven. Art should never be allowed to walk up the ladder like that. But he sneaks in behind. It's an incredible round from the scout. But he should never be allowed to walk up like this, sneaking in behind. IHC will be kicking themselves. That looked like their round for the taking. But this game is still back and forth. Look at the buys for both teams. Neither side has a perfect buy into this one.
It's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. And the mid to late round can often be a problem for a team of less experience at the top flight of Counter-Strike. We know how many gears FURIA have. Only tend to use one of them, though. Full pedal to the metal. IHC creeping. 4-man on road towards Secret.
Looks like FURIA playing a little safer this time after losing some of those early fights in previous rounds. And I don't mind this. I think you can have that rotate down to B. It's Art in position. They will have heard the doors swing open, but Art's just going to play for info. And now he's going to hear those steps, so hopefully we'll call for assistance.
Yeah, he may need some help from the ramp.
They can't rotate down vent. Yeah, it's got to be the ramp rotate.
Does that concede the lobby area, though? See what they choose to do. Still haven't heard too much. There was some running earlier, but they seem non-committal. FURIA don't know how many players made it down towards Secret. They could be being baited here. It could still be an A play. Area control now as the Molotov comes towards the ramp. Safe has been isolated from Art, who's trying to pre-fire as best he can. He's in a really bad situation. No help coming just yet. FURIA teasing a vent play. Needs to play off with their teammates, though, on the ramp. How does Techno activate now? He got 3K in that pistol round, but can he do more here for the squad? Blitz with 2 so far. They've got to plant the bomb. There's only 8 seconds left. Yuri alone now in this 1 versus 4. Has no angles for it. What does he do at this point? Try to find some exits or slowly slink away?
He's sticking around for now, but he's about to be spotted. And doesn't even land a single shot up against the Galil of Blitz. So IHC keep their composure. And I think they deserve a lot of credit for that. After the previous round slipped through their fingers, sometimes teams will just start to let that get to them, let that creep into the next round. but this was a really composed round from IHC. They go down lower and they take as much time as they need to set up their play with the nades. Art was the one who looked fully flustered on that B site. Did not look ready to deal with the hold. And now it's a low buy for FURIA, but a fast play from IHC.
Full send. Mac 10 is on the way. K-Serato with the Julies will prevail for now, though, and he has help behind him. It's almost a bait setup on the site. Techno, in the meantime, trying to hold down a ramp push, and the 5-7 will come through from drop to hold down default. Art teasing, poking, prodding. He's entertaining, he's slowing them down now. They can't push anymore because of that flank. A thing on the dong from Yuri, and the dream is collapsing for IHC in round 7. Bomb plant on the B bomb site, though, but these two players are very separated indeed. Techno almost looking for a space launch on the roof while his teammates in the basement to try and hold the bomb alone. Oh. But how does that flank come through? Art just peppering with the P250. Whoa. Blitz might just clutch this. He can't do it all, though. Yuri will just about get there, and Techno, I don't know if he can make it. All the way down the ramp now, 14 HP, and he will coming from nowhere. Now that is what I call a bizarre round.
Oh, IHC not looking comfortable in these anti-low buy rounds. Going for another quick one, and similar to the round where they went ramp, they kind of don't fully commit to their fast play. A couple of players go out ahead of the rest of the squad. The other players weren't really ready to back them up. And that makes it a really awkward scenario, but that transfer from Blitz, fantastic to get the player down below.
He came from the roof to defend a B bomb plant. That is something you don't say every day. This is an unorthodox but extremely entertaining game so far.
And that's probably what IHC need to have happen in this game. They kind of need to make it unorthodox to throw FURIA off their game.
I mean, saying a FURIA game is unorthodox is in itself quite something. All the normal rules are out of the window. It's no holds barred here as the USPs are out again. Time to back off. USPs, just get out of there. Do they protect the rifle now? As we can see, there is some presence towards the ramp while Bartak is towards T-Red. Scores coming in for support as well. Now maybe Bartak becomes the bait as we can see K-Serato running to his doom. But there are more assailants in that garage. Well, they know where 2 of the remaining 4 players is, and the AWP comes in for the cleanup.
Now, this is a little more like it from IHC against the Pistols. Whenever you're against this sort of round, you should be expecting FURIA to be grouped up. Oh, hello. Drop has actually got the flank. Do you want the knife money? Oh, doesn't matter. Bartak turns his back, so he just takes the kill. There is one player still on this B bomb site. They haven't cleared Yuri. The USP's going off.
3 USP kills so far. They have the man advantage. Yuri's looking for number 4. He will be denied. Now it's the 2 AKs to clean up the good work the USPs have done. Oh, that's nasty from Score. He's looking for one more one-tap. He knows he's hit drop and he will finish off the job. Wow, this is wild.
Just pure chaos in a lot of these rounds. Finally, FURIA decide to take a timeout. IHC will be pretty damn happy with the actual scoreline, though. Despite all the rounds being unorthodox and crazy, they're still getting round wins. I mean, normally you wouldn't be happy with a round like this against the USPs, but honestly, you're 6-2 up on your T side of Nuke. You're putting FURIA into positions where their money is consistently on the verge of being broken. They have to string some rounds together on the CT side. All in all, IHC can't really complain right now at the scoreline. FURIA certainly can, though.
6-2 is a superb scoreline for IHC. I mean, if they had a target at the beginning of the half, they may have achieved it already. But I think they will absolutely need as many as possible. Huge opportunity for them. Annihilation now with the AWP. Big green gun, but actually green. Slower pace in round 9, it seems. A moment to catch our breath. Let the BPM go down somewhat after the madness we have seen round after round.
I think FURIA realizing that if they just play a standard CT setup, that might be the better way to go about this. Try and make sure that the rounds don't get into these strange scenarios where there's maybe a bit more variance. Yard smokes deployed by IHC. No one pushing behind them, but it will obscure the vision of Furia. So Keserato decides he has to adjust and rotate down to B. It's still a solid A hold right now for Furia, though. So if IHC's plan is to come back to this A bomb site, there's still a fair few CTs in position and some counter utility ready from drop.
Yeah, they're non-believers. There's no one who's gone to Secret to show any presence there to give Furia a reason to pull more players down. Let's not forget when they had a few players running towards Decon last time. Well, here comes the push. Drop seems to be ready for it as they come through the smoke. He's still got support from up top as well. He will get orbed by Annihilation. But what's next? 3 IHC players remain. Very nervous time for Furia now as they wonder what's next to come. Annihilation just flying through for his team to come out of Squeaky and find another entry onto the site. Art now trying to do what he can. There are 10 seconds to plant that bomb and it's stuck down the vent. And all the players now on the floor for IHC. Furia find their 3rd round in the first half.
Yeah, you can see IHC going for this A play, but it's similar to some of the previous rounds. You don't get the full commitment from the team. As soon as something goes wrong for them, as soon as some counter utility comes in, it seems like the rest of the team don't fully commit to the call. You have to just commit to the A site there. Even if there is a smoke up, you've got to find a way through because you saw the time. The only option they had was to try and go into that A site. So I understand the timeout being taken by IHC after that round looked a little lackluster.
Furia just waiting with the grenades in their hands the entire time. But I do wonder what may have happened if they had sent one player down to make footsteps behind the vents as they did the round prior and played off of that. That could have been quite interesting. Maybe we'll see it later. Maybe we won't. There'll be a FAMAS for drop in round number 10, and now Safe has the AWP. No sniper for IHC on this occasion. So perhaps we'll see something different. 2 Galils and the AK-47s for the rest of the squad. Don't have all the grenades in the world. They're lacking in Molotovs, which are often needed for an A execute. But they are huddled around Squeaky for now. Not sure if Keserato heard some tagging there. Got to be careful though. You can see Drop is once again holding an aggressive angle, saying hello. Not shy to do it with the FAMAS. And Keserato will eventually be rewarded. Drop looking for the same here. Giant hole in the Squeaky door. Techno reads the fullback of Drop, but there's 2 on the roof now. Quietly heading up to the very top. He must have seen the barrel of the gun there, and he will punish Techno. What next for IHC? One by one, they go down. Keserato's being dropped, and things are suddenly turning around in a blink of an eye. They've made it a 2 versus 3 IHC. 2 Furia plays heading towards main as the bomb plant comes through. That was not easy, but can they convert the rest of the round, IHC?
Oh, that smoke has gone deep. They're going to be able to play past that potentially. Blitz is still watching for this flank, but these main players will come in eventually. He's got to be aware of that possibility.
Bartak's been isolated now. The trade is here. Blitz standing in the smoke. They don't know he's there, I don't think. Or do they? Well, apparently they had the read. They had an idea of where he was. And the spray will do the job. Round 4 in the bag for Furia. Had a good hold to begin with. Lost the bomb site for a time, but they came back with strength.
Got the no-scope wall bang through the smoke. Getting all the icons in the kill feed. Love to see that. I think for Furia, their individuals aren't looking as sharp as I would like. This was well played by Drop, taking the initiative. But you see, these are fights that should be quite difficult for IHC. And they're still somehow finding a way into the A bomb site. That's the final kill from Safe. Not the dominant showing or the powerful performance I was hoping to see from Furia, but maybe they will start to stabilize now. They've put their opponents down to pistols, and so Safe will take that long-range fight all day long and land the wallbang.
I think you can see the blood there as well. He knows he's done some damage. Art's not really in a position to use his HE grenade. Wow, 2 tags onto Blitz and he's still alive. Keserato will put him out of his misery. The bomb's still in tow. Never mind, it's been dropped by IHC. Well, nothing doing in this round for them. Annihilation's the last man standing with the Desert Eagle. Last man to fall. On to the next one.
Yeah, it looked like Art was playing from heaven with the AWP there, so might have just caught a glimpse of those players over the top of the smoke as they were playing a little too far back from them. for FURIA, that loss against Big might be a little concerning for them. That was a team they were able to beat at the major, where they made it to the playoffs. And really, FURIA are probably a team who have their eyes set on the playoffs. In every tournament they play, that should be their goal, at a minimum. So that might have been a wake-up call for them. Her drop earlier saying they were fully focused on fixing those mistakes.
Poison chalice straight in the face.
Another gun round at the ready from IHC. They've been going for these yard smokes pretty often.
They've got 4 people heading outside this time, and that was their lurker in the lobby, something which FURIA are probably not too shy to identify, especially seeing all those grenades. We already see the rotation towards Secret as well from Keserato. If he did go up the stairs, I would expect a flashbang to come in from somewhere for the peak. There's the first one. Oh man, and it's absolutely free. No one's watching the stairs. Just not expecting that level of disrespect, but it is FURIA you're playing against. There's no respect to be had there.
Ooh, one frag found back, but Safe has also rotated down. And this all looking to lock it in. Might be taken out here, but nope, he recovers. Makes up for his missed shot. FURIA now looking much more comfortable. And we've seen FURIA go for that lobby aggression in a couple of rounds now. That's something that IHC are going to have to show they can deal with. Oftentimes that will be the CT response. If you lose information, you lose vision at yard, you can try and gain it back elsewhere, and that lobby aggression is often a good way to do it.
Dropper's been harassing them so many times, be it an M4 or a FAMAS. He doesn't really care. Might be an idea to get some grenades into that hut position.
Okay.
Now we've got the numbers heading towards the ramp. Annihilation is trying to pull the reticle away, but Yuri's here for support as well. Fully committed now with the bomb drop. Art does not want him to collect that AWP. Left to reset the situation. As we can see, Hell is covered. Blitz is dropped, and Techno's the only man remaining. But with the Tech-9, he can still be very damaging. They've got a rough idea of where he's coming from. Oh, that was robotic from Techno. 1 versus 2 now. Take the time you have. Never mind.
I feel like he almost resigned himself to that nade, finishing the job, and just went for a pot shot through the smoke. Unfortunate, but IHC's aim is looking pretty damn crispy, especially with those pistols. So you can see why FURIA said earlier that they are making sure to respect this IHC squad. And again, worth remembering that IHC don't quite have their full lineup here. Cabal not with them, so Bartak is standing in. And maybe that's why we were getting so many messy situations early on. But honestly, for IHC, a lot of teams had IHC as one of the teams they thought had basically no chance of making it through. We had a content piece where the teams were asked to name 3 teams they thought would definitely not be making it. And quite a few of them picked IHC. So for them to make it here is already pretty solid. And let's hope they can continue to put up a fight against FURIA, because they have slowed down in recent rounds.
Lovely. No slowing down from Safe with the AWP. He stands his ground, looking for more. We'll see if he falls back all the way. I'd be surprised if he did, because FURIA, Techno trying to creep past now. Oh, he spotted the bomb there on Annihilation. And Annihilation will stand for now. 3 players remain early for IHC. No shortage of aggression from FURIA. Win or lose, playing FURIA will put stripes on you very quickly indeed. May have 1,000-yard stares after this game with the ruthless aggression, constant harassment from FURIA.
Got that lobby aggression again. This time Score is holding from a more passive position. So he's happy to give up lobby control. The T's are very spread apart from each other, but you have got Techno in a pretty advanced position down towards B. So if they could find a way to join him here, that would be ideal. But FURIA are kind of cutting off those options. You can't get down the vents because you've lost lobby. You can't even get to ramp because you've lost lobby. So maybe the bomb will try and go down secret. But against this AWP, that is going to be so hard to pull off.
Yeah, there appears to be some hesitation here. Now, if they lose that bomb carrier, they pretty much lose the round. Annihilation found a way in, though. And he's lost it. 20 seconds left. We see Techno still on the B bomb site. He doesn't have the time to get to that bomb. 1 versus 3. This one's over. FURIA heading towards 8 rounds now. Let's not forget, this was a 6-2 scoreline earlier on. This will be 6 rounds in a row for FURIA. They've stabilized. They've fully taken control, of this half. Full playstyle coming out as we see there through the smoke with the AWP in the hands of Safe.
Yeah, definitely nice to see that recovery from FURIA. I think as well, having Art topping the board is always a good sign for this FURIA squad. And part of the reason they may have struggled against Big was that Art had a pretty rough series in that one. Ended on a 0.65 rating. So it's definitely nice to see him back to his best. Again, some fast aggression from IHC looking for this main drop, and Techno won't be able to clear the corner.
Problems ahead. Oh my god, Yuri through the smoke, not 1 but 2. Merciless. Scores made his way down with the bomb. Once again, the bomb is isolated from Annihilation. Found an angle though, but that's the bomb on the radar. What will the rotation be like? 4 FURIA players remaining. Annihilation will be begging for FURIA to give him an opportunity to cut these numbers down. That might raise the urgency indeed. Score knows he's got to do something quick. And once more, we've got somebody coming from up top to try and defend a B bomb plant. Yuri is posted up, and I don't know if Annihilation can get there. Indeed, he can't. 9 rounds for FURIA, a massive comeback. 7 rounds in a row in his first half. We'll see if it continues in a second after the break.
I can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. give up on us. Don't give up on us. Don't give up on us. Don't give up on us.
IHC's strong start was shut down by FURIA in that first half. However, it is still IHC's map pick, and they definitely still have enough rounds to keep this competitive. They get to switch to their favored CT side, and they're going full Kevlar for the pistol round, relying fully on landing those headshots.
First half would have been quite the warm-up for both squads with the action that we saw. FURIA have grenades which suggest a potential into the A-bomb site, at least through Squeaky. Annihilation, we popped by safe. FURIA love themselves some hot play, some hot action, especially Drop, who has been dropped by Blitz. 3 versus 4 now in favor of FURIA, looking up top towards Heaven, where they will find 2 players. Another smoke towards main, where the last CT lies. See Bartak having a look-see. Trying to catch them off guard here. There is time for FURIA to wait, but it would have waited too long. Lovely pop from Safe onto Techno. See that rotation from main to Heaven as well. Maybe there'll be some baiting. Bartak might have to be the sacrificial lamb. Indeed, he will be, whether he wants to be or not. 1 versus 4, though, from this position would be a miracle for Blitz, especially as he's just guaranteed a bait set up to the right-hand side. Here's another one, and there he goes. Pistol by FURIA. 10 rounds on the board.
Big pistol from Safe. Let's talked about the fact that he was solid at the major, but we're hoping he can be even better as the AWPer of the team. And it looks like he is starting to have more and more impact for FURIA. And unfortunately for IHC, that means the streak continues against them. They had a 6-2 lead at one point, and it has quickly faltered away from them. These sorts of rounds have been scary, though. At least they were for IHC. So maybe the pistols and the scout can get something going. Certainly can't count them out. Doesn't look like FURIA want to go headfirst into any early action, though. Making sure to use their utility. And slowly but surely creep their way up through yard. Oh, Score will take that all day long.
Very cheeky indeed, but Yuri will be able to trade. And that gives FURIA a lot of real estate now. Trying to find good angles around this A-bomb site. They can't see Techno just yet, though. Just about not seeing his dome, but Yuri will wonder what happens outside now. He's missed a C2, who's made his way to T-Red. FURIA are trying to identify the makeup of IHC here. Yuri, did he hear something? Oh my god, that was a big pop from Blitz. And that makes problems even worse for FURIA. The 5-7 from Techno's coming through, leaving Drop in a 1v3. How about that for revenge?
That's so cheeky from Techno. I feel like Yuri would have probably called that top hut is completely clear, no need to worry about it. And then as soon as Yuri goes down, Techno comes over the top of top hut. And I think that's why FURIA had no clue that was a possibility. You saw Keserato didn't even turn around after the first kill came from that position. I think IHC needed a round like this. Getting off to a good start on their CT side. You see Keserato never even turns around. Didn't even think that there was any chance there was a player up there. And oh, hello, Safe. Scout headshot already.
This is carnage. This is absolutely carnage. I love it. The action is non-stop. FURIA have got the upgraded pistols themselves now. We saw the 5.7s on IHC. We'll see the Desert Eagles for FURIA. Gratuitous violence from start to finish here in this. This is only the first game of the series. Feels like a game of Mirage the way some of these rounds are going.
Oh no. Oh, Hart hasn't even looked. He's going to get into Heaven.
Oh, excuse me. I think I opened the wrong door. 4 versus 4 now. Bartak goes for the taps. Trying to follow up there. Has he done enough? Score. You just can't find the angle to deploy the grenade. This is chaos. The 180 won't come fast enough now. Keserato and 5 HP. Still has a deagle though. That bomb is in the open. That's going to be a big problem. You can see Blitz repositioning. It's going to take a long time to collect that bomb. And once they do, how much time will be left to clear a bomb site and plant it? that has to be a concern at the back of Furia's minds. But they're focusing on trying to find a frag for now.
They're really running this clock low. 20 seconds. I mean, they may get the bomb back, but IHC can just try and play awkward angles, and it's going to be hard to clear all these angles on the A site. Lovely work from Techno. Lines them up with the MP9. Just too many angles to clear for Furia. So IHC getting something going now on their CT side. And this is a map that Furia don't play too often. Last time they played it, they got beaten down by Heroic. That was back at the Major, if you remember. But still, the fact that this game has been so scrappy, I think is a little concerning for Furia fans. They would have wanted Furia to come in here and have a convincing performance. But IHC have got something to say about that. Wow,
oh, Yuri? What's that? Oh.
Okay.
Well, okay.
Maybe denying the kill reward? I don't know if it was on purpose or not. It is just the Glocks.
So sometimes in an eco round, on rare occasion, you'll see a team stand in an opponent's Molotov to give them a reduced kill bonus, but that is not the kill feed I'm used to seeing. So
Yeah, was that their own molly? Or I don't even know what it was.
I'm not sure what's going on.
I have no idea. Well then.
I'm not sure.
We've had it all in this game. Hopefully back to some more standard issue CS.
I don't want any standard anything.
Oh,
no.
He
got tagged as he fell. Did they both get tagged in the air, stop their momentum, and they just cratered? Oh, wow.
I love the reaction from IHC as well.
Keep it bizarre, keep it strange, keep it weird.
We love it.
One run lead for Furia. They are charging in, but are they going to B, or are they going to try and make a play on A? Techno is wondering what's happening towards the hut. His vision is obscured. Art finds himself in a nice spot to find the first headshot of the round. Down goes Blitz. What do IHC even make of this? Trying to muster a crossfire on the site itself. Annihilation's got the flicks for Art. See if he gets revenge later on. Things slowing down now after a very aggressive start from Furia, to the surprise of no one. A lurk smoke now to create some space for themselves. Maybe inviting some spray. Look at it creeping out of it. Down the vent they go. Well, what lies for them on the B bomb site? That is the question. We can see the rotation coming in towards the ramp. No one's on the bomb site itself with a minute on the clock. And that bomb is planted very fast indeed. Does drop there, push this. And look to Annihilation's left. No, his teammate will be covering that for now. Score looking for lurkers on the outside. Yuri will be found. That'll make things a little bit better now. Annihilation finds drop. No one else was peeking, it seems. Safe is in trouble as he is surrounded by IHC. Queserato is miles away now, but Score is waiting, peeking every so often. Just keeping him entertained. I think his job is done now for this round.
Again, pretty nice composure from IHC. I mean, Score there is fully aware of the players lurking, fully aware that he can allow his teammates to focus on retaking the B site and just try and cut off the other angles, cut off the rotations from Furia. Because the way Furia played this, they only got a couple of players down the vent onto B. They didn't have a proper full site push available to them. A little frustration creeping in on the Furia side now. Bite is weak for Furia in this round, so maybe a fast play will be on the cards again. Trying to make it through Squeaky early. Flash so good. Queserato will run down the first man. Score still on the site. Gets one back, but it's that vent drop again. I think one or two players have made it down to B.
Drop going for the fast plant. Bartak, though, will take down the defenses. Drop's fully committing, though. They need that money. That has to be guaranteed. Spotting Bartak 2 versus 4. How much damage can they do? Even if they lose this round, it could pay off for them later. We see there is a flank on the A bomb site. Yuri's found an AK as well, but can he get into position quick enough? Down the ladder he goes. Annihilation. Not going to mess around with the knife. Has to find more urgency than that. Yuri now with that AK. There's one in the smoke. Does he have any idea? He can't quite find the angle. Maybe he just holds on to the AK now. Another round secured by IHC. This was the pick of IHC, and I would love to see a victory here because you'd expect that means that we go 3 maps. With the decider being Anubis, I think that would be quite interesting indeed.
Yeah, that's the other thing to remember in this veto. I know we have seen FURIA on Anubis, and they did well against Big, but that can be a wild card, especially if IHC have been putting some work in. For FURIA, another timeout required, because IHC have started to come through with some impressive play on their CT side. And I like how comfortable IHC are to allow FURIA the bomb plant if they think FURIA don't have a good way of playing the post plant. You can see they're letting these vent drops happen, but they're not letting everyone get down to B from the FURIA side. So the response, the rotation is good enough. They're confident in their ability to play together on those retakes and make sure they can trade out positions. And now an incredibly important gun round here. FURIA with a slow start on their T side. They'll be looking to turn it up in this round.
IHC need to focus on one round at a time, and that is a huge opening frag for the squad. Blitz changing its position entirely. FURIA are often going for a very early opening frag. Blitz was ready for it on this occasion. What do they do now? Keserato creeping, great angle for him as Techno redraws his gun just in time. But that's 2 for 2. They are ready for the challenge, IHC.
And now they're down so heavily, Art feels like he has to make a play. He might sneak in, Score hasn't spotted him, but he would have to get multiple kills to bring this round back. Oh, and Art has now been spotted, didn't realize Score was above, so instant refrag. Safe, not in a position to do anything. FURIA trying to let their individuals find some early fights, but IHC are holding their own. FURIA may still have enough money to get a decent buy together, even without the bomb plant. But that's a round where it didn't look like FURIA had a massive plan after they lost that first fight over towards main. They just kind of try and take fights dry, and IHC's players have been good enough that they're going to be winning those the majority of the time.
If you thought this series was in the bag, FURIA's body language will tell you otherwise. Better stay focused on this one. They appear to be in some trouble. Spent most of their money in this round, FURIA. Again, creeping around the lobby, looking for their first entry. Walking towards an orb. They may find this out the hard way. The shoulder is shown, but there's no connection. Annihilation, the only man on the ramp, will abandon ship immediately. Now, FURIA don't know what they're walking into, but they also don't care. They'll take ramp regardless. So they've got 5 men up, and they've got a good level of map control with the time they have on the clock.
Yeah, this could be quite uncomfortable for IHC, specifically for Annihilation, with that AWP solo down on B. There hasn't been a response yet to go and help him. So this A-site setup still looks solid, and FURIA don't have many nades to make this work, just a few smokes and flashes, so the first fight is key for them here, and they get the opening they needed.
Techno's got so much to do. That's great information, but he needs to hold the site as well. Can't do that. Bartek will try as best he can. 4 kills for Keserato now. That leaves Annihilation in a 1 versus 3. He might have some sound cues close to him, but how does he do this? Just him with the AWP. How do you get that trade fragger or avoid him? He may think better of it. Let's see. Looking at the angles, but I don't know if he can really do anything about this one. FURIA were in trouble at the beginning of this one. This was a must-win round for them, and it looks like they've secured it. But they've got more work to do. Bartek's got almost $11,000 in the bank, so IHC will have buys for a while.
Yeah, it means that FURIA will absolutely have to work hard to make sure they can fully bring this back. No easy rounds on the horizon for them until they win a couple of gun rounds in a row. But I like that switch up in approach from FURIA. I think in some of these earlier gun rounds, they were spreading out a little too much, looking for individual fights across the map. This time, they allow Keserato to go in first without too much utility, but they also had players backing him up, and that made a big difference. Keserato had the support around him, so once he got the initial entry, he was able to trade a bunch of his teammates. And Keserato is so fun to watch as a rifler. He's got to be one of the top riflers in the world. His performance at the Major especially was incredible. He has this ability to just win you rounds like this.
Great trade there on his teammates as well. Very, very important.
As the main man.
Very strange GoPro angle. Switches between his weapons. Man never blinks. Rumor has it he has not blinked in 3 years. IHC still 1 round to the good at the moment, and they've got another full buy in the hole for the most part. See what Furia's approach will be in this round. Not sending it towards main straight away. 3 players outside, avoiding most of that grenade damage. Kaiserslautern will take a little more. Annihilation moving around with the AWP, as we can see. So we could see a flashbang through the smoke for him to peek. But that molly will delay him going up the stairs, so this could be quite awkward with the AWP. We may soon find out how awkward it will be. Art creeping around, but Blitz has got a fantastic angle, makes no assumptions, and Annihilation will play off of that. Oh, spotted just in time, but that would be a very slow repeat, and Blitz will deliver again. 5 versus 3. How do FURIA convert from this?
Safe looking for this fight, and it's one he almost has to win, and he does. Score dropped out of the A site. Techno has to be careful, but he gets back in time, and with 2 kills on the site, Drop has a tough task on his hands. A couple of players low. Bomb on his back. But IHC not giving away anything for free. You can see Drop is hoping someone gets inquisitive. With 30 seconds left, it might be time to back away. And I've got to give credit to Blitz. He has been brilliant towards Yard. Anytime FURIA try and find fights and try and find action around main, around Yard, Blitz almost always seems to be there, getting those important early kills to make sure the round doesn't get chaotic. And this is another round where it feels like IHC were very comfortable throughout.
Credit to Techno 4K for his reposition after his first kill as well. He was about to get double peeked by the remaining 2 players. Positioned himself so only 1 player could engage with him. Gave himself another 1v1. That's exactly what you want to see. Great presence of mind, spatial awareness. And that is allowing IHC to collect these CT rounds. Apart from the pistol, FURIA have won 1 round in this half. So if you just measure, I think if you ignore the first 3 rounds, once you start to get deep, you can see the overall success. So 1 round really from the buy rounds is clearly not enough for FURIA, and they've got to turn things around now. Annihilation barely surviving, 9 HP, but with an AWP he can still do a lot of work there. Very important not to give up that early kill to FURIA. They're so strong once they get an early 5 versus 4. Art will continue to look for it. Will they boost from this position? Indeed they will, and there it is! Minute 30 on the clock. They forced their way into an advantageous situation. Looking for more now. Techno's dropped on this occasion. Monstrous round from FURIA. I'm not sure if IHC even go for this at this point.
So clean on the pre-aim from Kaiserslautern. Looked like he'd done that 1,000 times with how easy he made it look. And again for FURIA, it feels like these are the sorts of rounds that are effective for them. Just grouping up and almost letting Kaiserslautern go to work. Maybe that is going to be the solution for them as this map goes on. Whatever happens here, FURIA have been tested by IHC on this first map. And for FURIA, it really is pressure on them in this series when you get into these sorts of scenarios. They had a big boot camp in Europe ahead of this event. They put a lot of preparation in to making sure Katowice would be strong for them. It would be unthinkable for them to go out in the play-in against IHC. They are massive favorites in this series. Looks like they might be starting to get back on track. Again, we have to remember this is IHC's map pick. Still a long, long ways to go. 1 round in it, still gun rounds for both teams. Let's see if FURIA continue to stick with that approach, trying to let Kaiserslautern work for the entries. Annihilation has been very willing to switch up his position with the AWP. He's going to see that Yard is completely clear right now. And Techno just took huge damage through that squeaky position.
Such an important position for FURIA on their T side.
Oh, he heard the jump.
Oh, that's very nice indeed, but can he escape this position? Does he have to go for another kill? You can see Yuri considered pulling a grenade out. He does have support to fall back. You can see Blitz on the high ground there. That is very successful. What a team to do it against as well. Now we can see Bartak's in some trouble. Has he been spotted? 2 men, 3 on the ramp, 2-man spray down, and that might be it. Yuri suddenly wondering why no one's on the radio. 1 versus 5, bomb lost just like that. IHC taking the fight to FURIA.
That's beautifully done by IHC. I love that Annihilation decides to get active in this round. We haven't seen that setup from IHC throughout this whole half. But he gets the initial entry, he keeps his composure to get back to safety, and then the way Bartak's playing that allows Annihilation to rotate in because he's not taking the fight too aggressively. So they just gang up on FURIA from 2 different angles. The timing was fantastic from the stand-in. Bartak holding his own in that ramp position. And again, the thing I love about this stage of the play-in is I would say every matchup has a clear favorite, but that means if IHC can make something happen here, you have to earn your spot through the play-in into the group stage. No easy games for some of these underdog teams. And IHC right now will get to peer through the glass and realize how uncomfortable they're making FURIA right now. 14-12 lead. And FURIA again with a very serious tone as Gary has a talk with the team.
Look at these plays from IHC. Look at the patience, the confidence. Bartak believes in himself. 3 men coming ramp, 2-man spray down. Glorious. IHC are not to be trifled with. They have earned their respect already today against a team like FURIA, no less. One of the more fearsome teams in terms of style, maybe the last team you want to play against. But here they are, 2 rounds ahead, 2 rounds away from the first map, from leading in the series. FURIA will have a full bye. And IHC await them. Bartak heading towards $12,000 as well. Again, that's just an indication of the success the CTs are having. Pistol and 2 rounds for FURIA in this half so far.
See what FURIA go for here. I feel like their T side has generally only been effective when Keiserato has found entries. He's been so important in their round wins. And it's this squeaky position where he's found a couple of rounds for his team. It's Art to lead the way, but Score takes him down and makes sure that Keiserato has no chance to trade.
If they read the kill feed and they see that's Art, they have to expect Keiserato's likely to be lurking there anyway. We've seen the entries, how he creeps around this box. That's exactly what he's doing now! Oh, Safe saves his bacon. He had 1 foot in the fat fryer there. Blitz now, so many targets coming his way. And FURIA will just get the better of that situation. Not sure if there's a way back in this spot. Bartak, though, will do what he can. But surely that's a wrap. Annihilation will no doubt want to save this AWP. That was such a narrow margin around Squeaky.
Yeah, those timings are everything. It looked like once Score got the initial kill and dropped off, the IHC were going to be in a good position. But then you have to get the reload off. You have to maybe adjust slightly. And FURIA find the perfect timing window to punish IHC for overlooking that position for just a few seconds. And I don't mind Bartak having a look at the retake, even though it was a 2v4. Because IHC have so much cash, it's worth taking a glance, seeing if FURIA will give away anything. But FURIA stays solid with the trade. Annihilation has to save the AWP. And we really are getting down to crunch time now. There were no more timeouts for FURIA, but IHC have taken a timeout of their own. So both coaches get a chance to try and keep their teams comfortable and focused.
Oh, that second frag from Safe. So fast. Again, Squeaky is the key, it seems, on this T side for FURIA. After they lost their first player, Safe stepped to the table and did what needed to be done. Now things become quite nervous for IHC. because now they could run out of money in a very horrible situation if FURIA are able to claw something together here. So this is a very dicey round. Does that make people doubt themselves? Or will they stick to the plan? You can see Blitz on the outside, not wanting to drop the early frag. Annihilation was so close, that was so nervous. You can see the AWP shaking. And indeed, FURIA are going into that squeaky door, but they're going downstairs now. What will be the response from this to this from IHC? Score will make his way down. Decon is open, and Safe will be dropped. Archthorn carrying the bomb, though. They may have not seen that just yet, buying some time for himself. But what did FURIA do? Do they feel like they have to commit to this bomb site? Arch being dropped. Look what their bomb is! They are absolutely committed to this. Kcerato moving forward. They know time is running out for them, FURIA. The more time goes past, the more CTs are on the way.
Score tries to go forward, but Kcerato already snuck onto the site. FURIA may just bide their time. Yuri's on the flank. Yuri almost gets the lineup. Bomb has been planted. Another fight for Yuri. Almost secures the kill. And Blitz isn't going to clear this in time. Drop gets the spray down. It wasn't pretty, but it looks like a round for FURIA.
Huge round, massive round. FURIA completely changing the pace. So late in the game as well. They've been hungry every round, round after round, for those frags around Secret, for people around Squeaky, sorry, creeping around the boxes, creeping on the hut, the boost we've seen, all of that now. They put the smokes down, charge into the B bomb site, lose the bomb, no man's land, and still find a way to make it happen. Very expensive for IHC to boot. 14 apiece. We are going all the way.
I wonder if we'll see Annihilation with that AWP at some point go towards Squeaky. It is hard sometimes to get into a position where that AWP can get a clear line of sight on towards door if the Ts are using solid utility. But honestly, in some of these rounds, FURIA aren't using all their nades to get down out through Squeaky. So maybe a possible play in the future. But now it is going to be Blitz and Techno working together to try and shut this position down early. And Techno playing a more advanced angle on door.
Okay, so up to his usual shenanigans. If IHC were to lose this round with heavy losses in terms of their numbers, they almost have no right to make it to overtime. This is a must-win situation for them. Techno with a very difficult task ahead of him, especially holding that kind of angle against a waiting Kcerato. Bartak not shy for some shenanigans either. Now, don't see anybody outside really. What do they think FURIA are up to? 1 minute on the clock as they line up the wall of smokes outside.
This is where we get the slower round from FURIA. We're guaranteed to go the distance in regulation. It's a question of who will have the chance to close it. Who will get to 15? Pressure on Yard. Blitz forced back, but no commitment from FURIA. They're coming back to lobby, and this A site has been effective for them in the past.
They might have no choice but to do an A play here or the ramp. They know that the CTs have the information outside, but Kcerato's got the headshots. 24 seconds to plant this bomb. We've got a CT in heaven. Score hiding behind the smoke. Down goes Blitz, though. Score's hiding in plain sight. Drop home and get the 180. That's a huge frag. The bomb's been lost now. 15 seconds. They're going to have to frag out. 2 on the site at the very least. Flashbang flying through. Time is of the essence here. Score looking for a transfer. And there it is. But where is Yuri? He can't find both of them. Surely not. And that'll be game point for IHC.
The double AWP T side from FURIA was such a big gamble. And as you go for that A play, it's safe, it's art, it's the two AWPers trying to rush onto the site, close quarters. It was always going to be tricky, and Score was the one that made them pay. Kcerato still found the entry, but you see, once these riflers go down on the site, it's these AWPs just in such an awkward spot. It's so hard for them to get those kills. And you can see IHC delighted with that round win. That'll be a weight off their shoulders because overtime is guaranteed, but they've got the chance to close the map here, and FURIA's money looked like it was dodgy. It doesn't look like it's going to be a perfect buy for them. What an opportunity for IHC.
You can see how important that round was for them. That was a must-win, and they passed the test. High tension in these rounds from start to finish. What an explosive game of Nuke, and we're not done just yet. Have a look at this buy from FURIA. That is an expensive AK. Mac 10 for Art. Tech 9 for Yuri. Very importantly, K-Serato's got the AK-47. Art looks like he's going to send it straight into the hut position, but that's a deep molly. The smoke is up, and he's going to push it in anyway. K-Serato's been barbecued. Art can't get the job done. Drop looking for something. Score won't be able to deliver. Annihilation swinging up top. He's going to be real careful. He's lost the high ground, but he has traded with a grenade. What now? Bartak in the vent. Bomb surely going to get planted soon. You can see Safe lurking in the lobby. Bartak on the site. He wouldn't have seen that trajectory, but he will deliver the frag. Where is the last man now? Who touches the bomb? Blitz is here. Bartak's creeping. Safe has an angle, but he's going past it. And IHC are going to take Nuke over FURIA.
What an upset for the first map. I know it's their pick, but this was a series where FURIA were massive favorites, and IHC have now got them asking questions. FURIA are going to have to recover, regroup. You can see they look disappointed, but IHC making it happen here on the first map.
By the looks of things, we have a monstrous game on our hands, and it's just getting started. Thoughts at the desk after the break.
The era of IHC supremacy is upon us. A 16-14 win on Nuke, and honestly, that one felt like it should have even been cleaner.
Yeah, I mean, okay. It's their pick. They won it. You got your satisfaction right there. You look at the smile. He's so happy right now. The thing is, like, yeah, they played well. You know, it's you have to give respect where respect is due, right? They performed well throughout the whole. It's very difficult throughout the whole game. It's very difficult to contain FURIA on the Nuke, especially on their T side when everything gets chaotic. They're getting the opening kills. They were not like overextending in certain situations. Post plans, they were playing it well. You remember that round where there was like 4v4 in a post plan. They get all the kills and defuse the bomb. Really, it was really weird for FURIA not to have the coordination there. But all in all, you know, the better team on this map won. Let's be honest with it. Like, there was initiative all over the place, control all over the place, and I'm without words. The things I didn't really expect something like this to happen.
It is really the shocking thing that it's not just that it was an upset win or that they managed to eke it out, but it is that genuinely they looked like the better team in every facet of the game, realistically, Lewis. What happened to your boys? What happened?
It happened what I said that could potentially happen on Nuke. And yeah, I think I got to give credit to the IHC guys. I think they played it very well. And I don't know. We briefly spoke about the fact that they haven't played Asian teams for a relatively long amount of time. Not necessarily know if it's going to be fast-paced, if it's going to be slow, methodical. They had some match to watch from them on Nuke and stuff, but I don't know. I think we got to give credit to the IHC guys.
We certainly do, and you got a little bit of an insight there, keeping you away. You got to catch up with Gary, so let's go ahead and listen to what he had to say.
All right, guys, I'm here with Gary after the loss on Nuke, first map. Gary, just wanted to ask you, like, if there was anything in this particular map. You know, you guys haven't played Asian teams for a relatively long time. Was there anything specific on this map that caught you guys off guard, or was it more like them playing well, you guys committing a few mistakes? How did you feel in this particular map?
I think, first of all, we started city side, and city side we started slow. We are, like, this tournament, we are every match we are starting slowing. So we lost first boy, we lost the first gun round. They didn't do anything that surprised us, but we are not good in the beginning of the match. And after that, in this side, we knew what they are doing, and we lost again, like some rounds that we are in ahead again, like they are doing like backup really fast on the catwalk, and we didn't kill them as we needed to do. But not as a surprise. We studied them, we know what they will do, and now. But we are in the match, you know. We have 2 maps ahead. We know that we are better than that we show in this map.
Well, I said in the desk that I got my Brazilian friends all the way, and I think they are favorites on Mirage, so let's see what they bring in Mirage and Anubis going forward.
Did you have a little coach-to-coach commiseration right after that one?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I feel for him, because as a coach, there's only much you can do, right? When things start going wrong, you have their timeouts. You can do the timeouts and try to help the team, but I think, as we said, I think IC played it really well, and I don't know if particularly there was any individuals from FURIA that didn't step up in this one. What would you say, Casada? Was there anyone that...
I really want to ask you something different, like, because you're Brazilian, right?
Yeah.
They're Brazilian, and, you know, you saw the body language. If we can get production to get us that shot of them leaning back into the chairs, like, after... they're still doing that shit.
Gone out for a break.
No, sorry. The thing is, like, I want you to tell me how they feel right now. The body language is not really, you know... is not good. And you tell me, what's the feeling right now?
When I was watching the last couple rounds, the communication was on point, but as soon as they lost the game, I could tell that everybody was frustrated. The only guy really saying something was Art, which is great, right? As an IGL, you can expect him to step up. He was telling the guys, like, guys, come on, like, we lost Nuke, but we know that this could potentially happen. We have Mirage coming forward. We're still in this match. Same thing that the coach said, so they're pretty aligned with this. Maybe that's something that they pre-discussed about not tilting if they end up losing Nuke, which wasn't their pick, so... Body language wasn't good, but it seems that they have their minds into the game still.
Well, focusing on the other side of things, one of the guys who is really propelling IHC forward, he features in our Air Force Aim High head-to-head. I'm talking about Score, and on the other side, I'm talking about Safe. But let's talk about Score. This dude was nuts.
Yeah, 28 frags, 20 deaths, 85 ADR. Like, opening battles are not so good. I'll open 3 and 5, but multi-kills 7.
Yeah.
Like, that's insane. FURIA is a sharp team. They will trade you, and if you get like more than 3 times to get multi-kills against them, it's outstanding. But he got 7 times, so it's crazy what he managed to do, and he was definitely the best individual, frag-wise, stats-wise, for the team IHC. But let's be honest, the whole team stepped up when it mattered the most. They got the nuke, which is a very hard thing to do against FURIA. We all know about that one. So, they're in a good position right now. We have to admit that. It's not, the job is not done, but it's a good spot.
Now, looking at the other side of that AIM head-to-head, one of the things that did feel like it was leaning in Furia's favor was the opping duel. Safe, a key piece there. He's been a really key piece in a lot of their matches so far. We're headed to Mirage, another game that's going to feature the op pretty heavily. Could he be the light that actually shines them through the rest of this matchup?
Well, I think he could be, especially being Mirage. A map that there's a lot of plays you can make, and a lot of impact kills you can get for your team. I just really hope that they're going to start on the T side, right? So there's only much you can do as an operator on the T side. I think it's important that no matter what happens on the T side, that they have their minds into the game, that when it comes to the City side, Safe is still on it, and he goes for those kills. We saw them double op on Nuke, which I'm assuming they're going to 100% do it on Mirage as well. And I think that's one of their strong assets coming into this one.
Yeah, it certainly is. Now, there was one round that we wanted to highlight here from Nuke. Kassad, I think you had something to say about this. Is round 26.
Yeah, round 26. This is just we're going to see the opening first. Like, most teams, when they're in high, they have an advantage towards the end of the map, like 14, 12, 14, 11, something like that. They usually play not to lose. Look where Annihilation is. He's sitting in almost T, lobby. Kinda. And then he's going for that kit, he's getting a flash. The second player is in the little mushroom position back on top of the silo. So he's like, they're playing super aggressive, they're playing to win. This is how you should do. This is how you gain respect from everyone. And this is how you gain confidence, by going for the win. This is something that young players, young opers, everybody needs to learn. You don't have to do exactly the same move, but the context and the core of the move is pretty much the same. You go for the win, you have the positional advantage, CT side on you, you have full utility, you have a lot of money. You go for it, you go to win, and they won.
Yeah. You play to win. That's it. And they did it. They played with confidence. I mean, certainly that guy didn't copy that from anyone, because I think that's one of the first times I see an op playing that aggressive with no trade potential, because there was another guy pretty far away. So if he misses the shot, there was nobody to trade him at all. But I think that in that specific moment of the match, a really close game, it just tells me, it just gives me a good vibe to see that a play like that could lose you the game. But he's still going for it. He has the confidence.
He can also win you the game.
It can also win you the game.
He gained my respect with that type of play in that type of moment, 100%.
They've definitely earned a lot of respect, both from us on the desk and I'm sure from many of you watching at home. But now it's time to see if they can take it the full way, get the full Monty, and make their way into the next day of competition. We'll find out after this break.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Well then. We have a series on our hands. IHC pick up the first map. FURIA have got their map pick coming up, but we'll see if they can deliver on it, because yesterday they picked this same map against Big. They weren't able to get the win on it in that series, but against IHC, you would expect them to be, again, big favorites here on their map pick. Let's see if they can make it happen. It's FURIA starting on the T side, and starting with a spread across the map and some nades towards B.
They will be seething after that close loss on Nuke. It's time for revenge. They'll show something towards this B bomb site. But as you can see, the bomb does not appear to be committing just yet. Putting feelers out, it looks like. See Queserato crouching his way out of the ramp, avoiding anyone standing there. Blitz is waiting, though, and he will eventually get there. And down goes Queserato. Bomb not spotted just yet. No one rotating just yet either. Now they start to stream in towards the B bomb site as they retract from A, but the bomb still not committed. Bomb is the only man standing now as Drop wonders what his options might be. 2 versus 5. This has not gone the way FURIA were hoping just yet.
Yeah, IHC never bought the bait, never rotated away from their 3B stack that they were confident in. Now they do start to adjust. Yuri could find a timing window. He'll look for this fight towards short. Now that he's been spotted, IHC will be a bit more comfortable. Player rotating into CT to make sure he can't flank. They've even spotted the bomb towards B, so the adjustment will come through. And Drop should have almost no chance here. Kills at best. Some extra money in the bank is all he can aim for, but that won't be allowed either. A clean sweep in the pistol for IHC, and a smile on their face already.
Are you nervous yet? Are you nervous yet? FURIA will be starting on the back foot. No bomb plant in the pistol round. Let's see what they choose to do. $2,000 average, their pick of Mirage. IHC do not have the greatest statistics on Mirage, but today is a new day, and perhaps it's time for them to improve, but maybe we're talking a little too early. This will be a straight eco round from FURIA. 4 men charging into the site, charging towards the site. So we don't expect much from this round. Chance for everything to calm down for IHC, but we've seen that they can deliver the goods. They're okay under the pressure. We have also seen them lose to pistols. The USPs, we'll see if the Glocks can do it as well.
Nice patience from Score. Doesn't go for the flank too soon, and he takes 2 kills for his troubles. And now these players are hiding at the van. You can run, but you can't hide. They've been spotted, and I think they're about to be run over.
Or are they?
Maybe not.
Or are they? They're creating some space for the bomb plant. 2 of the 3 players are in the apartments, actually. And there's a minute on the clock for these shenanigans as they continue to crab walk around. Drop and Queserato. Drop just moving with the bomb. Right, they know where 2 of these 3 players are now. Blitz coming in just at the right time, refusing them that bonus money. They're so close to 3 kills. They started with Glocks.
IHC are just so bold. I think that's part of the problem on these anti-eco rounds, is they're just always happy to fight. I don't think Techno needed to fight so aggressively towards the apartments there. He kind of gave them a chance to fight him. But I also kind of love it, because in a lot of the gun rounds, the mentality from IHC is really confident and really assured. And that's what put them into this position in the first place. So if it means some of the anti-eco rounds are a bit sloppy, I'm not too fussed. Here's Annihilation jumping up early, landing the shot, not the frag. Art already in connector. All action at the start of this one.
Such a fast round. Annihilation hopping from the window to the short position. Didn't see a player running to con. FURIA do this fast. We all know it. Hard to stop it, though, when you're the ones on the server. Scope has been heard by Art. Will he go for a wallbang here? Art's going to peek into them. There will be a trade. That's favorable, though, for FURIA. That's even better. Painful existence in this round for IHC. 1v2 now for Score. No kit. Will be heard backing away by Safe. He's on the chase now. I think Score's heard this as well. All right, we'll see if he can rescue the AWP. But, man, what a brutal first round. Again, FURIA, business as usual. Lightning fast into connector. IHC were never ready. They could have lost the AWP even earlier, really, with the angles being held, looking top mid as there was a player almost in connector.
Ooh. Oh, he's gone down. Score goes down at the end as well. Bit of a shame for IHC. But for FURIA, this is something I was also curious about because IHC have not really played against FURIA before. They don't have a history against this FURIA squad. And I think for any team, the first time they play against FURIA, even if you think you're prepared for these fast plays, it's completely different once you get onto the server. You can say to yourself, okay, we know the Art's going to go aggressive. We know to always be ready. But when you get in the server, sometimes it goes differently. And that was a question I had in this series. Would IHC be ready for the unique, aggressive style of FURIA? In that round, they weren't. And now they have to go down to a weakened buy as punishment.
This is quite the cobble together buy. The jumble sale, buy what's available. From the looks of it, not much. But again, if the style of funky, crazy, unpredictable rounds from Nuke carries on into Mirage, then I will be a happy chappy. And right now I'm looking at the clock for FURIA. They're heading towards 3 of the 5 players. Now, Annihilation has a smoke grenade, so they could be delayed at a really bad time. He'll use the smoke for Palace. Could have smoked ramp from there, but he doesn't know what's happening. The CZ will try to do some work as the bomb swings. That's the information, but can they buy time for the rotation now? You see Annihilation in that sandwich position. 45 seconds on the clock, and FURIA are going to go around the world to be, surely not.
I mean, they've seen that rifle, so maybe that's why they think they should leave that A site. They don't want to go into the 1M4 that IHC have. 30 seconds, they're slowing down towards mid. IHC will just stick on the bomb sites and try and play the clock here.
They'll see nothing in mid, and they will continue into B, as a third player will potentially be close. 1 shot's fired, Bartak's rotating with the scout now. 15 seconds to plant the bomb. Being delayed by the scout, which is still alive. Scores just waiting to swing. The bomb carries in the corner, but they're still getting the kills. Techno, the target priority, the discipline, going for the carrier. Absolutely brutal. He's done the job, or has he? No, he hasn't. They've done it. They've got a frag just in time. That is bananas from FURIA. But of course, it's FURIA, so it still works.
Oh, Techno. I wonder if he could have held for 1 more second before getting that bomb planter out of there. It's so hard to do in the moment, though. Unfortunately, by denying the bomb plant, you have to go into the open because of where it was planted. But yeah,
Hide and seek.
Yeah, his teammates just went down too early. He was the only man left.
Man, that was so tight. Wow.
Well, they're keeping you a happy chappy, James.
Yeah, this is amazing. It's absolutely amazing.
This is what we want. I just want CS, you know, don't play to win, guys. Just play to make me happy. That's how it works, right?
High variance. High variance Counter-Strike. USPs will be denied on this occasion. Now, I think this is a moment, it looks like it's going to be a brief moment, but a moment for IHC to think about what happened in that first buy round, the fast play with the AWP towards short. FURIA, so fast, like a torpedo into connector. It's like when you're too far behind in Mario Kart and you get the bullet. Now, they've got to think about that for this next round, but will they change their setup? Well, to some degree, they'll have to because they won't have the AWP.
And it also comes down to the awareness that at basically any point in the round, you have to be ready for someone to swing you. The player in connector got caught off guard by Art being up there so fast. Ooh, scores movement, not ideal. He will get behind the smoke. Has some assistance here, but he wants to be a real nuisance. And they haven't cleared him yet. Oh, did they not see him?
Radar?
Oh boy. Well, now they're clueless. He saw the gun barrel, surely. Okay. And now he's going to keep his cool. In behind them, should get 2 here.
Lovely. They deal with the connector player as well. And, well, they've been put in a trash compactor for this round, FURIA, but it's still dangerous. Keserato is lurking, and we know he can be a problem. Score's got a great angle on Drop, though. There's no way Drop survives this. There's no way he can possibly look at this angle. He will get 1 bullet off, though. And Keserato's left to do as much damage as possible, but they know where he's coming from. so it might be limited. But you can take nothing for granted when any FURIA player is alive. Just sub 1 minute. He's made a step, though. That's the information IHC needed to try and limit the bleeding, and they'll do exactly that. 4 players survive as they rebuild their economy on the CT side.
I don't think that's a reliable way for IHC to win rounds, but I like that they do adjust the setup. And again, they're making these rounds chaotic. I'm so surprised. I thought that player in the smoke was going to be spotted, but he must have just avoided the vision of FURIA. And if you know FURIA are going to go for quick aggression like that, if you can somehow get into a sneaky position early and be behind them, that can work wonders. So nicely done there by IHC to bring another round back. Now FURIA are all grouped over to A early, but Techno4K has pushed into the apartments, so he should tell his teammates, got to be ready on that A site, and the smokes are coming in.
Great response with the incendiary. Always nice to get a molly on Tetris if you can when this execute comes in, just so they have to stand in the open. But with his FURIA in the open, could be trouble for you as well. 4 players on ramp as they start to swing onto Bartak. Arts will lead the charge now, opening up the frags, abusing the numbers game. Do IHC continue to push here? They've really got to think about what they do with their economy at this point. 4 versus 3. Blitz still looking for something hard on the stairs. Art with a very cheeky peek. I thought he had that one, but apparently not. Drop will pick up the slack though. Score and Techno look like they're at risk of losing everything in this round as the harassment continues from FURIA.
I thought it was the save call here, but they're actually sticking around. Still a decent amount of time left on that bomb. But if they don't get a fight soon, it might be over. Molly hasn't forced FURIA out. It does eventually work out, but this time is too far gone. Score again having a strong start here on this map, but not enough this time round. FURIA's A play effective. And I think I would have liked IHC to just save those 2 guns. That retake felt so unlikely. And their money also isn't perfect. But they thought they could hang around. And this was just a nice A take from FURIA. You see how Art is able to just fully hard clear that close angle because the utility is good enough. That's what allows him to pre-aim that position perfectly. Still a buy for IHC though, and that AWP for Annihilation. See if that makes a difference.
Very keen to have presence on his short position, IHC, as we can see here once again. FURIA will have some much needed confidence from how successful the execute was. Their body language the round prior suggested that they fear they could lose this map as well. Great timing on that incendiary, but have a look at that response from Techno. Not backwards, but forwards. Fight fire with fire.
The nice thing for IHC here is they have Annihilation trained on top mid. So they're confident that they have mid control. That means Blitz can fully focus on underpass, but he comes to them. He swings into multiple players. And now it's not so easy for Annihilation to hold on to mid, as he also has to consider underpass. Couple of flashes there from FURIA into mid, but Annihilation is still holding this angle. So he will see that mid is completely clear right now. Finally goes off the angle, but 40 seconds left. FURIA coming back to A, and Bartak's got an early pick.
Yeah, this is a bit rough in terms of rotation for IHC. They had Techno on the balcony, but he's got an MP9, not the most ideal weapon with which to push. Bartak now hiding. Is anybody here to run distraction? No, not really. He is on an island. Scores in CT spawn, and again, Techno just wants to see what's behind the smoke grenade. Again, maybe with a stronger weapon, a rifle, maybe he would have gone for a more aggressive angle, but they are devoid of information. Indeed, 10 seconds on the clock. What kind of plant are they going for? Art is still making his way towards triple, and Bartak has an opportunity. He has to strike fast, but Yuri has the cover. How about that for an angle? The protractor is out. 4 versus 2 now for FURIA. So close. But IHC will have to fall back on the B bomb site.
That's nice awareness from FURIA. When you walk onto the A site like that and it's completely free, you've got to question, which positions haven't we cleared? That one box was one of them. And so Yuri makes sure to have a nice elevated angle. Might go hunting here. Art alone into Techno. Just wins the fight straight up. No biggie. There's Annihilation they really wanted to get out of the round, though. The AWP at the back of the bomb site about to be run down. He's not ready. He gets double-teamed, and no AWP saved for IHC. That'll make this next round much more comfortable for FURIA.
Never shy, FURIA. Understanding the mission. Take everything away from IHC. Give them absolutely nothing. And that puts them on a pretty hard eco. No hero AWP in the next round for IHC. They've got about 2.5 grand per person. And that's simply not enough. We know in this particular series, though, the 5.7s, the USPs, even the Glocks can still be dangerous. But they've taken the big weapons away. Timeout from IHC to discuss the proceedings. See what they choose to do here in round 9.
Now, I think for FURIA, one of the nice things about Mirage for them is it is a map that is so much more suited to playing a lot of those aggressive rounds if you want to. We're also seeing them be willing to switch up the pace of their play sometimes. A much slower play in that previous round. Bit of a tag onto safe. Art, again, always happy to go aggressive. Might be better off playing a little further back here. You've made some noise on B. You've got to be aware that once you see a couple of pistols, it could be a stack. It looks like FURIA are taking that safe approach. Just seeing if they can figure out what sort of funky setup IHC have with this weak buy.
Can be quite sneaky with a deagle as well. The barrel at the end there. If you're crouching in front of it, you hold backwards and crouch jump back, you'll stand on it immediately. So you can have a very fast peek of the apartment, which I think was attempted there, to no avail. Yuri will take some very strong map control as they try to limit the risk here versus IHC in a still dangerous round. Nice bait there from Blitz, but there are too many guns pointed in his direction. So not much to be achieved, it seems, from IHC in this round. When are we going to see that fast play interconnector again from FURIA? That's my question.
Yeah, Art definitely loves to make that sort of play. I remember when the bench was first added to Mirage, Art was just always seeming to just jump into window and always trying to cause all sorts of chaos. There's one kill for Bartak at a minimum, but not too much damage done. So FURIA will be able to build their bank. And this just feels much more comfortable now for FURIA. The way the rounds are playing out, they're able to dictate the tempo much more. IHC haven't had the option to go for too many aggressive plays so far, or it's not really an option they've exercised. AWP still out for Annihilation. We saw on Nuke, he's willing to go for a lot of different looks. This time in through mid, gets the initial entry, and he'll get away safely.
Okay, Serato looking for revenge on the ramp. Spamming the box, inviting the pigs. He wants them to face him. But they will not engage. It will be a 4-on-4. Annihilation lurking around connector with the AWP. Passive positions on B. That may change soon, though.
This is more like it. A little initiative taken by IHC. I think this is when they were at their best over on Nuke. Score, the man willing to take the confidence play in through Palace. That's allowing them to stack more heavily towards B. Score.
Oh, the timing! The timing. I did wonder, it's such a long rotation around from Palace towards the ramp. They've seen that the bomb was headed towards A, but now it has to be a plan B, no pun intended, for FURIA, which still could be A, and of course, the bomb will head back there alone. Look at the confidence from this team. It is through the roof at all times. 4 players heading into A now. Score is still in Palace. 30 seconds on the clock. Another late round from FURIA. Annihilation waiting at CT. Blitz creeping around the smoke. That's a huge frag for safe. Now they've got options for the plant. AWP rattling off. Still one in Palace being held by Drop. A lot of numbers in the same area. Score with a nice spray down, and here's Bartak as well. Look at the kill feed. Safe has got so much to do. The trades here from Annihilation. 2 will survive, and that'll have to be enough for IHC.
Nice rotation from IHC there, and that is an example where even though Score gets spotted on his information play, it still is okay for IHC because you can play retake on A, and having Score in Palace is just one annoying angle for FURIA to have to deal with in the post plant. You saw that FURIA figured it out quite quickly. As soon as they saw Score aggressive like that, they figured that IHC were looking for information and that they would have stacked the other site. So they quickly pounced on the A-bomb site, but it's not an easy post plant for FURIA. It's not easy. They all had to go back to ramp, and they just get mowed down in that tight area. It's a really nice switch up from IHC. Let's see if they can keep it going as the mid-peak not successful this time.
Beautiful elevation. Oh, he saw the elbow, but the swing was so wide.
That was the second AWP that I think FURIA weren't expecting. That's why that peak comes in. And unfortunately, Score can't make the most of that fact.
This might be a faster one from FURIA, as we can see people bunching together towards A. How many teams would have the bomb spotted alone going towards T-spawn and then send it back there anyway? Alone. As FURIA did in that last round. They just have more guts. Sitting on their advantage for now. Drops in a great position to hear any fast rotations. As we can see, the A-bomb site has been stacked. There's a big gamble here from IHC.
Yeah, they've taken a risk in this one after going down a man. And I like that IHC are still playing this way and still taking some of these risks. They're not just kind of sitting back at a 4v5 and hoping that they can hold on. But sometimes when you take a risk like this, you're going to get it wrong. And now Drop might have the chance to deny some of these saving players. Oh, Techno will come in from above. He'll take that. AK upgrade. Bomb is just now being planted, so maybe IHC will see if they can stick around. But without finding that frag, I think they will now realize the retake highly unlikely.
Techno might just have a go and see what else is going to be offered to him with a quick 3v3. His teammate's not really in position though. But now we see Blitz starting to creep. Techno's the man with the kit, so he has to prevail here. But this is an awkward angle for him to peek. That was a close one. Surely it has to be the end now. They were almost baited into going a bit further by those extra kills that they were yielded. Now Score needs to get out of there and save that AWP. Seems he's content holding this position though. It's round number 7 for FURIA on their T side. They've had the lion's share of the recent rounds. Half the rounds IHC got were round 1 and 2. So they have certainly been struggling on their CT side. I think things are looking pretty good for FURIA right now.
Yeah, it's a shame. IHC, you can see, are just always game. They're always wanting to compete in these rounds. But I feel like in a 3v3 retake towards B, when you're not set up with players close enough, you're probably better off saving. Because if you save those 3 guns, you would have a great buy here. Instead, there are a couple of weaknesses, and here we go. FURIA grouping up early, boost for annihilation, but there's already an AWP holding this angle. He's not going to peek further, but he may be under pressure, and now that has been spotted.
Oh, through the wall, in the face, through the face. What a flick. Look at the confidence. You love to see it. Underdogs don't care. What a play from Annihilation. Great start to round 12. The kind of play they need. But it won't be enough. They need all the frags. The CT half has been lacking for IHC. There's still time to turn things around here. FURIA cutting noise now as there is significant presence in mid. Good timing on that smoke grenade, but does Yuri read an empty connector?
Doesn't decide to take the risk. Boost about to come up to spot towards window. Blitz. Well, he spotted them first, but he can't win the fight. Drop gets the opener, and now IHC are split apart dramatically. 2 players trapped on this A site. Techno committed, so they have to try this hold. Bartak here to try and help him.
That was a big frag with the angles K-Serato's been holding. And that's another one. 25 seconds on the clock. A similar play is on the way. Maybe Annihilation could run distraction. Here's Techno. Bomb not planted just yet. That's the carrier. Actually, no, Yuri's the carrier. Saves 2 HP though. And here comes the grenade. Adios, amigo. 1 versus 2. Bomb planted. Yuri now has to do it alone. Has he got the angle for the headshots? IHC, awkward approach for them. Not much cover if Yuri peeks them. But who will have the better timing? He's got to find 2 Yuri. Starting to creep over, but Annihilation is ready. A much needed round. 4 kills for Annihilation in that one as IHC move to 5.
Annihilation really showing up for IHC in a couple of their round wins now. That AWP has had some good impact. And for FURIA, they saw that position played previously towards the back of the A bomb site, but this time they overlook it, and it ends up being quite costly for them. I thought that kill was going to be the difference maker, but Annihilation gets there just before the molly. Nice little nade. I mean, Safe just knew he was screwed.
Could hardly be closer. Now we see limitations in the buy from FURIA. Pistol, MAC-10 is out again. And MAC-10 on Mirage, how do you make that work? Especially heading towards the A-bomb site. I'm very curious to see. Art's heading in towards the Palace, so that will be the beginning. We can see that 2 CTs are going to be very close as well. If these flashbangs are timed nicely, not sure if they can find an angle for this, but with Molotovs in tow, this could be quite the curious one. There'll be a response though from Blitz, and the CTs here, they know that connected with someone, they know someone's up there, and here are the flashes, and surely the carnage is just around the corner. There's Art finding one. There's another CT in the smoke though. They take nothing for granted, but look at these frags, they've all been deleted, erased from the whiteboard, leaving Keserato alone as the last name standing. 1 versus 3. You know he can do it though. He's got the time, he's got the health, he has a rifle as well. That bomb's in the middle of the site, but look at the spread of the IHC players. He has no idea where they are. He has many angles to clear. That may buy some time, but they are being very passive indeed.
I like the respect IHC are giving here. You figure Keserato either has to make a move to get a kill or try and plant that bomb. And as soon as that happens, he's going to feel so vulnerable on this A site. You're always going to be exposed from somewhere. And that flash timing, not ideal. Score comes in from CT. That was an interesting setup from IHC. I feel like if they knew they were against a weaker buy, they may not have run that setup with 2 players under Palace. But the way it worked out was that there was just so much chaos under Palace that Blitz is back from jungle, and he's just getting a really nice position. I think he pushed through that smoke, and because everyone is pushing A and looking under Palace, he's able to get a couple of nice kills in the back there. And that's a big round for IHC, as now they've got a good chance here in this first half to make it close.
Yeah, they are building something. Keserato creeping through the P250. He has certainly been spotted. Annihilation able to fall back. Bartak here for support as well. We see some attempts towards the B bomb site, but there is the bomb. The parcel has been lost by the courier. No insurance on that one. Oh my god, with the Glock, the ding and the dong so fast. Well, maybe there's something to be done here. I don't know if it'll be cosmetic at this point as we are reaching the last round of the first half. Another one in the bag for IHC. Getting something reasonable out of this CT side now.
Nice to see our Mongolian team coming through with some competitive games here against FURIA. I always love watching this team come to events. In the past, we always had Tai Lu coming to events and just playing their wild style of Counter-Strike. But I think IHC almost have a bit of a balance based on what we're seeing. There is a bit more composure behind them, as well as the wild rounds. And speaking of wild rounds, FURIA all out to be early. This could be a quick one.
Got the smokes out for the Molly. Score has to do his best. Eats a fat flashbang though over his head. Art's got no idea. How does it happen? And now the smoke is to his advantage, trying to switch out for a weapon, but maybe he's done enough. Annihilation going for the flick, sees one by the van, and there are plenty all over the site as well. We see the rotation. We've got Blitz in the apartments now. So Annihilation gets smoked off. That's really going to slow things down. Blitz needs to try and play off of his teammates if he can. Not sure if he's been spotted by Keserato. Oh, he certainly has now. That silencer can see in the position, but how about that for a swing? They're creeping through the smoke at the same time. 3-on-2 in favor of IHG. He's still up there. Blitz still swinging, dropping the flames, falls to the flames, and that's them all done. IHG will have the lead at halftime. Another brutal round on the bomb site.
8-7, close half, but it's IHC in the lead. We'll see if they can keep it up because FURIA are under pressure right now. Time for a short break, but when we're back, we'll see if IHC can keep it going.
FURIA are 8 rounds away from elimination by IHC. That is the long and short of it. That is the reality of it. It's a stark one for the favorites in this series. This is their pick. They are on the CT side now. They've had their T side fun. IHC started off all right on a pistol, lost a bunch of rounds and had a late comeback. But how far can they go in this game of Mirage?
Smoke's ready for IHC. Looks like it will be that A play with players in through Palace. Expect to see some flashes to assist them onto the site. FURIA themselves have a couple of players on the hole, but the smokes are going to make life awkward here for FURIA. He's going to have to play back. Safe alone and instantly taken out of the round.
Bartak gets dropped as well. Annihilation pre-firing the smoke. So many angles that can be held around that. 4 FURIA players almost in a line now. Never mind, Yuri is dropped in the sandwich. Sandwich is off, the bread's gone brown. Techno looking for another one. He'll have a slight shadow advantage here. We can see his teammate will swing. Oh, okay, Serato just always does the same. Nothing but headshots from him. Counter flashes, though. That will slow things down. Oh, the incendiary blocked by his teammates. They've been isolated. Drops alone now. He's still alive for the time being. Score being so patient. But this is a calamity for FURIA.
It's all going wrong for them. It's a nice shot from Art, but the round's over. IHC have their second pistol on this map. Art doing whatever the hell he can. Maybe a few extra kill rewards coming in, but he gets hunted down. It is IHC with the pistol. And honestly, I don't want to get ahead of... Exactly. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but if IHC pull this off, it would genuinely be contender for upset of the year. And we're only just starting the year. But this was unthinkable. No one thought they had a chance in this series. We've seen them struggle against pistols before, though. So I don't even want to think anything from this round.
Oh,
hello.
We've got some tremors. We've got some tremors. Get the Richter scale out. I mean, look at what they're surrounded by, FURIA. Look at what's in that hall. All of those portraits. They should not be struggling like this. This has to be so frustrating for them. The things they've done in the past, all those players around them, they might not even make it to the playoffs.
We're talking about a team that made it to the playoffs of the last major, made it to the semi, beat Na'Vi.
We're still talking about heading towards the groups. Never mind the playoffs yet. There's so much more to come, but it might get cut short for FURIA. They've lost both pistols on their pick after narrow defeat on Nuke. This is a stressful situation for them, I'm sure for their viewers at home, but for IHC, they have done so good already. And they're ready for the challenge as well. I think in terms of styles, stylistically, FURIA are a huge test for any up-and-coming team, any emerging squad. Just the sheer nature of the way they play Counter-Strike is so oppressive. And IHC are ready for the fight. 10-7 now.
Yeah, I feel like IHC have stood up to the FURIA playstyle pretty early on here. And they've actually made FURIA a little uncomfortable in quite a few of these rounds. And again, massive props to IHC because they always seem to be more composed than you would expect in these really chaotic scenarios. Not much action in this round. It was an open A-bomb site, but we should get a more exciting one here because FURIA have got their buy on the board. The pressure is on them to get something going now for their CT hold. This looks like a quick B play. Blitz will go down, but the B site is actually a little exposed right now.
Okay, well, maybe a bait and switch. They have lost a player very expensively, though. All right, this one seems to be a calamity for IHC as well. A dry pick into connector and a heavy loss. 2 versus 5. They have the bomb in their hands. They don't have much else. Going to hold their position for now, but not sure what they can really hope for at this point. I was kind of hoping that he wouldn't just dry pick the connector like that. He did, and he got wrecked. But as for the rest of them, this has been exactly what FURIA needed for their first buy round in the second half. IHC a mere 6 rounds away from eliminating FURIA. But they're not done yet.
Yeah, it's definitely a high-risk play here from IHC in this round. But honestly, it's kind of how they've been playing throughout this entire series. Just taking fights with full confidence. And if you do get that one connector kill, the idea is that maybe it will pull those players away from B. And you saw that the players did briefly leave the B site itself. They played over towards short instead. So if that one fight goes your way, maybe it works, but it's just so much risk to put on that one duel.
They try to out FURIA with the connector play.
They might not make that mistake again after how it's gone for them. Ooh, just before time, score will go down. So at least getting the extra money, which means the buy should still be okay for IHC. Got to remember, for FURIA, they haven't played a tournament since the Major on home soil for them. And they had a big boot camp in Europe, nearly a month they've spent preparing for this tournament specifically. So they need to make sure those sorts of thoughts don't creep into their mind. You've put a lot of prep into this, but it doesn't mean you need to let the pressure get to you.
The AKs are out again for IHC, but after this initial offering of grenades, they don't have a lot left. 2 smokes, 1 flash, 1 incendiary, 1 Molotov. They have been rewarded, though, with their map control, but as we can see, Art's on the other side of the window. Drops in a sneaky position as well. So what's the next stage now? Because FURIA are biding their time. Art can have an off angle towards that connector position, and he starts to wonder what might be happening. Catches Blitz. There'll be a smoke from top of the boxes, from top mid. So we have an idea of where some of the players are, but they have lost vision on the B bomb site. Art's going to take over in that respect, as Techno is continuing to creep. 1 minute on the clock here for IHC. Is he waiting to punish an information play from Art? Well, there's a presence shown now with 3 players. That is perfect.
IHC don't have much utility to make this work. But oh, Art gets the kill with the nade. Now only 2 in the B apartments. Lurk again from Score gets denied. And with another smoke down, oh sorry, the smoke redeployed, I think IHC may give up on this one. There was a brief window of time there where the round looked like it could have hung in the balance. But the nade kill comes through from Art, and unfortunately for IHC, these lurk plays through connector, not working right now. FURIA is staying on top of the entire map.
That grenade frag was so much information for Art and FURIA. Starting to catch up now. Just 1 round behind. An important round to win. That breaks the money of IHC. They'll have 2 AK-47s to be carried into this round, but the remainder of the squad have got about $2,000. The AK carriers have 0 combined, so they're in an unusual situation.
Yeah, these rounds are always awkward. They decide not to invest, not to just equalize the money. And this could be an A play here. The problem is, you just have so little utility. You're running into the AWP of Safe. He hasn't had a great game here, Safe, but this is a chance if they do go running into him. Or maybe Yuri will just steal the frags anyway. Both AKs dropped immediately. They will be recovered, but no Kevlar on these players, so Yuri continues his cleanup.
Fantastic way for FURIA to get momentum early in this half. This is exactly what they needed. Again, the body language on the team has been nothing but stress for much of this series thus far. There'll be a timeout from IHC, as there'll be, well, 3 of the 5 players will be back into buy territory. The other 2, $2,400. But for FURIA, again, things need to go their way a little more often. Get those happier faces. Opportunity for them to pull away from IHC now, but it's by no means guaranteed, even with 2 of their players somewhat broke on the T side.
Interested to see if we get a faster group up from IHC in this round. They've been playing pretty slow. They've been defaulting to start their T side. But this is a round where, with a couple of pistol players, perhaps going for an early site play and trying to get those pistols up close could be an option. Nice clean up here from Yuri, though. All the way up to 19 frags for himself. And with the round underway, it does look like a standard default initially for IHC. Mid-control established. Not using many nades to do it either. A bit of a risk when you know you're up against an AWP. It may allow IHC to set up this A split that looks like the final goal of the round. Art playing a dangerous game. Well, now they know where he is.
Oh, there's not one but two of them. The trade will be there eventually. Yuri trying to trade one back, but Techno is here. Now Yuri's somewhat stuck. And look at them swarming all over the site. He gets a great 1v1, but Techno's here to trade. Someone's got to go and rescue the bomb. That'll buy some time. Score maybe looking for a flank now. See what he's able to do. Where does the plant go? They've got a smoke up on top connector, so the short plant should be okay. On this occasion it will be. Both players in CT, Drop and Keserato. Drop needs a headshot. Spotting some players falling back. Talk about headshots. Annihilation with the Desert Eagle says no. Strafe, cancel, and goodbye. Keserato 1 versus 3. He has a kit. He has a smoke. He has a molly. He's got a lot of tools for the job, which will surely encourage him to consider something. That bomb continues to tick, though. Is he going for a ninja? Annihilation's going back. He's got little to lose with the Desert Eagle. He's not going to assume that this is all for free. All right, know where you are now. Too late for him to defuse the bomb. IHC back in the lead. Again, nothing taken for granted whatsoever.
He's gonna die.
Oh dear.
What's he doing? That's tough. That is tough. He must have just lost focus for a second. It's still fine for FURIA. They've got money. But I like this call from IHC. You know that Art likes to fight in connector, and the timing of these A players was brilliant. As soon as the smoke fades, you know you're going to get the fight onto Art.
It's like respect. Sometimes it be like that.
Double up setup now for FURIA. Big investment into this round. A again for IHC, and there's no one here for FURIA.
This is curious.
This is a full retake.
This is a must-win round for FURIA. Or if they save loads, then fair enough. But they are going to be broke if they lose everything in this round. They have to be so careful. Very dicey situation for them, but they're pretty close to the bomb site. They've got 2 guys in connector and 3 making their way through CT. With some good timing, they can pop into jungle if they want to. The pop flashes are here, the chain flashes, the grenades. Techno taking all kinds of grenades, and the trades here from Keserato. Perfect, 2 frags. Man advantage for FURIA as they press on. Where is he headed? All the way around? Surely not. Yeah, what are they going to do? They don't really have any of the angles now or any of the grenades, so they're going to have to frag out before the CTs get there. They've lost all position. They've lost all position. Keserato with another. They'll take all the kills. Are they on the bomb, though? Indeed, they are. FURIA with the retake. 4 players alive. Crucial for them to press forward.
I can't believe the plant is default there for IHC. I thought they had that site so easily that they would get a slightly more open plant. Make it a little easier for yourself. FURIA had 2 AWPs in that retake. That is always sketchy. But Keserato, their main man, deserves credit again. So much impact with those first 2 kills. And every round just looks like relief from FURIA. They look so stressed right now. But the buy from IHC called into question. They go for the force and a fast B split on the cards.
In they go. 2 passing Art. He saw the shadow. Well, Techno's going to get dropped, but surely this flank can do something. Has he heard the scope? No, he's busy making a play. Score blind and taken down. Eventually, Art will be served more. Rather you than me, IHC. This is such a fast-moving round, trying to play FURIA at their own game. Blitzes turning things around. 2 kills round connector, 2 on 2. There's so much time on the clock as well. AWP on that short position. Keserato creeping forward. He's in a sandwich, trying to fall back. These angles are so awkward for all concerned at this point. Safe goes down. They know where Keserato is. This has to be a huge clutch for him, but he turns with a grenade in his hand, and Blitz is there ready and waiting. And IHC are in the lead again. What is happening here?
FURIA are losing it right now. They need to get this figured out immediately. They're losing to themselves, it looks like. So many mistakes being made, so much chaos in these rounds. And again, IHC are making the chaos happen. This was a round where they had a bad buy. They say, look, we're going to make something quick. And then Blitz deserves all the credit in the world for this. Look at that second shot. Opens it up. Serato lost entirely, and the buy from FURIA is now bad. Safe's got an AWP, but there are terrible weapons alongside it.
Bargain basement buy from FURIA. We had a fast boost of the AWP on A ramp from IHC. Didn't see much of anything. Trying to look through the Molotov. And a big commitment now from FURIA. Again, this sheer aggression that we've seen from IHC meeting FURIA round after round leaves a concerned FURIA committing to this A-bomb site. Not even the AWP in the apartments. The AWP is on A as well. You can see where the bomb is on the radar at present. Options are open for IHC. 1 minute on the clock. A complete change in pace.
Drop right now is on an island on that B bomb site, but they have left him with a smoke to delay if necessary. The problem is IHC haven't got that much information as to what FURIA's setup looks like. And because they've taken so much time without the info, they're coming back to A. They're coming back to the stack and both rifles on this A bomb site. This is a brilliant opportunity for FURIA to win with this weak buy.
Drop's taken a risk. He's moved further into the apartments, hasn't seen anyone. So they've made the right commitment. That's a perfect flash though, but there is still trouble here for IHC. Art in position, takes one in the head through the wall and another one. 3 players down, and this round might be over, but the time on the clock is crucial for IHC. Serato does what he can, but they all fall eventually. They could lose it in 2.
Flashes were good enough for IHC. They scale onto the site. They hard clear Art in the corner, and they don't overlook any possibilities. And FURIA's money is terrible again. It has to be a full save for FURIA. At the start of the day, this was the least likely upset by far, and now IHC are the ones in control of the whole series.
I don't know when Safe last got a frag. I feel like he's been on 7 frags for quite a while, and he still resides in that position now.
Don't lose to USPs. Don't lose to USPs, IHC. Not now.
All right, Score is in position to do something about this. They haven't heard the sound cues. That's a great position. Oh dear. Okay, this could be a turning point. This could be a turning point! He's used him, he's tased him! Oh my days, he's gonna get caught now with the push! 2 of them, okay, Blitz is clutching. He is getting multi-frags, important kills around connector time after time. That was an absolutely losable round, but Blitz again manages to come out on top. That could have easily gone the other way.
IHC again just about keep their cool. They've been to a fair few of these international events, but they haven't been able to get many upset results. This would be a massive one. 14 rounds about to be secured, and this is where it starts to get real for them. And remember, IHC are doing this with a stand-in. This isn't their main lineup. Cabal's not here with them. Bartak's here instead. And maybe that's why some of the rounds have been messy. You have to make it messy when you have a stand-in. Annihilation with a final frag. And FURIA with all the pressure in the world on them right now.
With a stand-in, bruv. Oi, bruv. Well, Safe has moved off of 7 with the USP, but he really needs to get himself into this game now. He is trailing his teammates by a fair chunk here.
Won't get the AWP either. Only has money for the M4. He was $50 shy.
FURIA could lose it in 2. They could lose it in 2 games. They could lose it in 2 rounds. Art with the Zeus, like, personal defense system, man. But again, it's a cosmetic. It's just cosmetic damage at this point. They need rounds. They need many rounds. They are on the ropes. They are in all kinds of trouble. This could be terminal if it continues. They'll be broke again if they lose this round. But they have the tools. They have to believe in themselves. It has to be now for FURIA. IHC 14-11. They've taken the fight and then some to FURIA.
This could be a big test for Drop. He's alone on B right now. We've got 4 players here. The least experienced player on FURIA about to be put to the test.
And the split is here as well. Blitz has made his way up short. He is engaging at the moment, but here comes all the IHC players for drop. He will be traded, and that might be the bomb site loss. Or is it? Keserato is here, sees Annihilation, but can't do much about it.
There's no kits for FURIA.
Do they
no
keep
kits.
pushing? Do they keep pushing? They could lose everything. They have to call it here, surely. There's nothing else they can do in this round. They have to concede match point to IHC.
And the exit kill comes in. Safe can't save. The money, terrible for FURIA. We did not think we had a close series on our hands today, but IHC are on the verge of what could be the biggest result in their history. Loser eliminated, a spot at the group stage of Katowice on the line. And for FURIA, this would be a disaster. They need a hero right now. One saved M4. The rest of the team are going to be short on cash. And for IHC, they've kept their cool. They've stayed calm under trying circumstances. Drop went 1 for 1, but IHC just gets so much ground onto the side. FURIA desperately trying to get back in.
Denied. The body language from game 1 continues in game 2. A timeout from FURIA. They need 4 rounds in a row on their pick of Mirage. Otherwise, their tournament is over. It's as simple as that. IHC are on the cusp of qualifying for groups and being a spanner in the works and a relative unknown for many of these teams. A wild card, perhaps. But at what cost? FURIA are being victimized at present. IHC punching well above their weight, but by the end of this tournament, maybe that will be different. FURIA will do what they can, swinging in mid. Art has one above him, one in front of him. The flashes continue. They've taken this round by charge. 5 versus 2 now. Annihilation misses the flick. Is it nerves at match point, or is it just a strong FURIA? The round's not over just yet, though. Annihilation still alive. There's one more to go. Score lurking on the A bomb site. 2 versus 3. Hold on a second.
Bomb is firmly in mid, but Safe is on a flank. This is free all day long. Annihilation so low, he can't do anything. And Score may have time on his side to try and reposition. But he has to catch someone off guard to have any chance here. And I think FURIA have got their setup figured out. Maybe short is the one position that could be slightly overlooked. He's had a great game, 21 kills. No one looking this way right now. But Keserato may be playing for info shortly. And I don't think he can make it through here. Can't afford to make the noise, 28 seconds.
Damage could be enough. If he could just get some more kills, then that could be quite something. He could really maim the defenses here.
2 separate angles. Oh, he jumps out into the open arms of Safe. A bit of damage done. But you wonder if that could be a turning point here. Art takes initiative on mid. He knew he had to. As Blair in the background, watching over his boys. Hyped for the Asian scene. If they could make this happen. You can really feel the tension right now. For IHC, this would be a massive result. They still have money for the buy.
So much tension. So many tests for FURIA. Nothing but AKs coming their way. Headshot machines in the hands of headshot machines. Safes on the AWP. Made it to 10 frags now. Not too late to have an impact in this one. 3 defuse kits on the 5 players.
IHC chose not to get an AWP in this round. They had money for it. So this might be a round where you go for an execute. You don't play default. You try and go for something fast. And this A split was previously effective. They might run a similar play in this one.
Waiting out the initial grenades. All the incendiaries are gone for FURIA. They can't really counter too much on the ramp once these grenades start to come in. Plenty of smokes though. Nothing behind the grenades thrown into A just yet. What do they make of this? 3 players on A for FURIA at present. Look at the slow creep towards Connector. Drop has a laser focus though. And look at the angle from Score! What a headshot from him! He's got a trade fragger in situ as well. There it is from Annihilation. And now we've got big problems on this A bomb site. 1 in jungle, 1 in CT. Case Ratter delivers, so does Yuri. And there's still chance though, 2 versus 2. There's a minute on the clock here with a big headshot from Blitz, the clutch man in this game so far. Queserato is swinging, down goes Blitz, and it's just Annihilation now. 1v2, he's got to pick up the bomb, 40 seconds. Where is the second player? He is far away, he's been tagged, but he's still standing. Looking for Queserato now. Does he read the rotation? What is the next play? He'll walk to his doom, give Safe some confidence. FURIA moves to 13.
You still see some sketchy moments from FURIA. Yuri nearly taking off his silencer at a terrible time. But they stay on top. And that was a bold call from IHC, not committing off the nades initially, hoping that they could maybe draw the attention away. The initial trades looked good, but Queserato came in with that critical kill. And even that spray here from Queserato, it wasn't clean, but it was good enough. IHC not with the best buy, but it's back to the A site again. They want a quick execute.
All things considered, this buy is arse, but it could still be enough. Blitz is down. That's a huge frag in terms of a name. Techno charging towards CT, but the flashes are here. The support's here for FURIA. So far, so good. 5 on 3. Every kill counts. Every second counts for FURIA. IHC waiting for their full buy in the next round. That plant will certainly help. But this round could still be dangerous. Score is lurking with the AK. He's been taken down now as well. And this is surely too much to ask from Annihilation. Half health with the Deagle, but there's only 2 left. Surely not. The bomber's facing him this time. Swinging now, looking for Yuri, who's alone. He's isolated. It can't be like this. It can't be. Annihilation's got 1 more to find this drop, but he will deny him. These rounds are so dangerous for FURIA, but they've made it to the last one.
Heart attacks for FURIA, but they hold on. Annihilation is so scary in these scenarios. It looks like he has no fear whatsoever. Completely calm as he just dismantles them one by one, but not meant to be. FURIA do enough to bring it to round 30.
How can you possibly control your nerves when you're hearing your teammates get 1-deed 1 by 1? Your tournament life is on the line and they're just getting domed and you have to deliver. This game is going to put years on these guys' bodies and there's still more to come.
That could be a third map.
Yeah, I mean, this is before we get to a potential overtime. Look at these 1-deeds. Annihilation with minimal respect for his opponent. So close. Just 1 more shot. Wasn't to be. But now's their full buy. They had 1 rifle in that. Now they've got 4 and the AWP.
It's another A execute. They've called this round after round. I don't know if FURIA will expect this in the critical moment of the game.
They are going to send it. They are absolutely sending it. What can FURIA do in response to this? Art has to fall back in Connector. Yuri and CT alone. The flashes may come in once again, but what can he do with them? They are all over this like the Zerg army, IHC. They have the A site completely taken, but they haven't planted a bomb just yet. Yuri found an angle, but the traces will betray him. The bomb's been planted. It's got to be now for FURIA. Techno and Queserato creeping around CT. There's no flashes. It's going in dry, Techno, and he will be denied. Maybe there's a chance for FURIA to hold on to this. The man advantage is here. Annihilation, though, is waiting with the AWP. 3 moving in from CT. Grenades to try and create some space, but the riflers are here as well. Looking over the smoke. Bartak can't deliver. 2 versus 4 now. Make it 1. Down to Annihilation again. So many angles. He's running away, but it's the last round. So I don't know what happened there, but it will be overtime. FURIA, what a difficult journey to round 31.
Maybe didn't realize the defuse was happening, maybe hoping he could just play out the clock. Wasn't meant to be. And now both these teams instantly have to get prepared for overtime, and you can see the rally from FURIA. Drop now starting to believe. starting to show confidence. And for IHC, you had 4 chances, 4 series points, 4 Katowice group stage points. You can't be thinking about that now, though. You're in overtime. You've got every chance of still eliminating FURIA. The A execute was such a bold call. They did it round after round. But you almost wonder whether it's a lack of confidence to play a slow round at that point, just wanting to get into a good position. 12.5k starting money here in overtime. So double AWPs an option, which will be taken up by FURIA. Mid control early. Good nade onto score. The boost won't be effective yet. FURIA fairly happy to play a little more passive on mid. This secondary AWP now investigating. There's a run boost ready. Oh, it didn't work! It didn't work properly! And Annihilation just goes falling into the waiting arms of Art.
Well, that's the start FURIA needed. Taking control as soon as overtime starts. Run boost collapsing like a house of cards.
I think Bartak has to be the playmaker here. Snuck out onto A. They haven't even got the bomb.
They might have to win by elimination at this point, the way things are going. They're so far away from that bomb. They might have to prey on the rotation coming their way.
Have they seen Bartak? Oh, he's going to get the trade. But Keserato comes straight back. And Score isn't even going back for the bomb. He's looking for fights. Gets the first, but goes back.
He knows where one of the 2 remaining players is.
CT's a split.
Is B a guaranteed 1 versus 1 at a maximum? Either way, he'll be heading towards A. 22 seconds. You can see how passive Keserato's going. But as Score shift walks, he loses so much time here. He's going to have to run on the bomb site at this rate. 14 seconds on the clock. That clock is really ticking. Easy one for Keserato. The lineup is not difficult with those boxes. And FURIA take the first. What a sigh of relief they must have had after overtime. Nerve-wracking in regulation, and there's still more work to do.
Those AWPs making a difference in the first round of overtime. Safe getting involved, starting to get some frags with that sniper. Unfortunately for IHC, that failed run boost just puts you straight out to a death sentence in towards top mid. This time some nades used by IHC to make sure that mid control will be gathered a little more easily. Score into top mid, while Blitz moves through underpass. So the mid control is established. There are still players hanging around for FURIA. Could see repeaks come through with utility at any moment.
Overtime's normally the time where you dig deep and you see the kind of rounds that we've seen in this entire series. What does that mean for these rounds now?
Big shifted setup. FURIA leaving A pretty exposed right now.
Oh, the timing. There are so many people in connector, but it might just work out for him. Surely the bomb's on the radar there. The flashes here as well. Score in no man's land. Keserato just waiting for the next. Blitz punished as well. No clutch for him this time. 5 unanswered frags by FURIA. 2 for 2.
They're taking over now in overtime. I think you can see IHC starting to just be a little more hesitant, and that makes such a difference. You see the fights just going one by one. We were giving IHC so much credit for playing with confidence, for playing so boldly in these tight scenarios previously. And now it might be starting to slip away from them, at least on this map. Again, if FURIA were to win this one in overtime, we would still have Anubis to the side. But again, those AWPs making the difference. Art with an opener alongside Safe. IHC losing players far too early in the round.
They've completely lost control in overtime, being punctured like footballs. And they do not have an answer, IHC, from round to round. FURIA in full control now. back in the comfort zone, back in the driving seat. There's the spray downs, leaving Techno as the last man, far away from the bomb. They will get nothing from this T-side IHC. They're going to have to do things the hard way. Let's not forget how they struggled at the beginning of their CT side. Will the same happen again?
They've really just faltered here in overtime. I want to see IHC put up a fight. Now you're down 18-15. I feel like you just let loose. I feel like you let the pressure off you. At this point, anything you can do is a bonus. For FURIA, it is now so many rounds in a row. They were 15-11 down. They brought it back to 18-15 in the lead. Double AWP setup, also picked up by IHC. Annihilation, looking for early action, and he'll find it. Good flick onto ARP, but the B site under pressure.
They seem ready as well, maybe inspired by FURIA's double AWPs. They'll do the same. So far, so good. Oh, that's an awkward one for Annihilation, but the no-scope at close range. They meet them again. They have 3 tests. This is only the first one. There's so much more to come here. Safe will be denied. That's 1 box ticked, but there are 2 more to go.
And that's what we wanted to see. IHC loosened up a little. Annihilation willing to go for fights at mid. The second fight he took was ridiculous. It was crazy, but that's how he likes to play, and I'm not going to be the man to tell him to stop. This no-scope, nicely done. IHC still need 2 more rounds to take us to a second overtime. FURIA 1 away from the map win. Boost into the apartments. Techno tucked into the corner. I've got some aggression from IHC into a ramp. In fact, Bartak is going all the way in. He's going to see that it's completely clear here. I'm sure he'll be telling his teammates on B, watch out, there could be a play towards your side of the map. FURIA currently focused on mid instead, but Bartak's still going. And there's a chance he gets in behind the entire FURIA team here. Keisarato's coming back. I don't think he comes back in time, though. Bartak's going to get in behind, and they've got no idea he's here.
Oh, boy. That smoke actually helps IHC if you think about it. They won't be too concerned with Connector going into A for the short term, which can allow Bartak to activate. He's going to see so many players here. Oh, he's missed the first one and the second. This is not the time to capitulate. What a disaster. That could have been tremendous. Instead, it was disastrous. And it looks like the end of the line on Mirage. So much opportunity snatched away. Techno will rue what could have been in this round, what could have been in this game. FURIA are back with a vengeance. They force a Nubis. Unbelievable stuff from FURIA. They found a way. Stressful game for them. But they rose to the challenge. They fought till the very end, took it in overtime as well. And Nubis lies in wait to find out who makes it to the groups. Break time. When we're back, thoughts to the desk on that craziness on Mirage. See you after the break.
Well, it couldn't be a FURIA game without at least one absolute nail-biter. Coming down to the final round, coming the distance into overtime, an almost flank for Bartak, and yet FURIA prevail. They bring us the distance, they're taking us to Anubis. That was an astounding map of Mirage here, Kassad.
Yeah, I mean, they had their chance. They had multiple chances, actually, to actually go 2-0 against FURIA and qualify for the group stage. What they lacked one thing they had on Nuke. You remember how we spoke about 14-12, you have to go for the win, you have to go and make a move. I feel like they were not aggressive enough in those rounds. Towards the end, I would ask for a timeout and maybe go for something faster. They went A-centric mostly, you know, in those final rounds. I would rather go something middle, get an opening, and then swing into the side. But, you know, you live, you learn. It was a great game overall, and FURIA just managed to escape defeat very narrow.
Call an ambulance, because I'm getting too old for this. Seriously. Wow, what was that? There's this thing, this joke about, you know, when you play against Brazilian teams, and you get to this situation where you can manage to close out the game and you don't close out the game. Brazilians, you know, they have the resilience. They have this, especially this FURIA roster, they have this family type of vibe going, and they are very strong, and I mean, they proved it.
Brazilian resilience.
The
Brazilian resilience, yes.
Resilience. I mean, looking at that game, right? We were watching on the cams. You're talking about, you know, the resilience to come back in. But in the beginning, in particular, I mean, we were seeing the faces, the desk pounds coming through from Drop in particular. He was crestfallen. It did not seem like they had belief right up until the end when that comeback started to happen here, Luis.
That's the consequence of that body language that we saw after the first game. You know, if you don't manage as a coach or a manager or a, you know, performance specialist that you have in a team to get your team back into the mental state and reset them completely for the second map, slams are going to happen, lean backs are going to happen, all these things like hand, you know, gestures and everything that inspires like a lack of confidence and kind of negativity that you want to, the frustration that you want to, you know, blow away somewhere, right? That's why you need a little bit more like between the maps to kind of calm down and reset. Luckily, it didn't cost them yet.
Well, one of the guys who really did inspire confidence, who really did help propel them back in, I'm talking, of course, about Quesarado, the Brazilian Quesarado. The guy is just unreal.
Yes, unreal. I guess that's the right word. He's been like this for a long time now, right? One of the best performers in that team. He's just able to get like these multi-kills and bring them back into games. It happened so many times already, and it's nice to see that he has this on him, like, because that's when they needed the most someone to step up. Quesarado came in and said, guys, I got this under control, let's do it.
Always did. And I want to give a little bit of praise as well to Art. I feel like so often he's the focal point of criticism. He had a monstrous game, good impact. We were talking about how absurd it is. You know, 15 seconds into the round, he's back in towards jungle. He was getting a lot of damage, a lot of ADR, opening up a lot of rounds for FURIA.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really paint the whole picture, I guess. It's, for me, it needs to be on a constant level so I can actually give them recognition when it comes to that style of play. This is against the team with the stand-in, the coordination, the CT side is always, you know, different than when you're playing with a full team. The rotations are different. The communication is different. So you can use that against them. I would like to see, you know, them winning today and then him doing that successfully in the following matches, right? So right now it's really good. And Quesarado, obviously, you said it. You know, he's stepped up again, multi-kills. That's why he's getting paid the big bucks in the team, right?
Yes,
so
that's correct.
Yeah, that's what they needed.
Well, we've got a quick sideline update here. Heku's standing by with some words from the coach.
Mike, this map was a prime example of why you should have the coach not only before the game, but also during the game. Because at the score of 15-11, FURIA took a timeout, and Gary told them, like, guys, you need to play your own game. He really helped them to reset. They made a comeback, they got to OT, they won the whole series. Quesarado is sitting, smiling, he's happy. They're gonna get to play another map and they're still in the run. So yeah, I mean, Kassad probably can prove, like, to have a really good coach is really important.
Well, we have a very good coach. We actually have two very good coaches right here on the desk, so I'm very fortunate. That's my favorite coaching cliche, is we just have to play our own game. Like, what is our own game?
The thing
what
is
does that mean?
I don't like, I usually never said that. You know, we need to calm better, generic stuff like that. I call a timeout, I don't know about you, but I call a timeout and I say what we need to do. Like, okay, it's 15-11, right now we're going to go 2 cat, 2 connector, and one is going to be playing retake A or something like that. Because they're mid-centric, I want to stop that initially, and then we go go back to the sites, right? Something like that. And then round after round, I don't bother myself too much with like, yeah, guys, you need to talk more. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
You know?
unless there is something happening specifically in the game where they are, oh, they play like this, so let's do something like completely opposite of what you practiced, then I would take a timeout and say like, yeah, let's play your game. Other than that, you come up with solutions. And that's something that I was watching, I got the opportunity to watch a couple of the last rounds. I didn't get the feeling, like, for example, as soon as they started winning, then Gary was, you know, hyping them up and shouting and all that kind of stuff. But that's also kind of something that I think, if it's not coming from Drop, who is a very energetic guy and he's feeling a little bit of pressure, I would like to see Gary, not only when they're winning, but also like when they're losing, to be fired up and to hype them up, because I think that's helps them a lot as well. And props to them as well, to him as well, for taking a timeout and maybe saying that worked out. But usually you want to come up with solutions. You want to come up with something that should bring them back into the game.
We have 30 seconds only.
Yeah, you got only 30 seconds.
So many things, so it better be useful
Real
rather than something, you know.
word economy on that. Let's look forward, though, because FURIA, they're not out of the fire, right? They just got to stay of execution. They barely squeaked by this one with overtime. We're headed to Anubis. This is a map that is always going to carry a lot of question marks. We just had a nice game from FURIA in that big matchup, a nice map out of them, at least on Anubis. Do you have faith in this Brazilian squad now on the newest map in the pool here?
I do have faith. I think they played pretty well against Big. My only doubt a little bit is just because the map is so random still. Like, and the IHC guys, they haven't played the map in this particular tournament, but they do have history on the map, right? They played in Asia. The thing is, like, if playing their own game works, coming to this one with no much information, I mean, they got to play their own game, because if they try to go and look into demos from 3-4 months ago, that's not a good thing to do. So let them play their own game and see if that works this time.
Yeah, I mean, Anubis is a difficult map to play as it is, right? Playing with the standard is going to get even harder for them. I don't know if they're going to start on the T or the CT side. We get to see that, but it's going to be a big factor for FURIA. They won against Big. Usually, obviously, they're prepared for the map. I mean, it was tight in the first two maps. I kind of see IHC losing a little bit of a steam or like, you know, they're losing a little fuel, low on fuel, and then FURIA just, you know, steamrolling over.
We'll see. I don't know how after watching those last two maps you can't have faith in the IHC boys, though. I'm fully in. This is a wild ride. I don't know where it's going to end, but we're going to find out after this break.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
The souvenir shops have closed. Anubis will soon be upon us. IHC was so close to victory, but they just couldn't take it over the line there. FURIA with a comeback late in normal time, taking charge in overtime. Still some late opportunities for IHC, opportunities that were missed, figuratively and literally. We head to Anubis, the deciding map of the series. FURIA, some might say, are the Cardinals of Carnage, but do they have enough left in the tank to take this from IHC?
Oh, a couple of players on B for IHC, but the play already coming at them. Techno needs to be careful when he gets run down early. FURIA wasting no time to make this play on the B site, and Yuri just goes leaping into the action. Instant 3K on the entry, and IHC are not looking good in this pistol.
Smoked out of the bomb site for the remainder. The Julies are here, but I think this might be a bit too much to ask for IHC. They took both pistols in the last map, and it seems they may lose the first one on Anubis. Bartak being flanked by Keserato. Will be shot in the head, though, as he starts to turn around. So, I said, do FURIA have enough left in the tank? Their tank feels like it's almost always full. Was a bit dodgy for a while there on Mirage, but here we are. We've made it to Anubis. They forced us to Anubis.
Yeah, FURIA are just such a tenured team. Been to playoffs in the past. Been deep in tournaments. They know how to manage these sorts of scenarios. Whereas IHC, when they get these sorts of tournaments, these opportunities, it's always a massive deal for them. And I wonder whether they will be able to bounce back mentally. Well, Annihilation certainly looks like he's off to a good start. Lovely deagle shot at mid. The drop will do a little bit of housekeeping. Get that Galil out the map.
Annihilation almost won this series with deagle shots.
He looks cold-blooded, even under the pressure.
He really does. Well, Skull will be holding on to this for a while. Another smoke at his feet. If you joined this series late, you have missed so much. Even USPs, Glocks, every tool has been extremely dangerous. We've seen the Zeus as well. Oh, the patience from Score. He can drop the smoke grenade, but I'm not sure if it'll come fast enough on this occasion. Safe makes his way in with the MAC-10. Bomb site appears to be secured for now, but I'm sure IHC will be encouraged to go for this. Very little to lose. Desert Eagle in the hands of Annihilation. Oh, I thought Dropped was walking to his doom there. Bartak showing presence, trying to run distraction, if you will. Safe going to creep around the corner looking for him. But a 5-7 up close is dangerous. But now they've got the range. Bartak may just save this MAC-10 for the round to come.
IHC doing a decent job at keeping this round competitive. I like Bartak trying to almost fake the drop back and bait players into pushing him. But unfortunately for IHC, losing that bomb site down in a 2v3, not good enough for them here. And again, for FURIA, there were a lot of nervy moments on Mirage. It honestly looked like the pressure was getting to them. We saw quite a few mistakes being made. I feel like we're not going to see that here on Anubis. It really looked like they were composed as soon as they hit overtime. I wonder if IHC are going to let this bad start get to them. If they're not careful, it could be tough for them, thinking about the chances they had. You've got to just get that out of your mind now. Focus on this one map.
A few bits and bobs have been purchased. The MAC-10 will be thrown to a teammate. And the pistols will be spread out. Still a dangerous round for FURIA. But there's less utility to slow them down now. That will be key.
Damn.
Guess
Annihilation's Deeg is just delicious.
He just delivers. It's called Despacito, which makes it even worse. FURIA not wanting to just take headshots here and there. Looking to concentrate their efforts now as they reach the minute mark. See Score has gleaned some information there. Molotov will certainly help. Annihilation is starting to creep again with the Desert Eagle. Down to 22 HP though. A lot of people facing his way. That's got to be some confidence now. Now they can move into the bomb site. As soon as Annihilation's been blown to pieces, everything is a lot safer. FURIA looking for a roaring 3-0 start to Anubis.
Ooh, AK wasn't picked up there by Blitz. That's a shame, because now FURIA will start to close the gap. 3 health remaining, and Art will finish the job. 3-0 lead for FURIA. We have already seen FURIA play this map. In fact, in the series they lost against Big, this was the one map they were able to win. So they've got a little bit of experience in officials on this map. Meanwhile, for IHC, we've seen there are options for CT aggression on Anubis. Not every team is willing to go for some of those aggressive plays. We'll see if IHC are here, because they have picked up 2 AWPs into this round. Looks like some heavy mid-presence early. Those nades are so hard to deal with, though. The molly comes in, the smoke comes through, and Annihilation can't find an early fight. And now it's close quarters combat with the AWP.
He wants to go back. There are multiple people here, though. Drop really ready. That last map put years on Drop in a good way. And they'll still be at advantage here. This will really be the maximum test for IHC. Psychologically overcoming that last map and having to now beat FURIA on Anubis. It's going to be a rich experience for them either way.
Difficult retake here on A. FURIA are so established. They've got the smoke up. Now a molly burns Bartak alive. And that alone should confirm it. IHC decide they cannot afford to take this risk. And Score might not even get out. It's a long way to run. He's going to be stuck on that right side. Safe not going for him, though. Instead, he'll go towards Techno. And I think Techno is about to be caught in the back. Orb looking to be saved. It will be the one going carried over. I'm a little concerned for IHC, though. Just seeing that initial gun round, they were really focused on trying to fight mid, and I think it's very hard to do that as the CTs, and you see why. The smoke and the molly come in, you get forced back. I think you almost have to play mid from back here sometimes. It allowed FURIA to just split into that A site so easily.
Yeah, definitely a lack of control here. They may not have the depth that we saw on Mirage. So this will be a curious one. This is easily the best start that FURIA have had, although now there's opportunity for Score if he can find another angle or keep himself alive for now. How does he make this work out for him? The pistols will run distraction, but can they get an AWP going again? Still stuck in the smoke. Oh, that's a team kill from Safe onto Drop, and now the bomb's on the floor. And oh, this is the Annihilation's here again of the Desert Eagle! And just like that, the round is over. What's in the blazes? AWP stuck in the smoke, the pistols pick up the slack, and IHC are on the boards. Wow.
I feel like Annihilation could be a Deagle-only player, and he'd do fine. It's ridiculous. I don't know what on earth goes on with the team kill from Safe. I wasn't even sure if there were players he could really aim at that easily.
There must have been a strafe in front of him, I would imagine. But, I mean, well, the thing is, okay, so that's like a very random round, but that's not a round... That's not a replicable round, so I'm not terribly concerned. But, I mean, that's quite the anomaly. That gives them so much bounty as well. Not just that, but FURIA lost so much money in that round. So if IHC can find a way to string this, then maybe they can start to get running here. But I don't know if I'm convinced just yet. Based on the rounds that FURIA have won, the fashion in which they won them, IHC felt like looks like they never had control.
Yeah, and that's around where FURIA group up early and go for an early site play, instead of just playing a default, slowly getting map control and just forcing IHC back. And I think that is what FURIA will go back to here. Spread across the board, slowly work across the map. This time, pressure towards the B bomb site, and IHC have to be a little careful right now. Players creeping in from both sides. Techno wins the first fight. And Blitz is here alongside it. Finally, Keserato opens up proceedings for FURIA, but that bomb has been dropped on B long, and there is no one there for FURIA. So getting that bomb back is actually going to be really hard. They're basically committed now to this B site.
Super committed. Yuri and Safe have a long way to go, and it's a very slow push. That much is for sure. Annihilation has a great angle as well. They're not going through T-spawn, so this could get interesting. Oh, just as he looks away. Very rewarding for IHC. And what can the remainder of the squad do? Keiserato still in that dark position as Yuri edges forward past all the different potential angles. And look how that kills the clock. 37 mark, 30-second mark. 2 versus 4. Keiserato so reliable, but Yuri looks like he's disengaging. Hold on to the rifles for the next round, perhaps. Art and Drop have a combined $50. So again, after that anomalous loss on the A bomb site, things are looking very difficult for FURIA very quickly indeed. Perhaps we have a game on our hands after all.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised FURIA forced it so soon in this round. There was still the smokes up, and it didn't really look like both sides of the push were fully on the same page there. Keiserato did have a gap in the smoke to work with, so eventually came in. But you see, these players are coming out way before the players down below from the sewer. Finally, Keiserato gets involved, but they weren't ready to fully come out towards the site.
Oh, that body language is back.
Yeah, and it didn't take long for it to come back. You're 4-2 up, lads. It's not so bad.
I think maybe it's the combination. Realizing what this done to their economy. That round 2 rounds ago must have felt so random. Even in a vacuum of this series, where all these rounds have been very fast-paced, lots of action. Got to put it past you now, though. P250 for Drop. Desert Eagle for Safe. How do you get the first entry here? You send a pistol in to swing, to take some bullets, have an AK behind it, or just a dry peek with a rifle?
Oh, it might be this B site again. I think when you've got this little utility, it's really hard to get the mid control fully at this point. And you've got the AWP somewhat close quarters there from Scores, so that could be a little sketchy.
Is there a read on this from IHC, though? Because they've got 3 players hard committed to the B bomb site. The HEs are being deployed as well as the Incendiary, but some of the players are in. Well, they've got one clone at the very least. Score's got to be careful, but he's got the flicks. And look how the Molotov has isolated the rest of them. The cleanup should be here, running low on bullets. Blitz will have to wait a time, but that HE grenade will be glorious, sailing through the air.
I thought Score was going to be the issue on the hold, but he was the solution in that one. AWP close quarters, but then he got the P250 out for a second kill, and then went back to the AWP for another one. So fair play to him. I'm surprised he was able to survive for so long. And now for FURIA, it is that poor economy that we were worried about for them after losing that prior round. They have to take a low bye. And FURIA have been so B-centric, and they're going back to the B site again.
Well, they've got the numbers now, but the rifle support will be so crucial, trying to target AWP perhaps, but there are 2 of them there, and that is so important. Score seems ready, bomb plant denied. Art, the last one, trying to get something, squeezes a frag out of it. That buy absolutely sucked.
This is where FURIA get the full rifles back in hand, and this is where I would like to see them take that default stance across the map, slowly work that mid control. It looked like that was a pretty good way to start one of these rounds. And I'm not sure IHC are going to have all the responses ready if they lose mid. We saw that A split was quite comfortable previously. And you have to remember, IHC, I've said it a couple of times, they're playing with a stand-in here. I think they had a bit of time to prepare ahead of time. Cabal has recently had a child. He's had a kid, so he's taken a bit of time off. Bartak stepping into the fray. And so that can definitely affect coordination, especially on the newest map added to the map pool. So I think I'd like to see FURIA test those rotations rather than commit to these bomb sites so soon. I'd see if they agree with me, though. Early utility looks like it will be deployed towards mid for FURIA. CT's trying to come back, though.
He's just sending it, Blitz, but hold on a second, they've all died. Bartak trying to enact revenge, but with a minute 40, there are 5 players alive, and only one of them is on IHC. Wow. I wanted to say, all right, let's see if FURIA can bring back that momentum they had earlier. I think it's really important they do. But the round is, well, is it over? They're going towards Annihilation. They're going in his direction, and they will finish him off as well. That was lightning fast.
What a wild round. Just IHC fully committing to some mad mid-aggression. Hoping that they can just fight fire with fire on that position. But it is quite hard to do that as the CT. You see it's quite a tight choke point. FURIA end up shutting it down with ease. The upside for IHC is they had a lot of money established, so they can stick with their double AWP, and I assume they'll go back to a slightly more standard setup now for this round.
Talk about fighting fire with fire. That was somewhat of self-immolation. Blitz was running like he had somewhere to be. Again, FURIA focusing on this mid position now. Will IHC play further back? Blitz is on his own here, and again, he has had so much success in multi-frag rounds and so on. Not afraid at all. And who knows, FURIA don't know if something is coming their way from the other side of this, but that smoke will soon be gone. Big intentions towards the A bomb site as well, as we can see. 3 players heading in that direction. Annihilation will be forced from his position. Won't be given a peek he's looking for, but a smoke comes just in time.
Yeah, they've got this 2-man setup on A. So Annihilation was the initial contact, and Bartak was the man with the smoke in case his teammate needed assistance. FURIA may figure out that it was a double stack towards A, though. So now, after putting some presence there, they come back to B. And this site could be slightly weakened, but Score will take that fight all day long. And he's got an incendiary to make sure he's safe. And the rotate's going to arrive in plenty of time here for IHC. This looks like a great setup. FURIA don't have the nades to break these AWPs down.
Grenades are being lined up, it looks like, but that clock is running so low. They have to find the frags and plant the bomb. 3 kills. Score not taking the bait. It's still killing time, though. Down goes Drop. Are they fully invested in this? They're losing everything so late. Have to wonder about the timing on that one. Poking, prodding, dying on the bomb site.
Yeah, they just didn't have the nades to get into the site. You just want a little bit more than that. A smoke and a couple of flashes could have made a big difference. But instead, the flash that they had wasn't effective enough. And even when Score misses the first shot, it's just such a strong angle for the AWP. Solid round from Score and his riflers supporting him. FURIA again putting a lot of emphasis on that B-bomb site. Annihilation looking for the quick mid-pick. Able to get out before any nades land at his feet. This is the exact same setup from IHC with only 1 man on mid. So Blitz is playing a very dangerous game here. He's caught out in the open, and that gives FURIA a massive amount of map control to work with.
FURIA must smell blood in that position. That looks high variance for IHC. And I imagine they'll continue to pursue that spot as this half continues.
Nice aggression from Techno, though. Sees that B is completely clear. They might be ready on this A site now.
If only, if only. But when you're up against Keserato, that's going to be real hard. So they're gaining position and losing it at the same time. And I think it might be lost at this point. Annihilation with the AWP again takes one in the face from Yuri. And they get popped one after the other. FURIA take the lead now, 6-5.
And I think you're right. Now that FURIA have really seen what that mid setup looked like in that round, I would not be surprised if that becomes a point of emphasis for them in the rest of the half. It's just such a risk to be playing that far forward alone on mid. I'm sure IHC will switch their setup. Sometimes they will definitely have 2 players watching mid. But even then, if you can use solid utility, you can definitely force those CTs away. Still nice to have a competitive map on our hands, though. I was a little worried that IHC would struggle to recover against the tenured FURIA team, but they're making sure they put up a fight here on Anubis.
That brittle mid approach. If they go passive, then FURIA can use it as a threat to keep people in bad positions. But it might be better than being a man down.
They got the AWP here this time.
They do, and a second player in tow as well. Grenades coming through once again. It will be an exchange. 3 players invested by FURIA. Annihilation creeping forward once more.
Jeez.
He has Blitz to hold a door for him. Hodor, there we go. Art taken down. 5 versus 3. This time it works.
I think that's just so bold that FURIA were never expecting the AWP to make that play. And now the bomb alone on B long and fallen at the feet of Drop. Score will be delighted with that.
Still peeking. They may open up opportunity for FURIA despite them only having 2 players. That bomb is going to be hard to solve though. IHC can't really be losing too many players in this scenario for the rounds to come. Even if they win this round, they need their players standing. But FURIA are in an awkward spot as well. So they may just choose to back off, but it seems that IHC are very, very hungry.
Hungry, hungry hippos.
So this becomes a timeout, essentially. Well, it would do, but look at this push.
Like
They've got
Kevlar,
2 AWPs, and yeah, he just does not care. He does not care whatsoever. I love it, though. I love it. Fight fire with fire. Nothing but flames now. And an AWP will be collected one way or another by FURIA. But again, I'm curious as to what the buy will look like for IHC if they keep dropping players in a situation such as this.
It's like you bought the 2 AWPs, right? You wanted the double AWP setup. But I guess they didn't want it that much, because Score just decides to go on an excursion, and he will be floating on the lily pads. We will hop our way into the next round, and IHC will not have the chance to get a second sniper back for Score. That is just so bold, this setup, but I like that they switch it up and have 2 players towards mid. I really think FURIA weren't expecting more mid aggression in this one. So cool that IHC have a nice little setup that works well.
You can't condition them. They refuse to be conditioned. Doesn't matter how many rounds in a row you win. They're going to send it on you every time.
I see a missed smoke on the minimap from FURIA. It's landed in the middle of nowhere. But this smoke has landed. See a lot of nades back and forth in this position. CTs like to fight over it and try and keep control so that they can't get split on B.
Minute 20 on the clock. A 1-2-2 setup, but that one has been dropped by Kcerato on the A bomb site. Quick rotation, but the flashes is glorious, and so is Kcerato. That was sublime fragging by him, and he has single-handedly almost won this round. Great support. That flashbang could not have been timed better. You saw the urgency from IHC, but FURIA were ready for it.
That's the only way Kcerato could get any support on the push, because FURIA was still in a default where he was alone towards A. So he was not going to have any players to back him up. It had to be the flashbang. Beautifully done by FURIA. And you see Kcerato not only putting up the numbers, but you just see how much impact he has when he gets his frags. He single-handedly won FURIA quite a few rounds throughout this series. Such a strong rifler. And now these IHC players might be trapped. FURIA want to get rid of them, and I think Hart might... Oh, never mind.
Those frags were beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. That combination, oh man. I really enjoyed that. That was satisfying to watch. Not for IHC though. 6 rounds might be all they get at this point in this half, because in round 14, they are flat broke. And it seems that Blitz has gone for the force buy. Annihilation's bought the Deagle, so now anything can happen. But just have a look at this again. Beautiful. That 3rd kill as well. So deep into his chair. The scout is out for Score.
Ooh.
This is a rough buy from IHC.
But they got 3B, ready for this hold.
Yep, popping out from place to place. Stereo frags for IHC on the B bomb site. There might be life in the dog yet. Kcerato and Save trying to do what they can, but they're all here, committed to this B bomb site. They can't make any play elsewhere for the time being. Bartek starting to move back. He doesn't know just how many players from FURIA are outside this smoke grenade. So there is a chance.
Techno now left alone on B with the 1 AK. Oh, and he gets a duel, but it's not a favorable one. Art wins the fight against him. At least some information for IHC to put players back towards B, but at the same time, they've lost the 1 rifle they recovered. And there's still enough utility for FURIA to cut off some of these angles.
This is so awkward for them, though, with the health they have. And now this setup, if they can't solve this setup with utility, then they could be absolutely massacred once this 5-7 is activated. Do they keep pressing forward?
There we go.
That smoke will thwart Bartak as well. Desert Eagle sending, but not really finding anything. Bartak through the smoke at the wrong time there. I think they're over the hump now here, FURIA. Annihilation walking with the Deagle. And that will be an 8th round on the board for FURIA. The force buy has failed. They tried to take both rounds rather than eco and have a crap buy. But either way, the score's still going to be close enough at half-time. Nothing is guaranteed just yet.
Yeah, it's definitely a map where the T side can be strong based on what we've seen. I think it's still enough in flux that it's hard to know fully who's going to be in a great position at the half. FURIA will definitely be happy with what they have, though. And as you said, IHC forced in the previous. Now they have to force in this one into the last round of the half. Keserato straight through the smoke. Bartak goes down. Action at mid, but it is still good enough for FURIA, and this A-split looks unstoppable.
Drop will spot 1. Not a whole lot IHC can be expected to do here. Bomb still making its way. FURIA being careful. Annihilation with the Desert Eagle again. He'll be extinguished on this occasion. Now it's just Techno between FURIA and 9 rounds in the first half. Plenty of time. And there's that final frag. So 9 rounds, FURIA will lead by 3. Still looking stressful for them. We'll see if they can close things out after the break.
one more half between these two teams. A spot at Katowice groups on the line. And the loser goes out on the play-in stage. It's not been the clean, comfortable series FURIA would have wanted, but they are up 9-6. And if they were to win this pistol, they would be in a fantastic position for the series. Let's see if they can do it up against IHC here.
This has felt like a quarter-final or even a semi-final match. The tension that we've had. I do wonder if there's a hard read here as the grenade sails in. Will do some damage, but the pistols will have to do the rest. FURIA doing nice work at the moment. K-Strato trying to do more. Look at these trades. Down to a 2-1-2 now. As Blitz tries to cut off the rotation, but he doesn't make the connection. He will entertain Yuri, though, who is up for the challenge. Blitz has the extra bullets. He rings the bell, and Yuri's like, nope. 2 HP and 5.
Wow.
I've got more fingers than FURIA have health.
Oh, Bomb's trying to go back, but Safe is going to get her in time, and still Techno turns it round. Yuri on 2 health, trying to get back to B. Techno's alone right now. He's alone, and he's got to be careful. Oh, he is going to win the fight in the end. IHC just about hold on. Techno 4K with the 4K, and IHC not done yet.
The teams split the pistols. If this isn't a disaster, then maybe we see a 9-9 scoreline. The final half, at least as far as regulation is concerned, we've seen one overtime already. But the final normal half, if you will, of this series, which has been a barn burner so far. It's been a hell of a series. We've seen chaos even with USPs in the hands of FURIA. Perhaps we'll see the same again. 3 players heading up towards mid. Anything is possible. That much is true in the vacuum of this series. Not going to outstay their welcome. Heading over towards the fish.
Not as pacey this time from IHC against one of these low buys, which I like. And even without the information currently, looks like they could have a correct read on the situation. Score has snuck towards the B bomb site without much resistance. So they will find a free B bomb site and a free round. FURIA definitely a team who have come up with new things when new maps have come out. I remember they were one of the adopters of Vertigo when that map came into the pool. Sure, everyone remembers that crazy boost they ran on that map. So I'm excited to see if FURIA have anything spicy up their sleeve on this CT side. Getting back to a tight scoreline here. IHC should have a field day in these fights.
Juicy targets for the spray down. Thought they'll squeeze something out of it, just a few drops from the lemon. But they had absolutely nothing to lose. No Mac-10s to run away from, pure rifles from IHC. We have a game on our hands. Safe has managed to eke out an AWP.
Yeah, I think Art had to go without Kevlar to drop him the AWP.
Indeed he has.
So a no Kevlar FAMAS for Art.
Yeah.
That's not a good feeling.
So very interesting, the urgency of this AWP. Don't often see it.
Good utility from IHC. Nice to see they've got 2 mollies down on mid, and that allows a pacey mid take.
Oh, they've seen the AWP now. They know the AWP is there. They forced him away. Talk about urgency. IHC are on fast forward into the A bomb site, surrounding it, but it needs to find K-Sarato, who's got a 1v1. Found another one as well. Looking for a third, but it's not to be. 3-on-3, plenty more action to come. Now Safe activates and drops Blitz. Advantage for the time being. He's got a great angle as well, and Techno will be denied. Annihilation could get 2. Did he give a sound cue away there? He missed his jump, and I think he's conceded his position. Now things are going to be really difficult, but how do they advance? Safe is 6 HP. Surely, at best, he's second into the bomb site. Still waiting, still creeping. There goes one. The transfer from Annihilation. He's seen Drop as well. He could actually do this. Drop doesn't have a kit. He's got to go fast. He's heard him, and he's found him. What a monstrous clutch from Annihilation.
This guy is so calm in these late round scenarios. Another clutch for Annihilation. How does he do it every single time? When IHC need a player to step up, he is the man who delivers. And FURIA took so long to make this retake work. They took so long to figure out how they wanted to play it. They put the low health player in first, and yet they weren't ready for that transfer. They almost lined up, and then Drop makes noise, dropping down. IHC with a massive round off the back of Annihilation, and FURIA back down to pistols again.
That was an instant transfer. What is the ceiling of Annihilation? He's a revelation in this tournament so far. And he may have more games to come. The score is tied, 9 apiece, down to the wire again, at least for the time being.
Ooh, not a bad wall back. That could be a real turning point here. That's the sort of round that makes you believe in IHC and maybe makes FURIA go back into the situation they were in on Mirage, where they looked a little shaky. They start to feel the pressure. They started to make mistakes.
I don't feel like either team's going to pull away, but something's telling me that if one team is, it's going to be IHC. The urgency of that AWP from FURIA just not working out for them. They might be in their own heads if you look at their body language. 43 seconds on the clock and the smoke goes up. Look how many people that's denying as well. How many players have IHC identified on this bomb site? That molly will certainly help, but they seem comfortable. They seem confident still. Techno taking his time, and they come in to clear the bomb site with 0 losses. They are ready. They are laser focused as they take the lead.
Techno up to 18 kills, having a real solid showing. He was one of the young rising stars of the Mongolian scene who got brought onto this IHC roster. And I loved seeing that first gun round from IHC. I think they really showed they have some strats up their sleeve. 2 mollies onto mid are a great way of having a pacey mid play. Instead of having a smoke up that you can't go through, you put the 2 mollies in, the CTs can't play there, and then you can quickly up the tempo for that A-sided split. So it looks like IHC have got a couple of tactics, a couple of pocket strategies up their sleeve here for Anubis. And I want to see if they've got more of the same. Do they have more pacey rounds at the ready? Or is it time to slow things down now that Annihilation has that AWP in hand?
Look how close those scores were on the previous maps. There isn't much between these two teams today. IHC changing the pace, holding on to all of their utility. They may be through 2 grenades by now. Starting to creep forward, great flashbang, but Art has the angle to deliver the goods. Not the result they were looking for. Everybody eating flashbangs now, just slowing things down. Looking like he might have a better time of things, or maybe not. What a peek from Techno. Can he stay alive though? We can see Safe has been forced to rotate to hold down his mid position, and he has plenty of vision.
Techno having an excellent map here. Bomb gets chucked up to him. And now they start to move back towards B. And this setup from FURIA is all in on the hold. No retake setup here. They are committed to holding the bomb site. The Incendiary will buy some time. IHC mainly focused on B long, ready for the play. No nades yet. They're going dry.
Hey, with score first, Techno the trade fragger in red HP. That it becomes extremely awkward immediately. And how does the orb go in behind him? This could collapse completely for IHC. I don't know how they can make this one work, especially a man down now. But somehow he manages to find the peak. The bomb's been dropped in the meantime. Yuri must deliver, but Bartak will take over. AWP planting the bomb. Bartak trying to cover. That's some information at least. They know where half the players are. Serato will deliver the rest. I didn't think they would get that far. They look so dangerous, even in defeat.
Definitely heard a reaction from FURIA as well. I think they've realized they need to stay in a positive mindset here. And that round, a team ace, will feel good for them. For IHC, I didn't mind the initial flash towards mid, but I'd have liked maybe a second player ready to trade. Techno landed an excellent shot. But then you see that player coming in from sewer. That's what they were waiting for the whole time. That's what they needed. I think, unfortunately, Bartak maybe felt the pressure a bit in that 2v2. I don't know if he needed to peek that wide out into the open, but he did. Annihilation couldn't clutch this time. Still full buys for both teams and 3 CTs mid for FURIA. Let's see what they've got planned for this one.
This is a really big round for FURIA. If they capitulate here, they are in so much trouble, and they might be in their own heads as well. They have to deliver here. 4 AKs mustered by IHC despite that round. Shortcomings for FURIA, as we can see. The MP9 out for Arts.
Back to B again, and I don't mind this. That B hold did not look solid from FURIA. Drop and Yuri playing a similar setup. The counter utility timing is key here.
Yuri still has a smoke, but here comes the push. Techno has got the information for his team. And again, the silence is going to cause some problems and wipe out the bomb site. Do FURIA even go for this? As I said, they can't lose this round. If they lose everything, then that's going to be a hell of a run for IHC. They have to hold on to what they have. They have to fall back.
I wonder if we see a different look from FURIA on that B site in the future, because this setup is so all in. It is so committed. Even if you get some kills on the hold, the rotate is not going to arrive in time. And that was a fairly simple play from IHC. Just basic utility into the bomb site, Drop gets blinded, and it makes it really hard for the CTs to work together. And I've got to say, Yuri's had a couple of moments throughout this series where he just seems to awkwardly take off the silencer at the wrong time. Maybe
we've seen that at least twice.
Yeah. Always sketchy when you see it. At least FURIA save some guns. Should allow a buy to continue. But yeah, I think you can play that sort of setup on B if you've got 3 players here, but with 2, it's touchy. It's touch and go. One good flash blinds one of your players, and you can isolate the fights fairly easily. Oh, and again,
another one.
He looked so poised at the major as well. His body language is great there, but here he's not looking like he's having fun.
Is there an argument to be able to unbind that right click on the silencer?
It might be B again.
Calling for it. And yeah, there is a big focus. Give us a reason not to keep doing this, say IHC. Scores lurking around that mid position. Yuri got to be careful. Throwing these grenades, forces the swing back and takes it, but he will be traded. Drops in trouble with the FAMAS, and it's done again. Look at the desperation from Art. They can't keep losing like this, but they are.
This has got to be a pause. I think this has to be a pause now. You've lost this B site the same time in a few rounds in a row. You cannot afford to let that keep happening. I didn't mind the swing from Yuri into the sewer position there, but it just doesn't look like Yuri and Drop are always on the same page. And we saw the frustration from Drop in the earlier round. I feel like they're aware that this B hold is not looking good. IHC continue to exploit it. They've shown a willingness to do that in the past. And I would be shocked if we don't see a timeout now for FURIA. They don't have to do it here because their money might not be perfect, but I think they can probably scrape together a buy. So if I were them, I'm going for a timeout straight away.
Yeah, they can definitely buy with the money certain players have got. How do they solve this problem? You can see the urgency from FURIA. It's extremely high. Big risks being taken here, but Techno is ready for it. It almost looks like they're out of ideas of plays like that. Like just throwing the dice with all the chips on the line. And indeed, there will be a timeout because they have a big problem to solve. IHC have spotted a leak, and they are exploiting it.
If you've just joined us, to spot a Katowice groups on the line, and the loser would be eliminated here in the play-in. And that would not be acceptable for a team of FURIA's caliber. They're a team who should be competing for the playoffs of a tournament like this. And IHC have come in here today, showed us that they are willing to play, showed us they are willing to play with confidence, with poise in these scenarios. Even with a stand-in, they have pushed FURIA to the limit. And right now, they are in the better position here. 12-10 up, and FURIA's money is still shaky. That has to be a consideration. It's a double up setup in this round, but if you lose this round, you are in real trouble.
We've spoken so much about Annihilation, the highlight frags we've seen from him, the Desert Eagle, the AWP, but Techno has double the kills of anybody else on the team. 22 frags. Instrumental on Anubis. Causing so much grief to Furia.
Here is a switch in the setup for Furia. Safe has taken an AWP over to B. There are now 3 CTs stacked there. So if we see a similar play from IHC, there are more reinforcements from Furia, but ARC goes down on mid.
Days.
And that is a massive area of the map wide open.
And there's no response, because it's always been B, almost. It's been B enough times. Flashbangs are going out, but nothing doing. They're inviting response. They have time. The incendiaries have been thrown. There's not much left. Oh boy. Is this going to be an A play? There's a lurker outside in Bartak. They're smoking off the rotation. Drop realizes there could be some trouble here, trying to spray, but now K-Sarat has got so much to do. We know he can. There's the first one. There's the second. One more to go. Blitz is just creeping by the boxes. Grenades being thrown, but he goes down eventually. Has he bought enough time, though? 3-on-3. Bartak has the angle. The timing of that smoke was utterly brutal for Furia. Just half a second, and maybe they get a chance at a duel.
Safe has one flash. Maybe they can try and flash through that smoke. I think that's the only way in here. Otherwise, you're locked out from this angle for so long.
Bartak's escaped it for now. He's in a different position. So tense. They've all got defuse kits, but they have to find these frags. Edging forward. There's drop. Do they call it Oz? Based on that, immediately they do. They back out. IHC are 3 rounds away from eliminating Furia before we even get to groups.
What an opener from Blitz. Art playing mid has put a lot of weight on his own shoulders. It's such an important position. He's been playing it alone in this round for the first time because Furia went for that switch up playing 3B, and he goes down so soon. K-Serato gets completely isolated. Even though he has been great, even though he gets 2 kills, IHC don't force the trade straight away. They wait a little longer. They isolate him on the site. But at least with the 2 guns saved, Furia still have a bye on their hands.
IHC are a step ahead of Furia. They are forcing Furia to react to their plays. Nice angle from Safe. Something to smile about, finally, for Furia. But will it be brief? They remain with 3 in B. They won't change from last time. Okay, Serato's turn to hide behind the pillar. Minute 20 on the clock. IHC dictate the pace. That pop flash might tell a story. Bartak has to read at least 2 players. His score moving over as well. But where is the bomb headed? Will it be a split again?
Yeah, looks like it. That deep smoke allows this split to be more effective. Serato hoping he can work with his teammate Art, and he is able to get the initial kill on the hold. Both CTs low on ammo here. This could be problematic for them. K-Serato goes down. They know Art's here. Hard clearing the corner and making sure that bomb can go down in a 2v3.
Furia are so paranoid about the B bomb site. Mid was abandoned despite the 5v4, and now the dream is collapsing. Once again, the barrel of the gun is spotted. Low on bullets, but that'll be enough. 1v1 now. Score versus Yuri. Where is Score, though? I don't think Yuri has any idea at all. Creeping forward. He has a kit, Yuri. Score's just falling further and further back. It's an advantageous bomb plant. He's found the molly.
Anubis
Will he force his way through now, Score?
map pool in November 2022.
Creeping through, and there's the headshot. Down goes Yuri, and down go the hopes of Furia, just a little bit lower.
You saw the reaction from Yuri. He was stunned, losing that round. IHC 14-10 up. They've put themselves in the driver's seat again. What a split this was onto this bomb site. Blitz getting that frag, and then this play from Blitz. He just gets this kill before Yuri arrives. If that trade was just a split second, half a second sooner, it would have made all the difference. but it wasn't to be, and now FURIA down with 2 MP9s. If they lose this round, it could be Katowice over for them.
They've made FURIA so afraid of losing the B bomb site that they've exploited them elsewhere, and still they find the entries on B when they decide to go there. FURIA sticking with 3 and 2 in that mid area, I think. Down goes Blitz, fast-moving round now. It turns into chaos once again. Bomb starting to go through. Drop is utterly surrounded, and it's collapsing once more. Bartak ready, waiting. As the smoke dissipates, he'll see Art through, and now it's Keisarato.
He can't do anything. And this has been a huge problem. Keisarato is playing A every round. When these B plays come in, he can't do anything. And he's been so impactful. He's been their best player, but he hasn't been involved on this CT side. And we are on the verge of a massive upset.
How many rounds have FURIA won in this half?
1.
1 round. 4 rounds either side for IHC. About to be 5. About to be match point again. Absolute tear. Absolute steamer from them so far. Unprecedented. Surely, the way FURIA started this map, I think some people might have thought it was over. But they got enough rounds, IHC, and they feel comfortable on this T side. They are in control. They are pulling FURIA from pillar to post.
This would be the biggest win of their careers, and Drop on the other side for FURIA. They put so much focus on this tournament. They had a month boot camp in Europe. They had high hopes to make a deep run. Aggression on mid, blinded and taken out instantly.
Keisarato able to hold things down for now, but where is the bomb going? They haven't seen it just yet. Retracting on the A bomb site as they continue to fly in relentlessly, remorselessly, but losing their lives, IHC. Trying to thrive in the chaos. Full commitment from FURIA on A now as things slow down. IHC completely split. Now, if Blitz can make a play and find something, will it be a full rotation? Because surely you'd expect them to be together.
Ooh, so close on the flick from Annihilation. And now he's got to make sure he can regroup with his teammate. FURIA decide to retreat. Happy to play back with the man advantage. Orp switched to the low health player. Will it be Annihilation making the play in the clutch again? The move into top mid might be well timed. Drop is not currently looking this way, but he looks back. And now he spotted them.
30 seconds. They've got time to try and hunt a frag here. And Drop is stuck in the corner. Down he goes. Surely they read a 2v1 wherever they choose to go. 20 seconds, so they've got to find that frag. Safe has a great angle, but we've seen some nasty peaks before, this time from Blitz. Annihilation's got to move forward, and now Safe will dance. Buy time for that rotation, or will he? Immediately fragged. 1v1 now as that bomb's about to get planted. Yuri running over. No time for the molly, or is there? Lionation's got to be careful. Behind the boxes, straight in the face, and they've done it! They've done it on Anubis! They've eliminated FURIA. IHC make it to groups of Katowice.
FURIA eliminated, but it's all about IHC right now. The biggest win of their careers. And they can't quite believe it themselves. They're going to groups.
That was one hell of a series.
With a stand-in. IHC with a stand-in. Eliminate FURIA.
Forget, with a stand-in. They brought the fight to them. They were not scared. I think a lot of people in their shoes would be afraid of FURIA. That is such a hard test for them to play against that brand of Counter-Strike, but they brought the same and then some.
The confidence and composure was incredible, especially after that second map. They were 15-11 up. They had chances, multiple chances to close it. They didn't manage it, and they still keep their cool, keep calm, and make it work on the third map. So many other teams would have crumbled there, but they hold on.
End of the line for FURIA. But what is the ceiling for IHC? Perhaps the guys on the desk can tell us.
It seems like the ceiling does not exist. IHC pull it off. make the next stage here at IEM Katowice. This is the best result for an Asian CS team since 2018, Kazan?
Well, yeah, you can say it like that. I think 2018 was Tyloo beating Renegades, my Renegades, to get into the semifinals of Sydney. But let's leave that behind. Right now, we're here to talk to the IHC. The guys just, performed a miracle here with a standing, beating one of the top 10 teams right now in the world and a major semi-finalist in FURIA, and did it with a standing. Nonetheless, on Anubis as a decider after they dropped a 15-11 lead on the second map. And we have a guest, Mike.
We do indeed. Welcome to the desk here. Congratulations. You've made the groups here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. You can just talk straight into that microphone. You're good to go.
Yeah, I'm really happy right now. And our team too.
You guys are so very level. I mean, we were watching the player cams, like after Annihilation pulled off that crazy 1v3 post plant, right? And no response, no reaction. Are you guys just always level, always cool, calm, and collected?
No, I was just really hyped. Maybe my teammates was calm. I was really hyped that moment.
First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
It's amazing for you guys. After major, you just came here and delivered again. Coming into this event from Asia, and you had like a bunch of online games and everything, how did you prepare? How did you come into this, especially with the standing? It's problematic always. How did you guys get over that?
We just didn't prepare that special, and we just prepared the national, and we come here and just try to play our games. And actually, yesterday game we won to pain, and we okay, wait.
No problem. Take your time, bro.
I know it's exciting to win.
Yes.
Maybe I can reframe the question. Maybe you can tell us about the Nubis.
We see pain result. They won FURIA before in the blast.
Oh. Okay.
And we said, guys, it's stood right. And yeah, that's it.
What about the Nubis as a third map? Did you guys wanted that in the veto? Like, did you think about that, or it was just a spur of the moment thing, the decision in the moment?
Decision in the moment.
Nice. Okay, there we go. The spontaneity.
So now, Anubis in the map pool looked like it was pretty good for you guys.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, as a Brazilian, I have to say, like, is this because we are from Brazil, or you guys really like to play against Brazilian teams?
I think Brazilian teams and my team plays them very similar.
Yeah.
We do fast executes, maybe sometimes slow.
Yeah.
And I think we're matching.
Yeah, you guys knew how they play and all that. Yeah, it makes sense.
Talking about the mechanical skill as well, like obviously we just haven't gotten that many opportunities to see you guys against international competition. You guys are bringing it on the individual level every step of the way. Now that you've made it to the next stage, now that you've made it into the groups, I mean, what's the confidence like? How far do you think you can go here at IEM Katowice?
I think future?
So like how far in this event do you think you can go?
We're gonna try our best. Maybe champion.
Okay,
I
like the confidence.
I love it.
They show the confidence on the server, that's for sure. You guys have been playing really well, especially you. Congratulations for your performance, right? We're talking about him. Annihilation. I mean, all your players are playing really good, so whatever you guys did in Asia to be able to perform like this, huge congratulations.
I'm really proud of my teammate.
Yeah, that's good.
One more question before you go. When you were doing some of the pre-content with Harry, I think you were in that interview and someone else was in that interview as well, talking about being an inspiration for teams back home in Mongolia, more young players coming up through the scene. There's going to be events now in Mongolia as well. So do you have a message for anyone who's watching you back home, any of your fans, any of your teams, whether you want to say it in English or anything else?
Can I say in Mongolia?
Absolutely.
Oh, sure.
Yes, please.
За дэмжижсэн бүх хүмүүстээ баярлалаа. Бидний ямарсан дараагийн шатандаа шалгаж чадлаа. Инээс илүү амжилт гаргахыг гэж байна. Баярлалаа дэмжижсэн хүмүүст.
I like
it.
Thank you so much, man.
Thank you.
Congratulations. That was a tremendous victory. And
Appreciate
yeah,
you.
we'll grab it from you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Wow. I mean, score, dude. This guy is unreal. Across the board, right? We had score popping off. We had Annihilation with some crazy clutches. Bartak coming in as the stand-in, holding his own. This is such an exciting team.
I guess you can say they scored the first.
Oh, you were holding that in for so long.
Yeah, I mean, it was a low-hanging fruit, so I got to grab it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the most impressive thing is the way they did it, right? Like, especially on Anubis, playing
against... This is the round, how they did it.
Yeah, this is the round, right? Like, this is a round where it's devastating if you're FURIA, right? Like, you're crawling back into the game, and then this happens.
Oh my God.
It is really
That
hard to
second
bounce back
headshot.
from this one. Yeah, that shot.
I mean,
was
Yuri
insane.
did the right thing here. He swing with an op, together with an op as well, because who was low HP. Just the shot was incredible. And then 1v1, they had no kit, so there was a little bit of time consuming. And overall, it was a great positioning. He had one chance. Only one chance, he took it and he won it for the. That's the trigger. That's the like you like to point out, the swing round.
Yeah,
right.
That was the moment.
Yeah.
Listen, the thing about this team is that there was a couple more rounds, highlights and all that. There is even a round where they're approaching towards B, and the entry killer, like, he has full HP, and the guy behind him is like 10 HP or so. They should swap positions, right? The guy goes in first, searches for info, so the guy trades. Somehow, this team always make it work. Like, the guy died, the guy with 10 HP was able to trade him after that, and then that's the secret about this team. Like, they're somehow always pulling off these miracles in these rounds. They're very good individually, and they make it work.
Now, we've got some miracles here on the B stream, but I don't know if things were as exciting over on the other stream. We've got James Banks standing by to let us know.
Mike, it seems like you guys were having all the fun with this game, because my opening was Fnatic taking on MIBR, and although MIBR, they certainly did put up a fight on their pick of Vertigo, it was Fnatic that took it over the line. They just came in clean going into the second half, and then we went on to Overpass, kind of the tried and tested map here for Fnatic. They do love it from start to finish, and you just saw MIBR fall flat a little bit, so they're eliminated sadly, but Insani certainly a player we're keen to watch going forward. But right now, we're over on Anubis, Complexity going up against Ents. Now, Floppy had some choice words to say about the good old Ents team and saying that he'd win them because they were winning in Prac. I did an interview with Snappy, and he was laughing and smiling. He wants revenge, and he wants to go and make it look like a bit humiliating for him. So let's see how it goes. Back to you, Mike.
Well, thanks for the update. Certainly we get the best games here on the B stream, which does stand for best. Everyone knows it.
Or
everyone's
better,
saying
at
it.
least.
Better upsets, better games, better Counter-Strike. But let's talk about it again.
Better talent.
For a moment, better talent, of course. Just
Yeah.
a lot of things. I'm going to shine the spotlight away from IHC because holy cow, we can keep heaping praise on them. But this is massively concerning for FURIA, right? We have to talk about this. This is a team that's expected to be in playoffs. This is a team that was just in the major playoffs. This is a team that we expect to be contending for titles and trophies and has never gotten to that point. And now they're going out against an IHC team that is unproven, untested. They're not even making groups here.
Before we run out of time, I do want to address one thing, and I want to hear your opinion as a coach as well. We saw Drop, after the bad body language, slam the desk more times than one, right? Now, me as a coach, I would always allow that because I don't have a problem with that. Like, I think players should do that in a certain situation where there's like a tight round or something like that, but we've seen it multiple times.
Yeah.
And that needs to be addressed if I'm the coach, right? I would address that at some point. Like, listen, it spills to other players. Maybe you release your frustration like that, that's fine, but it kind of spills on the other players sometimes and it can have a negative effect. How do you deal with that?
I deal the same way. It's like this. When you have a player that is a bit more emotional like this, it's always tough to deal with. But at the same time, if you tell him, like, hey, you're not supposed to do this, then he's going to hold those emotions to him, and it does even worse. So, like, it's fine if you do it that once in a while, but depending on what kind of teammates you have, like Drop, for example, he's not staying on the far back. He's kind of in the middle of the two guys. So when you smash the desk like that, and the guy right next to you is playing, even that's gonna mess with his mouse when he's playing, or at the very least, it's gonna affect him because, like, you're gonna look at your teammate and be like, oh wow, this guy is tilted. And then sometimes you look at their IGL and it's kind of lost without answers to what's happening, or face palming and that kind of stuff. So it's the whole environment that it just affects everyone, right?
It changes. You have the responsibility to, like, towards your teammates a lot of times. So yeah.
Well, we've heard from the two coaches on this desk. We're also going to hear from the coach of the team that's exiting, Gary. Heku caught up with him. Let's go ahead and give that a watch.
Unfortunately, we will not see FURIA in the groups right now. By my side, I have the coach, I have Gary. Gary, it is really unfortunate. It is also pretty unexpected. Do you feel like the team lost to IHC, or maybe you more like lost your own game?
I think we had the first game was really tough. We lost a lot of good opportunities to win the first map, and the second map we need to recover really fast. We almost lost the second map, and the third map they have their they play really well. ST side, they had a good pop zone B, good splits on A, so they got us a little bit surprised on the T side. But we could have done a better job. I think most important round we lost was like 1v3, and this is important to win the first gun round, to getting economy, to getting motion, and we lost some rounds that we didn't lost in, for example, in the major the real.
It kind of looked like you changed like a little bit of a play style, because usually you'd be like more explosive, more active, and right now it almost looked as if you're trying to adapt like to this like European play style. Is that what's happening?
I think everyone have this kind of view about us, that we always play rushing or aggressive, but by the time we always improving the way we play. We are trying always to do something that it's more slowly sometimes, but I think that was not the problem, you know. I think we have the chance and we didn't get it.
On day one, I asked Art about Anubis, like what we will be doing like in the future. Will we keep on playing this map? And he was like, no, like maybe this tournament will actually show if you're going to keep on playing it, if you'll keep on practicing it. Did you already manage to like maybe collect enough data to be able to make a conclusion?
No, too soon. The first tournament of the year. It's sad to lose, but that's CS, that's Tier 1 CS, and we need to improve. It's just the beginning of the year. It's not the end of the world. So we need to get back to the boot camp and get better for the next tournament.
And the one of the big next tournaments that you're going to play is going to be the RMR.
Yeah.
What will you do like just to make sure like everything goes smooth there?
Work, and work.
Work. Thank you very much, Gary.
Thanks.
Work, and work. That's the prescription coming through from Gary, and they certainly do need some work. Look, yes, it's the first tournament of the year. It's the beginning. It's the first officials since Rio, but that result has to be sending up some serious alarm bells in the FURIA camp. Luis, what would you do if you were at the helm of this roster?
Well, I'm going to slightly disagree with Gary when he's saying about that the play style didn't affect them, because I've been watching FURIA for a long time. And when they came into this game, I did see some of what they're used to do. But there was often times where they're way too slow. And for example, on Mirage, even Anubis is a little bit harder to change the pace and play really fast. But on Mirage, for example, where was the B pops as T side? Where is the fast-paced stuff that they used to do? Like the very simple things that often worked really well for them. I really did miss that. And yes, they managed to win, but I think they could have won way more comfortable than they did. On Anubis, it's still a relatively new map. People are figuring out how to play the map. It is challenging, but we saw that from the IHC guys. They are just contacting B all the time, really, like not even throwing flashes or executions often. Like they're just contacting and making sure that they just trade off with each other. And I kind of missed that from FURIA. And just one more point, like for them moving forward, I think it's devastating, because like they came from the major, right, as one of the favorites. They make it to the semis, and then they had so much time to work to be able to perform here. And I've been in the spot, I'm sure you've been as well, Kassad, like where you kind of focus completely on one goal, one tournament, and then you kind of sacrifice the rest, which they did. Break earlier, come back. We even saw an interview where they said they are together since the early January. Like, so they even came earlier than everybody else to be able to boot camp for a month to be able to perform here. And it's devastating. It's very challenging for them to go back now. It might sound easy to just go back to the drawing board and work, but they really need to see this as a failure and improve from this and really take it. Like sometimes it's good that you take the loss like this and really feel it to be able to improve.
I don't have much to say. The thing is, like, he spoke about, like, this is the thing where you need to accept this was Tier 1 CS. What they played on this event was not Tier 1 CS.
Yes.
They need to go back and they need to practice more, and I'll see you on Pro League. That's it for FURIA for this event. I have nothing more to say.
Well, that's the note we're going to end it on for FURIA. We're saying farewell to them. Congratulations to IHC, and soon we'll be back with Spirit and Sprout.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
This world is slowing down. How can I fight it? How can I listen when there's no sound? Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out.
Anubis was added to the active duty map pool in November 2022, and thus we've seen it creeping into top tier competitive play. Everyone's starting fresh, but throughout the handful of matches so far, there have been a couple of key tendencies and other takeaways that we should look at. So let's jump into the basics with spawn timings. Earliest contact towards B ruins will see the CTs meet the attack head on at 147. Fighting mid from top left or right will see fights commencing at roughly 148. Playing for info at B with a canals peak will glean info at 145, but the best spawns may have already crossed and or be set up waiting for the pick. And lastly, a quick A rush would see contact exchanged in main at 143. On top of these spawn timings and common fights, the meta starts to form. Layering your choice of supplemental utility to make fights easier or zoning out areas, we start to see trends emerge. Mid-door smoke molly combos deny vision and force back the defense from house and doors. Controlling mid is huge real estate. If you can push back the CTs into a passive stance, rotations to help the other side become constricted, and you must take the long way round through beach, unless you want to take the fight and risk unfavorable duels in the mid corridor. If the mid defense isn't kept in check and is allowed to posture forward, they could become a nuisance, taking timing fights top mid as well as through the window into canals. It also acts as a quick rotation point, which enables flanks on either side. Spawn smoke to deny vision and allow scaling for B splits through canal are very popular, with some variations even allowing one-ways. The CTs are looking to mess up these early timings with crowd control utility, to either chip away at health or set up for an aggressive push. As like any site execute, there are plenty of variations, but over at the A site, the repeat offenders can include a heaven smoke, a bricks molly, and some well-placed flashes. B, it's more of the same, with even more choice of utility combinations. However, the temple smoke is very powerful, as it denies the fastest rotation for players coming to support the site. 2-2-1 or 3-1-1 CT setups seem to be the standard deviation of labor, but there are plenty of different variations throughout a single match. The meta on Anubis will continue to chop and change from match to match, so make sure you're paying attention to the details. It'll get your pheromones flowing. Get it? Pheromones?
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, where I stand amidst the faces of legends here in the Hall of Heroes, and in front of a cup that many here vie to inscribe their names upon, but not just upon the trophy, but upon the history of this game we all know and love. But now it's time to get back to work, because it's almost time for Sprout and Spirit to square off. Kassad, what are you doing? We have a desk to get to.
Funny you should ask that. I'm here with one of the 4 Danish brains, possibly the most experienced one, right before the match. Barry, tell me if there is one thing that you guys have the advantage over Spirit. Is it the chemistry, the teamwork, individual skill, anti-strat, whatever it is, you need to tell me.
I think it's just the maps in this way too. Like we got all the 3 maps we wanted.
So you heard it here. So we have the best possible veto for Sprout, and we wish them good luck. Thank you, and see you later.
Oh, there we go. We're getting a little teaser coming through here. Lau NX, or I'm told it might be Lonks these days, showing off a little trophy, getting ready to get on into this server, and confidence is flowing from the Sprout side. They have good reason to be confident here, Luis.
Yeah, I mean, they've been playing pretty well this event. I think, at least from my expectations from them, I think they've been improving. They are showing us improvement ever since they played at the Major, the last couple of events, I think. Looking good?
Yeah, I mean, what can you say about these two teams? Let's start from Spirit, for example, right? Yeah. They came into this event, we were thinking like, okay, these guys are gonna smash everyone. They play the first game, they look good, and all of a sudden they lose to an IP, quite convincingly. And now they're fighting for their spot in the group stage. On the other side, we have Sprout, started off iffy with the overtime game against OG. Yeah. It was touch and go, but they lost it. Yesterday, they beat one of my favorite teams, CG, and they got into this position to play against Spirit. So for me, like I said at the beginning of the day, this is a 50-50 game. We have this guy on the screen, wonderful. We have been hyping him for such a long time, and even before the event, and he dropped his worst performance against NIP. He was nowhere to be seen on a map that he likes to play. That's Nuke. And then after that, they switched to another map, and then he was nowhere to be seen too. So he needs to step up. He's the X factor for the team. He's the main guy. So he needs to step up, definitely.
He's a player you'd hope would continue to develop into this year, considering he's so young, so new to it. But you're right, that AWP presence was something they didn't have at all.
Damn, okay.
Gonna get them hyped up a little bit, though. On the other side, we've got a new addition to Sprout. Speaking of the AWP, and we've got Zello coming on in, who's gonna try and go toe-to-toe with Wonderful. How are you feeling about that one?
Well, I think that the thing about Wonderful is that, unfortunately, this last couple series, he hasn't played his A game, right? We can see some of the results, some of his ratings there, right? And there's this thing about Wonderful that, from my analysis, every time that he's not stepping up and playing his A game, somehow they just lose the game. And you cannot be so dependent on Wonderful like this if you want to be a top team, if you want to beat opponents, and if you want to win Katowice. And that's the thing, like he had a rough game against NIP, doesn't perform, this happens. And he's been so consistent throughout last year. And then one of the last times that this happened was way back in September when he had a bad series. Guess what happens? They lose it again. So it's just, I hope that he performs, of course. But I think Spirit, they all need to step up a little bit more individually speaking.
Speaking about that, spreading out the load, because we are just putting all of the burden on the youngest, newest player of that roster. We've got Patsy, a guy that Maui Snake on day one was hyping up as potentially the entry of the year. Didn't quite have that performance.
He said, basically, like, if Patsy continued to do what he does, like he did before, and Yakinder playing with Liquid, the way they are at the beginning of the year, he's going to be the best entry in the world by the year's end, and they start like this. But to go back to the stat we saw about the Wonderful, one thing that we didn't see is consistency in his performance. If he hits that somewhere middle ground of his ups and downs, he will be able to lift his team to another level. That's for sure. Right now, we don't know which Wonderful we're going to see today, the NIP one or from the Major, but definitely in the elimination game, there is nothing more left to hold back. It's just you need to go all in.
Yeah, you certainly do. On the other side as well, some of the guys are going all in. We've got a young gun in Lau NX who absolutely blew my socks off last year. He's stuck with the team. They've kept him with the team as they try and build a contender here. He could really be the difference maker, don't you think?
I agree, and I think not only him. They have good individual players in this team. Stair as well, right? We've been talking about him, and I think that for him particularly, he does have pretty good roles in the team. Roles where he should be getting the impact kills, as we see some of them right here on Ancient. And we can also see the energy from him, right? He was like a very energetic player. Xelo as well as an AWPer. I wish you could see a bit more from him as well as an AWPer. He's decent, hasn't impressed me this much. I'm just curious to see what he's able to do against better AWPers, like the Simples of the world and Zaiwu and that kind of stuff.
We have Longs right here, and he was one of the most promising talents in Europe, last year. Like, he was the kid under the radar that kind of popped up and everybody wanted him. Teams like ENCE wanted to buy him. This is a little secret I'm spilling right here, but I know people will love it. ENCE wanted to get him Yeah. But Sprout didn't want to sell him, and it turned out to be a good move because after that they got refreshed, they got Zyphon, they qualified for the major, they played well, and now they're here fighting for the spot in the group stage. So it turned out to be a good decision, org-wise, team-wise, right? And it's gonna, count into the fact that what they're gonna do today. Are they gonna win and qualify? That would be another good result. If they don't, then it's a question mark. But we still have to see. Yeah. But overall, talented player, young player, what we need in this game.
Now, let's hear what he has to say. We've got an interview. Let's give it a listen.
I have Lance here from Sprout. Lance, we need to settle this once and for all, because we saw Reddit, Twitter, and Twitch chat. Are we allowed to call you Lance?
Yeah, clearly. You can call me however you want. I don't care.
You don't care. All right. So recently you got a new teammate and he's also from Romania. We know that Refresh is the IGL, so he probably had to give him a lot of 1v1 sessions to get him up to date. But did you actually help him out just because from the same country, you speak the same language?
Well, I think let's say on the server, I didn't help him as much because I'm kind of like an alone player, right? Maybe on Overpass we worked a bit together because we're on the same side, but outside the game I think I helped him a lot to get used to the call-outs, to get used to the, I don't know how you say it, when Barry, especially, he's talking back to the players, he has a different approach, and sometimes you are feeling literally very bad. And I told him, you need to get used to this because this is the way, this is how we work. And yeah, I think I helped him a bit on this part, and I think it will get only better from here.
And the way how you're sitting, you have two Romanians together, and then you have the Danes. Is there a specific reason why you're sitting like this? So maybe you could help him out?
I think I think he helps me out. That's why I wanted to sit next to him because we played together. I think 1 year ago in Nexus, and we used to play Lance in Romania, and he was the main key why I was so calm back then. He's like my bigger brother, so when I play with him and I'm close to him, it's it gives him a calm attitude or vibe, kind of.
Well, the map pool changed recently. Dust2 went out, and that was your permaban. And right now, I checked out the videos. You can ban Vertigo, you can pick Vertigo. It's just all around the places. Does it mean that you guys actually ready to play all 7 maps?
Yes, we have every map. We are ready to play every map. We studied every map. We have strats on every map. So yeah, we are ready to play every map.
All right, then let's see what's going to happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There you go. Camaraderie between the countrymen. You see how he said, he's my bigger brother. I helped him, with the call-outs and everything. That's how you do it. That's how you gain that chemistry, right? So lovely to see. And we're into the veto now. Nuke and Inferno are the ban ones, and then Overpass pick from Sprout. And we came into Vertigo, like Heku said. I didn't catch the last one. It looked like Anubis.
I think Anubis.
I think
Anubis. It's a good veto again. I'm glad we get to see Vertigo. Launex, or Lonks as he may be, is actually I think my favorite B player on Vertigo. Currently competing. Love the way he plays that. You just put him on the spot. I did.
Right
we'll see. I think he's going to lay out an absolute diamond.
All right. Well, fair enough.
Well, I like the maps. What do you guys think about the maps in general?
I think they should be spicy. I know 2 guys who are spicy, whose bark is just as good as their bite. I'm talking about Scrondog and the Lauhound. Take it away, boys.
Thank you so much, Darv.
I'm Indian, so I know I'm spicy.
Yes, sir. And yeah, we do bite, but hey, not as hard as some of these guys, bro. We've got firepower in the server, or at least for Spirit's sake, you better hope so. If I were to ask you which of these players would be the lowest rated on Team Spirit thus far in the play-in,
it would obviously be Patsy.
You'd think, right? Nobody says. But it is the sad reality. We have to see somebody step up between Patsy and between Wonderful. The winning formula for Team Spirit has simply not been found yet here in Katowice. And now, it's do or die. Zyphon will open up. We get Magix and Wonderful into the kill feed with headshots apiece. And the rest of the pack of Sprout just going to have to meander in a little later. If there's been one shining player out of Team Spirit, of course that's Magix. And then Chopper. And while they try to hold off this B hit, we get a little glimpse of what Wonderful can offer. Clean USP kills to give Team Spirit this pistol.
There it is. There's the guy that we've been looking for. And yeah, what sets this matchup is it's very unclear exactly who's better. And if it was the case that Spirit had Wonderful and Patsy playing well, they would be the favorites. I think that's just the facts. But with that being up in the air, and the fact that Barry says they got all the 3 maps that they wanted, well, that makes you think there's a chance for Sprout. But I think we really just have to watch and let the CS speak for itself in the series. to figure out exactly what kind of game we're getting, but here are some clues. Wonderful with a great round to kick this off. And, you know, it might be a matter of him. He could have walked into the last match and felt good and then just not played well. Well, here, if he had the same question, I think having a round like that will answer it for you.
Certainly going to be a good foot forward for Team Spirit. You know, I think it's great to see that Chopper's individual level looked competitive in the opening maps. Excellent that we get this consistency out of Magix, one of the most improved players on LAN throughout 2022. Statistically. So we just got to get Patsy and Wonderful activated. If that happens, I think Sprout could just get wiped out of the server. If it truly kicks up into that level that we saw throughout 2022, the type of individuals that got Spirit into playoffs at Antwerp, in Rio, big events. The kinds of events that, while Sprout may have attended, they weren't even close to getting to those kinds of accomplishments. Of course, we've already seen quite the upset just moments ago on this very same stream. IHC drops FURIA. Why can't Sprout do the same?
Patsy
gets one headshot off the FAMAS. Now he's got Chopper and Wonderful here to pick up slack. It's just the USP from Chopper, and apparently all he needs.
Good thing they have Star Carry Chopper to make up for Patsy.
Oh, man.
And, you know, like I was saying, Patsy was probably, you know, had boiling blood after his initial performance. And, like, Wonderful, we see, looking good right now. Patsy, that spray, we saw similar sprays the other day. Doesn't inspire confidence. He's probably not feeling good about that. Hopefully he shakes it off. We saw great consistency out of Patsy. People arguing for his placement in the top 20 last year. But, you know, whatever Maui touches turns to dust.
So, I believe he calls himself the unluckiest analyst in the world. And unfortunately for Chopper, gets gunned down. Magix taking damage through the smoke. Flashbang's perfect. Refresh taps with the MAC-10, but then Patsy catches one up from heaven, and we've got the recovery coming out of the star players of Team Spirit. And poor Zello, who I think if we're going to talk about people maybe underperforming in comparison to expectations, he just hasn't really found his footing yet here with the AWP, right? People wanted to see the type of dominance that he was offering in Romanian competition as soon as he got to the international stage. However, hasn't been the case.
Yeah, we've kind of just seen how fast he is, you know, how calm he is, that sort of thing. But when they played against EG, it was everyone else who I think were the stars of the show. And they bought him time because they really did play well as a team in that match. But yeah, we're learning quickly. I think that Spirit are here to show a different day. Despite having questions about Patsy, having a more Wonderful play well is a good start.
Singular AK this round already finds an opening, so that's good. And you kill Patsy, who is statistically the best performing player for Team Spirit on Overpass specifically.
And he should keep playing the way he... well, maybe that's not true. You know, when I always think about that podcast Elise did with DDK where he talked about having a B game and a C game for days that you're not feeling good. So maybe that is where he needs to go. But at the same time, by nature, as an entry fragger, I mean, are you suddenly going to slow down?
You're just going to give up?
Maybe speed up.
You know the old snappy proverb.
Exactly.
Getting that second rifle back, though, could cause problems here. Yeah, Refresh should play it. He's the one with Kevlar. Him, Stare, and Lau. Starting to work close to the A site. They've got those little bits of utility. So honestly, Sprout utilizing the few things they had well enough. Zello just goes straight through that Molotov. Just doesn't give a damn. And poor Chopper, caught off by that one, has given another gun over.
He may have actually just won the round doing that. That's crazy. And that Molly was being watched for a good amount of time. Zello decided to run through the full spread.
That's kind of crazy. But I mean, hell, it works. At least enough to get bomb plant, and it does seem like Spirit are still sizing up this A-site retake. They are working with kits. They're trying to flash their way out beyond the dumpster. Wonderful and Siren, kill of a piece, Refresh. It's the one and done. Now you've got a smoke to still try and cover that defuse, but Stair's not gonna give you space. Double headshot inside sight, and we've got Refresh and Co. on the board 4 rounds in.
We'll say it again. If Zello stands behind that molly, then it's going to be a very easy round for Spirit. They have good spots, enough numbers, and good guns to stop that from coming in. And Zello allows for a post plant. He allows for time off the post plant, and also just gets a kill and an upgraded gun. So even we see that him dying allows Refresh to get an opening frag in that spot, and then Stair ends it easily from his position here on the flower pots. Well done. The only thing really worrying about that round was the initial push from Patsy, just him dying again. And yeah, he's in the spotlight. But he knows it at this point. I don't think that's the reason he's not playing well. Could be other reasons. But an opening death is an opening death. It's a very important stat to keep low in this game. The buy will come together. And it's looking terrible. But they got the op on Patsy. Or on Wonderful. They're so good I get them mixed up.
He's gonna reposition it. Throwing it down over on long instead. Careful now, Siren. A lot of hype behind Wonderful. And honestly, big shoes to fill coming in, replacing Degster.
Yeah. At a certain point, you think, all right, they'll run out of good oppers from that region, but no. Wonderful showed us that's not the case. But I think also his passive playstyle in the last couple of series, I think that's the reason that he wasn't playing well. So not so much missing shots. I feel like just not having impact.
Magix returns the favor. We're going to get a quick pop onto the A site, though. 4 bodies ready to go. Sprout know what they want. What's in position to stop it? Not the op. It's leaning back on bank, and it's going to have a smoke in front of it. So pistol player from truck. Is it enough from Patsy? Good damage. Nice double out of the Deagle. And there's more where that came from. More CTs, that is. Magix, it's great cover, and it's a 3-piece from Patsy. A star performance, and the first one we've seen so far in Katowice. A round he can be proud of.
Yes, that was a good one. Just was a total wall right there with that Deagle. Aiming nice and low for the stomach. Going for the max damage body shots, and well, that's all they needed. About time for this rotation coming through the smoke. He dies right away. That's not possible. Closes the round out. Always got a goofy smile on his face.
Patsy?
Yeah.
Always having fun.
Yeah.
Which I think we can all learn from.
Yeah, you're too serious.
You know me. Sprout and Barry specifically saying that based on this veto, they got all 3 maps they wanted. I would understand why. Team Spirit's biggest loss on Overpass by Spirit. Or excuse me, Sprout. There's history here. There's also some tools to work with. It's not all players on rifles. Lau doubles back. Cue up the op fight. Zello posted on the angle.
Yeah, walks right into that. Free fight. Low util. Patsy up to the plate. Hard angle here towards long. No op to support behind him. Has to make a decision for himself. You know, if he can take the opportunity to flank in this spot, he will. He's the closest player to do so. They're actually approaching with 2 rifles on long. This might be an interesting mid-round, but it might be slow. It's such a far away from the objective here of Sprout to go B, but they're making good time. They turn that corner, they see no one's there, and now this info for the B player is also very helpful.
See their incendiary go down just preemptively. No util over the top just yet.
Now it's confirmed.
Chopper getting closer. Zyphon on the exit. sign to Sprout that this may be red. 25 seconds to try and push their way through this defense. Siren hoping to hold on from barrels. And we've got 4 players just looking to parade their way out inside of the middle of that smoke. Siren sits. Oh, and then as it fades, he lines up 2 kills. We get the Zello op shot back. We're evened out with Refresh on the lesser weapons, and he's gonna need kills. A clean Tech9 headshot. He doesn't go for plant. He's gotta run him down. 1 second left. Oh, Patsy, time to deliver again.
Wow, the clutch because he crouched.
Wow.
Jesus.
Bullet goes right over the top. Refresh, he had his chance. He got his damage in.
Patsy didn't need to attack at all, so he gave him a chance to win that round. Now, even though the info was so in the favor of Spirit in that situation, it was still possible for Sprout because there were just no utility left over for Spirit. You know, if you have full nades there, you're mollying, you're remollying, you're smoking Monster, and you're just totally denying that exec. You would almost force a save if you had enough utility in that spot, but it was an expensive round that they came out of, and they ran out of utility well before this attack came in. So coming through that info play from Patsy and his teammate at long as fast as they did was the reason that they even were able to bring this down to a 1v0. So well done, but they created their own luck. Sprout now with pistols and a chance for Spirit to actually stabilize because they have to go in with full rebuys again. Sprout may think they have an opportunity. They buy what they can.
Chopper feels comfortable enough to just lean out. Ooh, wonderful right behind him. Shuts down the first one. See a refresh. Tempted again in the next round. I think this is already an excellent sign of what everybody cheering for Spirit wanted. Wonderful 8-2. Patsy 7-2. Magix, who was there before the other 2. Top performer so far in the play-in. Yet again, delivering the impact. And it's going to keep Sprout at bay. It's very scary, obviously, to see Spirit's star players come in so rusty, but it is also the start of their season.
That's true.
They're not one of the partner teams at Blast who got a chance to warm up. We saw weird results to start that event as well. Happened here. IHC just bested FURIA.
What a match that was.
Sprout trying to harness the power of the Mongols. Got to make them your spirit animal to try and topple Spirit. Wonderful. Looking for more than just the opening kill, and he will connect. Patsy flash and stuck beside the truck, recovers vision, recovers everything. In fact, there's no recovery because they lost zilch.
That flash was wonderful. It actually blinded 3 players on the site. It gave him time to scale. They nearly got to position to dismantle the crossfire, but again, the guns being good. And also, I mean, Sprout would have taken a couple kills here, so even the fact that they don't means a lot to Spirit. It's 6-1 scoreline now, but it's 6-1 when now Spirit have full grenades on top of their op and some money left over.
Something faster here out of Sprout. Siren gonna hear this coming at him fast. Lau hoping to get more than just that first. It's a clean entry, but Chopper from beyond the grave burns Xiphon. And we've got a 2v2 regardless, so nice utilization of the MAC-10s here from Sprout. Each of those entry players getting themselves a kill to start to move this forward, and then it gives them a nice safe bomb plant before the other CTs can try to piece this one together. But again, we're talking about Patsy and Wonderful, those who hit hard for Spirit. Destined to carry. And Patsy connects to Stairs head. We're going to have to see Zello come in big with the 1v2. Smoked off, not comfortable. There's an additional smoke that Patsy can use. There's flashes as well. Both players on kits. They've got what they need. But can they get Zello off of this? Can he manage to line one up? Yes, but does he shoot? No! He thinks he got the diffuser, but a great body block out of Patsy lets Wonderful rob it away.
Oh my god. He actually was just on him the whole time after with ammo remaining, but didn't want to shoot too soon in case The guy who was defusing, maybe he thought he got diffuser, maybe he thought the diffuser got off just to shoot back for that moment, and he didn't want to waste bullets before that tap came in. That might have been even worse, but poor him, if only he knew.
Man, a couple rounds now we're watching Spirit rack up round wins, but we're also looking at Sprout with openings. That 1 versus 1 where Refresh has his enemy just duck under the bullet. This one, Spirit not going to let off the gas pedal, moving Patsy outwards. He's going to catch Stare pinned against the wall, and just like that, he's gone 5v4 at a minute 40.
He's playing his game, as they say, changing the story very quickly.
Better late than never.
We know Spirit like a fast play. They came in hot that last round, but because they didn't win it. I feel less confident about doing things as quickly again. When they ran over EG with all those fast rounds, I think the main reason they kept doing it is because it just kept working. Like, they lost 1 or 2 rounds in that second half in total.
One of them's pistol. Siphon gets beyond the half bathrooms. Patsy, smoke out.
Op is over on the B site.
They do have a deep player on long, however. But if Patsy extends too far out, you could expect Zello to snip him off with the op.
Yeah, this is kind of a flawed attack from Sprout, but they need a kill. Yeah.
Refresh crawls out from beneath that smoke, and Patsy's on high alert. Continuing to try to face here. All that Sprout have left is going to try to push into this A site. 20 seconds, double man disadvantage. Can't even manage that first entry, and suddenly this one feels like it's slipping because it is. The op could try to take a chance, but you've got 7 seconds. At this point, tuck tail, run, and hope you don't even die after time, because they're coming for you. Zello better survive, and he's got a chance in connector. Woo! Killer shot, critical and important, but regardless, Spirit's 8th.
Yes, and Spirit at the 8th. I don't really love the call from Sprout coming up bathrooms without testing long control. Sometimes you can do it, but I think just looking at what we've seen already in this game, there hasn't been a round really where Spirit have thought that they shouldn't play long. They've pushed up consistently. They've played a rifler here. They've doubled up. So I don't know. They didn't even get to the point where the crossfire comes in from their long player. Like, that's how bad it was. But Sprout actually still have money. These guys have been spending well.
Keeping the cash flow healthy. Sprout leak through smokes into short. Of course, at a moment's notice, feels like any of their stars could find that one round, that pop-off moment.
But unfortunately, Spirit have the match in that regard too. That's why we'd say the individual is there for Spirit. Well, then they're just the favored teams. Patsy's making an interesting move. Oh, well. Refresh doesn't think so. That's a good kill from him. And again, keeping tabs on long was what was missing last round. They were also down 4v5, so it makes sense. And now with time on the clock as well, very smart from Refresh to do that. Huge player down. Low on grenades already are Spirit. This fake might be effective.
Lau sizing up the site as grenades continue to pop. Given a lot of space here. This could very well catch him off guard. Siren. Yeah. Or... Oh, okay. It's a labored effort, but they get there. Heaven player could stop at will. But now these A players with utility in front of them, they're just going to play. And with that bomb stopped down at the feet of Chopper, Wonderful comes through smoke, can at least confirm that one's out long, and Chopper almost holds on. Here comes Magic, fast, off of the bank play, 10 seconds to the clock. Magix doesn't run, doesn't hide, chooses the fight, and Violence looks good on Spirit. 9-1 off of that. A frantic moment, but he didn't waste a second from getting to B to A.
Yeah, this is not a good round from Sprout. That was a really great round from Magic. Some great trades coming through from Spirit. We'll give them credit there, but honestly, man, they had a lot going for them when Refresh got its kill on Patsy. They had the ability to threaten A. This push from Xiphon doesn't really make much sense, excuse me. The spot that was played was very natural, you know, in Optimus. Now the bomb's irretrievable. So much came down to that one kill, and they still had 24 seconds after Stare made his lurk happen. So I feel like they just rushed it. They rushed it a little bit. Somehow, they've been playing some cost-effective CS, though. They somehow put together another buy. Sadly, been the best part about the half so far for them.
Over the wall they pry, but no contact. Patsy. Oh, just like last round, the opening death versus Spirit. Previously long, this time bathrooms. They're going to move this one ever closer to the A site. Jump spot's going to be heard. Lau, what can you do with that info?
The tough part is, it's weird because Lau gets info, but because they don't see anything, they're more worried about A, which is actually correct.
Moving up, smokes over the top. Lau's going to be just completely removed from this play. Wonderful, what a risk! Sitting on the truck, completely exposed to stairs. He comes around that corner. I don't know about that setup.
That was insane. He could have played behind the truck and just taken his regular angle once that molly came down.
Sprout have seen Magics inside of the bank. The two Ts that are still stuck on Optimus. And while Lau gets out from short, it's counter-terrorists inching their way closer towards him. That's going to confirm and guarantee an exit. That's a crazy position to play.
Insane. I think that, you know, he thinks the fight's coming sooner. If he doesn't, of course, he goes back to his favorite spot or like the most optimized angle. But even with that fight coming sooner, he has very little chance of actually winning it. He has very little chance of getting a kill and leaving. So, well, it doesn't work out. Two best players of Spirit go down, and Sprout overrun the site. They also became very low on grenades very quickly. It didn't have that extremely important in-meta smoke that lands in front of bathrooms. Give the Optimus position even more power. It could have been the case that Wonderful was ready to call him out for faking or something like that and get into a spot to hard clear them or punish them for being too stringy, but really Sprout were ready to hit A hard. Patsy already done his water. Did you get two?
Better.
Yeah.
Say dot request.
Oh, yeah, you can ask for snacks.
Pretty clutch.
Yeah.
Imagine y'all sitting at home at your desks, just dot request, and your mom gets the ping. You're set.
You don't have to do that anymore.
Nope.
You don't have to come out of your basements.
Give me my hat back in.
Same strat.
See it. Lau's fast. They fall back, but there's still a MAC-10 already through. However, we've got Siren on this side of the smoke, not over towards barrels. MAC-10 goes hunting, and this one just gets swept away. The aggression has worked before, could still pay off. We get a little recovery out of Siphon. A trick up his sleeve, but Patsy's inside of the smoke, and Chopper already presses up onto the lane. So, sure enough, 3 up for Spirit, 10th on the board. And while the MAC-10s worked wonderfully previously, this time, it's a stark reality.
Maybe they're hoping that Spirit forgot how they won their round last time in this similar situation. But it's obviously a set play, and we've seen a number of T-side set plays that are quick out of Sprout, but, well, they just had the perfect setup. They dodge flashes at all the right times. They're nice clip-offs, right, from Chopper on the second player coming in, but fresh smokes, lots of time to telegraph that, and an even better result this time around.
Patsy back to the front-facing A setup, and he's not alone. We've got a long walk up on wall. Chopper moving it forward, revving the engine. Patsy's going to hear him playing around and wanted to capitalize, but couldn't. Wonderful. Creeping away through smoke. Chopper, ooh, a lineup that could have been. He goes down just like Patsy, empty-handed. Wonderful, here to pick up slack, but he peeks into Zello. Second time we've seen Zello come out on top of that duel, and despite the best efforts of Chopper over towards Long. That damage, all for naught. Seems like a comfortable third out of Sprout.
Wow, looks like he's going to forego the lurk this time. They've just got such an advantage towards A site. Just looking to not bungle this, basically. Certainly would be too much to ask for Spirit. Oh, actually. Oh my god, that's a beautiful spray. Nice. Eyes closed here for Magix.
It doesn't need to see.
But they draw the rotation. That's what they were looking for.
And they've got Stare now pressing into Prime. So that right there with the smoke should guarantee that Sprout will find a third on this T side.
And you can see that Wonderful is rough around the edges, right? I mean, he takes the same risk into a position where outside bathrooms is smoked. He walks right into Zello in the same way he did previously. No one to draw attention. It sort of feels like the attitude that, well, it's 3v5. I've just got to do something that would normally be really stupid that I wouldn't do in a 5v5. But now I have the keys. But there might be a better play that isn't that still. Something just that doesn't rely on the other team being bad. I think that's the key thing. Whereas Sprout, they were calm right there, and they stayed and held all their spots, and they had enough people to do it. Patsy as well. He's died a number of times on these pushes. He's still got a lot of kills, but they're more concentrated on a few rounds. So his deaths are meaningful. And, you know, we see 5 players, but we also, for Chopper, we know we did 50, 60 damage to 2 people. And the first player, Patsy, also got a few tags off as well. So when you look at it like that, you know, you're not actually trying to set up Wonderful. Wonderful should be going for a trade or denying your rifler from dying longer. Setting up Siren actually in that situation might be more efficient, but playing back with him maybe gives you a chance to win. Of course, CS is not all that cut and dry. You have to be careful about what they call confirmed.
Yeah. Sometimes it's wet and sloppy.
I'm into it.
Especially down on that B site, man. Murky waters. Sludge. And a CT setup we've yet to see. Not just us, Sprout as well. 2 players top bathrooms, catches him off guard. Perfectly timed. Oh, that's a Zello flash. Yikes. Wow.
Well, Spirit loved it.
Blind as a bat. He's going to have to rely on Zello and Zyphon to try their damnedest in cracking open this B site. We've got multiple fights on multiple fronts, and they all come up to Spirit's favor. Sprout have been fighting tooth and nail for some of these rounds. And they have found a little timing here. You know, CT's still going to be wary of this walk-up, so they're keeping eyes on it. But at least they didn't get caught by that boost, per se. Magix, nice trade frag. Zello's AWP, 30 seconds to this clock. We've seen a very consistent buy trend out of Sprout. And while money is low, he's going to take his chance. Waning moments of the first 15, and it's nothing but another Spirit win.
There are definitely some mistakes in this half from Spirit, but 11-3 scoreline, they get through the CT side. Their individuals are looking strong from a macro perspective. From a colleague perspective, honestly, from Sprout, I see so much more wrong with theirs. I think, you know, the 2 fast pocket strats get shut down. The second one worse than the first. A couple of their A plays, I feel like they're not responding to what they've already seen in the match. And so I'm not surprised they're losing here, but on too many fronts. Individually, as a team, and I think that's representative. It's 11-3.
I think a critical element of that is the win conditions for Spirit showing up out of the gate. We get Patsy, we get Wonderful, rifle and op dominance, forward A plays, and occasional Patsy repositions just to keep things fresh. Sprout, a very stark comparison. Contrast to the last time these teams dueled on Overpass. Again, Sprout's pick. One of 3 maps they expected and wanted in this series, according to Barry in the pregame interview.
Oh, good read from Spirit. They're playing here to defend against, you know, a monster hit or B, but full value for the rotators. They can pick all the best spots. Coming up on short might be nice.
Always behind him.
A little late, but
it works. Oh, nicely. Zyphon gets ahead of the util. An open door left ajar by Team Spirit, and Sprout just kick it off its hinges. So it's a retake for the final of the 15. We got this easy lock-in from short. Patsy should be doomed as he walks out this door. However, Refresh starts to make a bit of sound. Loses his teammate in the meanwhile. Now has to go ahead and pull that trigger. So a nice one from Sprout, getting the better of the timing on this B site, jumping into Team Spirit, and pushing them back at least a little. Again, 4 rounds on this T side, but we have seen dominant CT halves on the likes of Overpass, and at this point, that's exactly what Sprout are gonna have to show us when we come back from this break.
To my face, tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you.
No doubt in my mind that Sprout were hoping to jump into the server tonight and get a piece of the spirit that the previous teams had been able to chew through. But this is a different spirit. This is spirit with win conditions. Patsy, Magic's wonderful, top of the boards. Chopper, Siren, bringing up that skill floor. And therefore, here we are, 11 rounds after that CT side. Sure enough, Sprout, you can sprinkle in a victory here and there, but it is not the domination that we had last time these two teams met on this very same map. That's what they wanted to start this series. Now they'll be, of course, giving this a run for their money on the second half, but it's going to have to be real clean. Zarks and JRaz pushing the 1s and 2s. And we lock it in here. Katowice group stage on the line. Limited spots left over.
Oh, man. When you're this close versus the team, these two teams, very beatable versus each other. If it was your day, if it was a different day, in fact, I think this scoreline could be the reverse with the way Spirit were playing earlier. But here's a good start from Sprout.
Oh, nice tap.
Great shot, actually.
The fact that he was just trying to run away as well. It's like if that comes out of either the other two players who were stationary and waiting, that's one thing. But
you know what? They don't win trades there, and the CTs are grouped up. Now, they have this mid-rotation. They can go down the stairs. But if there's a chance for Spirit to take this, I think they found the right choke point.
They'll find B essentially open. Just Siphon back on Graffiti. It's not like he can stop the plant, and the connector players aren't close enough to sprint this down either. So move bomb in, and you've got yourself a plant, and therefore a chance. Siren will get the trade frag. There with vision from up above, but Siren, P250 in the pistol.
Double swing, right?
We know what this can do, and sure enough, there's Siren's 4th. All these kills are his so far, and we are talking about the 4th or 5th piece of Team Spirit's puzzle. Stair tries to get back into short, fighting both. Shots connecting, little bits of health left over on the 2 Ts, one of which doubles this back around Monster. He presses out, and it's going to be Siren with the ace.
Hey, ring the alarms. Let's go, Siren. What a round from him. And he is the guy that we talk about the least, when it comes to this roster. Chopper, because he's the IGL, has more of a conversation around him. But Siren is a guy we've seen good rounds from, but of course, he's got so many stars in this team with insane aim that you don't often get to put him in the spotlight. But here is his time. They do a good job in that post plan of organizing for the double swing. It's easy for me to talk about it as it's happening, but when you're in the game, organizing that type of situation with the communication and pressure at the same time, wildly impressive.
It's definitely not the start to this half that Sprout needed nor wanted.
3v4 victory as well.
Quick glimpse over the wall. Refresh 5-7 on the pocket. This gun goes hard, but he loses a teammate and his own life right thereafter. Siren gonna take that pistol round success and transition it right into his and Magic's follow-up. It's 4 easy frags out of the rifles, a 13th to the board for Spirit.
This has been the definition of quick work. Spirit came in angry, teeth showing, saying, we know that you beat us last time. And in that game, Patsy and Wonderful were there. It was just the other teammates who were a little bit more quiet, and Refresh and Stare in particular had outstanding maps. A 1.71 for Refresh and a 1.65 for Stare. But this is a bigger stage with more on the line.
Also a really good T-start by the looks of it.
Yeah.
Contrast to this one. Oh, Zello not even given a chance to hang on to the scout. So,
but actually, if there's one thing here, is a really good T-start and also didn't lose a round in the second half. So, Sprout can tell themselves, we haven't even, outside of with whatever, a pistol and a couple conversions, we believe in our CT side. We saw that massive comeback versus EG. The level of competition is higher, but that was EG on 13 rounds. They were touching it. Problem is for Sprout, still no money.
So that means this 14th should slip onto the board real easy. And then we'll talk about a Sprout massive comeback with the guns. USP press into short, but met by the Dalil, and Siphon just looking to throw his grenade the other direction, so even though it wasn't likely from the get-go, no trade potential on that. The Deagle push, though, what can this get accomplished? Nothing.
Nothing.
Lau goes down. Just like everybody else this round, Mac 10 shreds the CTs over towards Graffiti, and as expected, with the same buy from the round prior, it is Spirit 14-4.
And literally not even sweating. So, as much as Sprout feel like they got every map that they wanted in this veto, Overpass is their map pick. But it doesn't look like it.
Oh, and as if you needed anything to go worse, your first and maybe only real buy has a player dead the moment he jumps out heaven. Team Spirit, throw up the boost and throw out Zyphon.
Yeah, they assemble quickly.
Refresh, chance to shine. Trade frag immediate out of Siren. And the fact that Siren has now surpassed all of the other players on this team.
Wow.
Sure, 5 kills in the pistol round ace, but that's literally how this T-side has just gone from start to finish the Wave Spirit.
Whoa. Wow, in a very interesting spot. It's got them coddled into this position and wants to aggress, but are they watching it? They are. Wow, just intently.
The op watching T-spawn just in case.
And it's the perfect read.
And while Bomb is still sitting outside Monster, guess what? It goes from bad to worse for Sprout. You've got Patsy breathing down your neck inside of heaven.
Why don't we make it a knife, Patsy?
Because he's all business. Yeah, this guy traveled to Katowice wearing a suit.
True.
And that's when it all felt like things were going to go badly for all of his opposition. Sure, they may have lost a map here and there, but now we're talking Spirit 15-4. Quick day in the office.
And when we talk about recent history with these two teams, at the Rio Major, Spirit destroyed them on Vertigo. They may be looking forward to playing it, but 16-8 for Spirit at the Rio Major. And again, it's one of those stages where it's not ESL Challenger. You know, this is a step up in pressure, and we know more about how good a team like Spirit will play in those circumstances than Sprout.
Refresh with the Hail Mary, rushes out into the playground. Deep Molly could keep them on their toes, and Wonderful, well, watch this.
Okay.
He's decided enough's enough. MP9 from inside connector going to try to recover what they can. Zello going to challenge around this. But Wonderful, one shot sends him back, and now it's just reeling, peeling back through bathrooms. At least Zello's still trying to keep it mobile. Goes into the long peak, comes back into the front baths. But you need to somehow claw back a 3 versus 4 versus map point.
Now, it looks like A is actually going to be the better site in a few seconds. We do have the FAMAS here, but 2 MP9s behind it. I mean, you're going to need the perfect flashes. Zyphon's got to have the round of his life. But at the same time, Spirit have time to go back to the other side of the map. And right now, Siren is telling them, maybe you should come here. Oh, boy.
Yeah, they're going to heed that warning. Got to respect Sprout going for something all in. High risk, high reward. But in reality, this one's just going to fizzle out. Spirit, deep smoke grenades on both sites, just kept Sprout down there a little bit longer. Allows for Spirit, of course, to now be ready for it all. Zello tries to slide out bank, gets seen. Siren, few bullets left in the magazine. MP9 desperate to get something going, but his teammates aren't even nearby. He was hoping to catch him off, maybe in that reload. Not the case. Good wallbang attempt from Zyphon. Sprout have been dismantled. They've been unrooted. And Stair's gonna take the top spot over the wall. That just reconfirms everybody face forward. You see that dumpster? Sprout have just been stuffed inside it. 16-4 on Overpass. This is a different team Spirit. This is the type of Spirit that made those major runs, that gave us something to be proud of in Cologne, throughout Pro League, and all of 2022. And so it is nice to have them show up in Katowice when everybody felt that maybe they'd fallen absent.
was what I would call a good old-fashioned beatdown. Absolute knockdown of Sprout. They never really stood a chance in that map whatsoever. Spirit just ran roughshod over them. We're back here on the desk, and I got tired of looking at Kassad's face, so we brought in Heku for this segment. Heku, how'd you feel about that one?
I mean, you know, some people get demoted, some people get promoted.
Chaos is a ladder.
Yeah, I'm going to give you like some insight. I mean, obviously, something that you guys noticed, something that the audience saw, that in the first half, unfortunately, Sprout had problems planting the bombs, which means they don't get the economy rolling. And, you know, if we're looking at the win rates, yes, they have the better overpass, but that's in the last 3 months. In the last month, like with the new lineup, they played only overpass twice, they won once, and they lost once.
Yeah.
And when they won, they got like 9 rounds out of like 15 in the plan. So like, there was like no problem with the economy.
Okay.
But here, it's a different thing. It's like one thing, you know, like not easy.
Get absolutely steamrolled. But over on the other side, Spirit, man, this is the Spirit we've been wanting to see.
Yes, absolutely. And I mean, we asked the individuals to step up, right? Because we're kind of missing the Wonderful, and they shouldn't be dependent on him. And well, we saw Patsy popping off. We saw all of them, right? IGL making great calls, great setups on the city side. I mean, it was pretty much one-sided, right? Like it was, they had no chance. I think Spirit played overpass as it should be, setting the pace completely of the game, you know, with aggressive setups. And actually, the very few rounds where they choose to do a little bit of a, you know, individual play, try to be sneaky beaky like with the when the game was already 9-1 or something like that. Those are the rounds that they actually lost, because other than that, it's just been one-sided.
Absolutely one-sided. I think our Air Force aim high head-to-head is going to paint the picture pretty well. It's Patsy and it's LaoNX, a guy we tried to build up in the pre-show. Well, he got torn down in the actual match here, Heku. You got to talk to him.
I mean, he gave us a really good interview, so I was kind of looking forward for him to do like way better, especially like, since like he's kind of hyped up. And one of the reasons why he is on the team is actually Barry. And here again, I want to bring up the topic of the coaches, because you know, when it comes to Spirit, they have a coach, and also they have a psychologist. And like after I did an interview with FURIA, I could see the guys just standing, talking, like, you know, they were hugging each other. And the things that he said, I was actually surprised, because that guy, like Alexander, he's well-spoken, he has a great vocabulary. The things that he was saying, he's like, guys, do you want to win? Yes, they all say it at the same time. Then he's like, okay, let's lift up our heads. So, you know, like, you have like one big brain, Hallie, behind you, and you have this guy who motivates you. On the other side, there's Sprout. They have Barry, who's absolutely, no doubt, a great coach.
Yeah.
But can he give that same energy?
I mean, speaking about that guy from Spirit, I remember in the IEM Rio Major, right? That guy, they were about to play a Brazilian team, and the whole crowd is like against Spirit. And then that guy was like, you guys hear this? Like, kind of like shouting against the crowd. And everybody was like, wow, who is this guy, right? He kind of got hated because of it. But I like it. You know, I like the attitude. And I think, as you said very well, I think Sprout does miss a little bit of the energy. Like we saw, none of them really energetic. The coach is also like a bit way too quiet, took the timeouts needed, tried to help, obviously. But yeah, I would like to see more energy coming out of them. And just in general, I mean, I think one of the things that definitely made sense for Spirit was the energy coming from the psychologists. Yeah.
Now, we tried to get a bit of a break from Kassad, but it turns out his contract actually stipulates he has to be featured on every desk. So we got an interview. How's it going, Kassad?
Hello, guys. I had a little bit of a chat with Magix after the first map, and he said something pretty calm but pretty confident. Oh, guys, this was a rough game against NIP, and we did well right now. Everybody was feeling super rested and confident coming into this match, and we show it on the server. So it was 16-4 coming into Vertigo. I asked him about the map in the Major. He said that time Sprout picked it, and Spirit won 16-8. Now things are changed when it comes to the map pool and everything, but they still feel very super confident coming into the second map, and I just think they're going to go with the 2-0 right here.
He's feeling the 2-0. Heku, out of 10, how would you rate that sideline report?
It was great. It was amazing. And I am really worried for my spot, for my job.
Well, I mean, hey.
You're doing
if he takes your job, you take his job.
Let's do it.
Just an old-fashioned switcheroo. I know who's going to need a switcheroo. It's Sprout, right? They've got to get things going here. Spirit, they're looking great. We know they love their Vertigo. They're feeling mad confident. The 2-0 has to be in sights for them. But there's another team in the server. What's going to be the difference maker here?
Well, I think that coming to Overpass, they started T side, and it's sometimes it's hard for the AWPer to step up on the T side. There's only much you can do as an AWPer on the T side. Yes, you can get peaks long and all that kind of stuff, but there's not many peaks as an AWPer that you can do aggressive stuff on the T side. So what I expected is the individuals we spoke about, Loungs, for example, right? The guys there, for example, the guys that are taking map control, the guys that should be having impact. And unfortunately, in this one, we spoke about it has been very one-sided. Props to Spirit, but we need them to take charge and be impactful, right? And we are going to a map right now, which is, again, a map that it could be challenging for the AWPers, right? And as far as I know, Wonderful, it's a very good map for him. So it's challenging for Shallow. I hope he steps up. But I think he goes above that. I think they have to play their own game. It's not really a map that are struggling or anything. They know how to play the map. They need to find a way to get momentum going, economy going, as Heko said. And then maybe they will have a chance.
Heko, who's the key for you here for Sprout?
I mean, for Sprout, I do want to see a little bit more from Loungs, because I mean, there's a good reason why we decided to have a pre-interview with him. There's a reason like why he was kind of getting hyped up. But you know, this is Vertigo, and I feel like Sprout kind of has like a bit of a weird relationship with this map, because we saw them banning it like yesterday, peaking it in the conference. So I'm still trying to figure out, do they actually like it or not?
I really love their Vertigo. I don't know if they like it. I really love their Vertigo. The way that's going to be set up, right, is you're going to have Stare as the A player. You're going to have Lounx as the B player. They're always on the boundaries, on both sides of the map, right? And for my money, Lauex, he is one of the best players competing right now in terms of grinding out that one pick to get things started over towards B, both sides of the map. He's an absolute rat. And I say that as positively as possible. Dude is a slime in terms of just getting into ratty little angles, picking off one, and then sending your setup in disarray. But this is one of the toughest tests you can come up against, right? Spirit, if they're hitting, which they certainly were, is just a phenomenal Vertigo team here, right?
Yeah, for sure. And I think that one thing that Spirit did really great on Overpass, and I hope that Sprout is really good on the city side, is making use of defensive smokes. Because like on Vertigo, there is a lot of things that you can do in order to get the entries. But I often don't see teams using smokes effectively on the map. Like they just keep smoking A ramp, they run out of smokes, and then they fall back towards side, get executed, lose the round. Or they go over aggressively with the smokes, and then they die with the smokes. But B-bomb side, it's extremely hard to hold. And then if you try and if he's successful with the entries there, playing aggressively, and he falls back and you make use of the utility effectively, buy time into his team, don't try to overreact or try to over-aggress too much, then I think they have a chance. And I've watched them playing. He often does it really well. Hopefully he repeats it in this series.
Well, you've set it up very nicely for us. Let's see if they can pull it off to execution. When we come back, it'll be Vertigo between Sprout and Spirit with the groups on the line.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
So Sprout had a dream to make it to the groups here in Katowice, and honestly, at times, they've looked good, and at times, Spirit have played poorly. But that last map on Overpass was nothing short of domination. Not the way that Spirit, of course, had hoped. They wanted competition, man. They wanted something closer. They wanted revenge, and I don't think revenge tastes as good when it comes that easy.
Maybe not. You know, I know what you mean. I guess it's a shame for Sprout, but at the same time, Spirit might have been so nervous about just playing well that, you know, maybe they're over the moon. And they got Vertigo to look forward to. Smacked Sprout up last time they played on it, and looking for the repeat.
A fond memory in that case. They've already got the opening kill. Siren down as Chopper catches a frag towards short. Stare stuck behind yellow. And the remaining Sprout players all scrambling into this A site. It's nice and even. The CTs decide to peek out a couple of kills that go their way. And they're going to put XQC in the clutch. Zello's pinned behind sandbags. Wonderful creeping around. Worried about the short play. He's been spotted. Double peek. There's the first. Oh, a chance at the second, but down he'll go.
I was right on him, dude.
Sprout.
Right on him, dude.
Sprout will go ahead and pick up pistol.
This guy's hacking, man.
Why don't they peek, man, and then all they pick at the same time?
That took a second. I didn't know you were going to say that. Okay. Well, this is cool because they had the same idea and at the same timing, and Sprout almost had no other option. They were pushed off a short, and there was pressure on ramp. I think Spirit, it looked like they did that better, but when they peeled back for a second, Sprout were right there, so really nice. A little bit of history between these two on Vertigo, so I'm sure that demo was just analyzed all the way to its bone.
Down to the marrow. Pack of T's coming out top mid. They're going to go boost mode, or not. Just going to round the corners instead. Molly over the top towards construction. Zyphon is hit by it. Siren and Wonderful and soon to be maybe somebody else. They're just going to fly right at this. MP9 shreds them. Ooh, things were looking sketchy, but then all three remaining Sprout players come in with an MP9 kill apiece.
We've got three players who are sort of low. I mean, I don't want to alarm anybody, but Patsy, I wouldn't be surprised if he Jimmy rigs a frag or two.
You think Prime Patsy pulls off this P250
He's
clutch?
in the probably the most interesting spot to make something happen. Now they're anticipating an A play. I actually think coming in from here would be a little less obvious, but look, the smokes go down.
Oh, now it looks doable.
Okay, does he jump up is the question. Oh, he's wait. Oh my God,
He's going to wait the smoke out.
He's going to wait behind the sandbags.
And then when there's no way Refresh dead, jumps up. Lau hits the headshot. Thank goodness for it, because with an M4 and with the armor, he had health advantage over those two.
To be honest, if he doesn't jump up sandbags, that is actually a hard fight for Lau. But you know what? That was Lau jumping out of heaven, running into them in mid, where I think if they were given a little bit more space and got the shoulder peek over and over again, it would have only got worse. So that was well done. Saying, hey, we're playing like we have the worst guns here. Why aren't we pushing into them? So we drained that economy. But still, some kills here for Spirit.
Keeping Sprout on their toes at the get-go of this one. No way. No way he hits that. I mean, he's good, but he's not that good. That's what Sprout would have you believe.
It's their T side that is a lot better than their CT side, actually. So Sprout have some expectations here. Make no mistake, he's trying to time it to punish this spot. Not an easy shot, though.
Hello just tucked in. He's going to activate. Runs down, dies.
Yeah, that was...
Eagle at this distance, looking for its home. They don't find any damage, really. Nothing of significance versus Sprout, barring the Zello kill. Oh, clean from Magix.
Damn, that's an A player. So now they have one that they know is playing on the ramp. Siren, no way.
Just left out in the open. Refresh going to come clear this. Couple chances there with the Deeg, but again, off the mark. Lau looking to stuff it at the top of the stairs, but it's Chopper in with the Desert Eagle. Pistols paying off. The A1S going to go ahead and recover. And Magix tagged down by Berettas.
Okay.
Refresh 3 kills. Sprout 3 round wins.
Yeah, very well handled there in the end. Spirit make it look very scary with just their pistols. I think Zell activated his push a little too soon without the action coming down, but outside of that, again, it's not really any trouble.
That was clean from Magix. Yeah. Not as clean as Chopper's.
And Chopper continuing to have a great event.
So I can't help but laugh that off. He was the mid kill, right?
Yes.
The P250. You don't laugh, you'll cry.
Give respect, good aim. He's got some.
And we get back into the guns. Util on both ends of the mid play. A play, excuse me. CT's not as front-facing as we've seen out of a couple of these other rounds. So they'll forfeit at least the ramp. What is Spirit going to do with this? Stair wants to come take a peek, flash into the short. Doesn't go beyond that, so he won't confirm contact.
Theo is good, but...
They know they're here.
Yes, Spirit were equally careful. But they're slowly winning ramp control and putting Sprout into an awkward spot. You know, you don't want to see CTs in this spot ready to push the ramp. We'll see if Spirit are ready for it.
Ooh, missed chance, but Refresh here to clean up 2 kills. Nice and easy. Siren, it's a one and done. And there's so little left for Chopper and Magix to make this happen with, but you know, Zello and Stair also compromised health-wise. Just over 20 seconds, Magix ends up dying, not ideal. Chopper, though, into the clutch. Expectant of the short peek. Very few seconds to spare in this play. He's got smoke if he wants to lay that down. Now only 10 left on that clock. If he goes for the plant, he's going to get run down, and he doesn't even get a chance to press the first button. It is Sprout to the 4-0 start.
Yeah, that's another situation where they actually get Sprout to do what they want. They take away short control. They force them into that ramp push. And that's a very terrifying position for the CTs, showing their full bodies against these headshot angles. And Spirit almost had full ramp control. Now, the one thing is for Sprout, at least they don't let them get all the way into the corner, get their nades set up. They do act with the one small play that they could make in that timing. I think it looks risky, but they've shown comfort doing it. So, hey, they're happy to have a 4-0 start here on their CT side. Couple of great rounds from Refresh.
Oh, that's how that happened. Yes, the Refresh lineup on the first two. Sprays him down with ease. Team Spirit not going to relent just yet. Bias back in. Wow, getting cheeky. Magic's going over this. Okay, awkward as both players jump up, but Lau will find what he wanted. A dangerous game for him to play, but it looked like he was very much expecting Magix to make a push like that. And Chopper on the recovery. He's got Lau pinned in and incredibly low. It's all about the timing.
Oh my god.
And those bullets just off the mark. He sees him leaving, but the flash means Chopper can't overchase. And Lau gets away with 1 point of health. Singular HP. T's just working with the double flashbang, so you can't molly Xiphon out of this back quad hold. It's going to make things tough, but maybe you don't need fire, because he decides to move himself forward on his own. And then the next CT is the one that's low, but Lau has support. The rotate comes out from spawn. Wonderful still hunting. Chopper crosses over. It's Wonderful with the bomb on his back. It's Wonderful who's not able to get anything going, barring the little that was left of Lau.
That was great. I mean, they covered each other. They had Lau get the opening kill, get dinked down, get back onto the site, set up his teammate to draw attention away from him. The flash set him up for another kill even, and Refresh and the backline support was beautiful. Again, great start to the game for Refresh. And this one's easy for Zello. Just nice and patient option coverage. A decent attempt from Spirit, but not the start that I think many of us expected. Onto pistols again.
I think on Overpass, it just sort of felt like on an individual level, Sprout weren't going to be able to compare. But now we've got a slow start from Patsy. A trend here in Katowice 2023. Magic's also yet to really get going. Feels inevitable, but 5 rounds at a start. Sprout will take it. Wonderful waits for the peak to come around, and there it is. But Refresh, he's been really good with this front-facing play. 10th kill added to the tally, and that's going to turn Spirit back. They've got an AK on Patsy, though. Things could still get interesting. And I like that Refresh doesn't shy away from this, but instead continues to collect that info. Confirmation Spirit aren't quite here. And they time it perfectly. Just going back into the action, picking up 3 more kills, forcing Siren into a clutch with 40 HP.
The man who aced over on Overpass, looking to steal the show. Oh, 2 full health CT players ready on this site. You'd think there's no chance. If he gives them some time, surely they're going to start to walk away, at least maybe one. But for the time being, actually, maybe they'll stick together all the way to the end. Reading correctly that Siren is just on a staggered attack.
One fake, one sprint. Both peak. He's got this pictured. He's got to get the kills, and the first one's his. Does he know? Now he sees. Oh, Lau getting across and going over. That's what ends up taking it away.
Wow.
Comes down to the wire, but it also comes up Sprout.
Yeah, he plays that very well, and if not for a couple of bullets missing, I think he really put them in awkward spots. Having the Opper leave cover with his sidearm out, that's exactly where he wanted them. But a very nice play from Lau. I like calling him Lau because he's really good, and it feels like I'm in the game.
Living vicariously through him.
Yes. He brought up, actually, in the pregame interview that Barry, when he comes in on the tack pauses, he has very different ideas to, I think, what people want to try to do. And I think he said that they have to listen to him to get used to it. But he's got the right ideas.
All the way down at the base of B. Long-range Molly. Patsy has found an opening. Where did that go down?
It's like just over the smoke, maybe.
Okay. Punish the yellow push.
That was it a wall bang as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Must have clipped it.
Oh my god, you didn't see Magis or Magix.
More pressure though. Yeah, now they found him. Probably thought he had got away unspotted. In reality.
And where there's a refresh, there's a push. He's been active on both sides.
It's been working out wonderfully. 12-4 is Refresh's start to this second map. Zello's been posted on this angle for quite some time. He hears the rumblings of the commitment. Missed shot. Oh, second one though, right to the gut of Chopper. Bomb gets stopped by Refresh, who wastes no time going out. We've got a player over top. Nice reaction from Lau, snapping the shot down to the player beneath him, and then finding Wonderful by Sandbags. Barry on his feet.
They look so comfortable. The aim looks good. The ideas are there. The re-aggressions are so quick. Every little micro-aggression that they're performing on both sides of the map, they're so well-timed. I mean, I would be kicking myself with the ramp retakes if I lost to those with multiple numbers ready for the push. I think Spirit, from an aim perspective, aren't able to keep up in a way that just seems so weird compared to what we saw in Overpass. I mean, the story's weird for both of them in that way.
Convinced him to fall back off ramp. They haven't gone too far. And Refresh is probably just feeling like he's everywhere. It's just the one. Traded out by the Galil of Chopper. Magix has left that B lurk to come join him, but as he departs, Lau gets a little more active, at least slipping down to the bottom of the stairs. Remember, Magix had all this cleared out. And as they double back, they better keep things on high alert. We've got Lau tucked in the corner, and they're going to come around these very cautiously. Lau pinned in. Insta headshot versus Magisk. Will not find more than the one. However, Zyphon fast on the response. We saw Siren with that pistol ace on Overpass, his glowing moment thus far in the series. And now he's going to be given a chance at another 1v3 where he already has the first kill. So it's a fast flank that could very easily catch him off. It's at least a ton of information. Zello's coming over construction knowing that he's got to be close, so why not let Stair go first? And that right there is Sprout's 8th straight.
Yeah, we could see Refresh actually calling a very heroic style of Vertigo with the rotations and how they're doubling and tripling up on these pushes. And all the way up the ramps, whether it's A ramp or B stairs, they're killing one guy, instantly getting two, tagging them back. And they're also approaching in a number of ways. At first, it was just this one note coming up the left side of the ramp as they're readying their smokes, into now having control of the ramp and then pushing out thereafter. And the B steps, they're checking in on it every once in a while. Must be very hard to read here for Spirit. Well, looks like it might not be end of days here for Sprout.
Not over yet, of course, but still probably just as shocking to Spirit as it is for us, for Sprout to be swinging like this. Refresh, man. Just looking cut from a different cloth in comparison to his first map. Everybody's first map from Sprout, in fact. Zello wastes no time to put the op up down ramp. Sees nothing, but knows they're back there. Nice nade dip. Oh, Patsy just gets splattered at the bottom of the ramp. Excellent shot out of Zello while under pressure. He'll sit on 20 HP and happily have this 5v4. Again, Sprout, they don't shy away from these mid-round peaks. Making sure their information's not outdated. A couple bullets come back from Spirit down here, so Stair's going to keep playing it cautiously, but again, nothing for free to the T's.
Doesn't feel like hope is quite lost yet, but it does feel like they're about to cross that bridge. Another disappointing round of the default, and even looking at this whole map, would be wondering what they could do next.
Always a good call. Refresh burning out, tries to delay the runaway. Perfect! Woo! The fact he gets burnt out of position and still puts up the 2K.
It was right as that smoke landed on the sandbags. And they could not see through it. And now it's like, what do Spirit do? You know, they have been shoved out of literally every option. Getting farther and farther away from a bomb plant as the rounds go on.
Counter-terrorists win.
(16-5), folks. Refresh leaps and bounds above everybody else.
And they're a much more well-balanced team. Again, Spirit are good on this map, and actually, in particular, because of their T-round win percentage. 62 to the 48 on CT across their last 5 maps. And they have that 16-8 over Sprout. They have a 16-10 over Liquid.
Magic's trying to give chase to this one. Just sees a player flying across the back of the site.
They're just having fun now.
Sprout, fluid like water at the moment. Flowing, baby, flowing. Refresh doing what he damn well pleases. A site, B site, mid at times. It's going wherever it feels right.
Tell me how that did 14 damage.
I don't know.
Ooh.
Now, Wonderful has been able to creep out middle. Nobody's keeping eyes on this.
He's way out there, man.
There's a player in CT. Zyphon. Ooh, gets wind of Wonderful's antics. Loses his head. Refresh comes off of quad. Could stuff this on his own. Siren in with the deke. Chopper connects to Refresh. And it's Wonderful to somehow crack open that B site. Is this truly going to be Spirit's first round?
Damn, they get it off a lurk. And it's Wonderful's individual level. He runs into an unfair fight right there. Like, he's clearly half thinking about A, half thinking about B. And his opponent turns in his direction, specifically to duel him in case that lurk comes out. But it was this gap in mid for that much time that eventually costed Sprout. And again, they've been openly stacking with Refresh, playing flex on both the A-ramp pushes and down the B steps, but not as much in mid. So finally, we've got Team Spirit finding a gap. And they actually do it on a save round. They have some investment, and they don't lose a single player. So, you know, if there's any round you want to win to get back into it, it's actually that one.
Could be the way they kick off the remnants of this T half, but again, we've sat here sort of uninspired by Spirit for nearly 10. Oh, it's okay, Zyphon.
Hey, don't have that insured, man. Can't get that tilted after one round.
Nah, man, it's 9-1. You're good.
Don't beat yourself up.
Literally.
I would say it's only a video game, but it really isn't.
It's more than that.
No, it is.
It includes a video game.
Yes.
Fundamentally focused on a video game. But it's more than that.
29 trillion stars in the sky, and you hit yourself in the head because you lost one round. Come on.
9-1. 9-1, bro. Maybe he knows That could be a sign of things to come. We'll find out. Stare right back at it. Patsy's going to get stuffed down the ramp. So Sprout again victorious on just holding back that early A play. It's going to be Magic's to try his hand at the top of B. Dead in an instant. That feels better, doesn't it, Zyphon?
Yeah. Maybe knock something into place. That was sharp.
Yeah, realigns things. Zello catches Siren on the short peak. So just like that, Team Spirit, you may have just crept Wonderful out middle in the round prior. That could have net you a flood of kills into the B site, and Chopper...
Oh my god, he could have killed him the entire way.
Oh, he just wanted to make sure he had it in the bag, but
honest,
instead he gets body bagged.
Oh.
They all do. 5 dead. Sprout right back to winning ways.
Wow. Like it never happened.
What's one round? Nothing. If you can't capitalize on the moment. Nothing.
Zyphon thinks himself, and then they don't lose a player. But because they did it on that saving round, they 2 buys in a row.
Patsy looking for his impact, man. Felt like we had him back. Felt like everything was going to go well. Team Spirit, they'd found their formula on Overpass. You had Patsy and Wonderful fragging. You had Magic's up there. Siren actually finishes the map as the highest rated player, and Chopper right there with it. Winning formula from start to finish. They did it on their opponent's map pick. It felt so good. Refresh decided not how today was going to go down. Not without a damn fight. This is elimination in Katowice. And we've got another one queued up for Spirit by the looks of things. Zyphon and Lau looking to recover this A site. Fights that go the way of Spirit out of the gate.
Yeah, and they've retreated slightly here from the ramp, but haven't made a decision on the round. I think Chopper's kill or death is going to dictate the pace of this, the rest of this. And it looks like he could. Oh my god. They both win a trade down the ramp. Well, the bomb is able to tuck tail and run, at least. But suddenly, an unwinnable situation becomes possible. Look how fast Lau is going.
He's not going to give them any chance to catch their breath. Siren with the safe plant behind tall box. Lau, Molly for this. Oh, damn. That timing could be big. Fire spreading towards Siren. The nade still connects to him. They go for the boost, catch him on the box, and Lau keeping that pressure high. But Magic's only his 2nd kill of this entire map. Now just finish off the little that's left of Zyphon, who's trying to push in with the op, but the shadow gives him away, and that's got to be a sigh of relief from Magic's.
Yes.
His 2nd and 3rd kill in, and it gives Spirit a 2nd round at least.
It is. Keeps the money afloat, actually, for another buy with an op on top of it, and a 2nd round after instantly losing. And this is their full rifle versus rifle win for Spirit, so that's something, and they do much better in the defaults. Good start from Zello. He's had a considerable impact as an opper, peeking down in the ramp. Everyone's kind of taking turns getting kills, but finally Spirit gets some luck.
But again,
this is actually a big one, right? Lau has done a pretty stellar job of staying alive, taking kills off Magic's. A huge reason why he didn't have more than 1 kill for like 8 rounds there.
Consistently besting him down on that B ramp.
Yeah. And again, double lurking is the play here on Vertigo. That's what this T side is all about. That's why Spirit is so strong on it. Let's see if Zello can do anything. Great from this spot earlier.
He's got one already up at the top, though. Decides to try and tuck back into the lane. All his teammates elsewhere.
He's got to be careful of playing. Actually, no, there's 1 smoke left here.
Oh,
he just turns.
Oh, that's such a heartbreaker for Zello. Maybe his teammates can recover it. Desperate is the spray from Refresh. Patsy off the top rope. Oh, double! Refresh gets this one evened out before the players can leave sight. Now he's going to try to pop up, and he takes the shot through box, but he's still on 86 health. No problem. Siren in the meanwhile, standing on top of the thin line, knocked. And Wonderful, well, he'll connect with the AWP. A second one is his as well. A valiant attempt out of Sprout to keep Spirit stranded on that second round. But they will finally take a third.
You always get this energy out of Patsy, and it's probably why he's so consistent in his role, but that he just wants to like dominate. You know, he really wants to be as crazy and flamboyant as he is as a T-side player, playing up in the box in that situation. I just felt like, you know, you have so many odds without this position, but maybe they felt uncomfortable because they had no nades. They didn't want to succumb to the smokes that came through from the CT side, so try to play close. Either way, 3 rounds. Signs of life. Still not on brand for Team Spirit, but certainly doesn't feel like they're just simply going to lose the game now.
Miss Molly. Never mind. Still stayed up. Magix. The front of this, and Lau's 5-7. Looking to connect. Flashbangs have at least delayed Team Spirit long enough for the counter terrorists to come and stack. Frag finds Wonderful. Deagle dropped Siren. AK still can't get that player off quad. Finally, Magix able to relieve a little pressure, but then Zello just puts it right back on. Woo! Double Deagle. And as if Team Spirit finally given an advantage in the buy, and it gets ripped out of their hands. Chopper looking for the clutch, given a chance, but it's Zello to say hello with clean Deegs out of the B site. Sprout keep on winning.
Damn, everyone kept getting picked off around Magic's frags, and ultimately some great shots coming in from the CT side. That was supposed to be Spirits all day. All the establishing mollies came down, but honestly, a couple of very good, I think, retake flashes from the CTs to just slow things down enough that the mollies expired and they could actually cross the site. They really just needed to go faster and top taking those duels off the side of Generator. But Sprout did what they had to do. Chopper says, stay focused.
Shoot for the 4th.
And Zello's flash too.
Big impact out of him.
Yeah. Wow.
Ooh. Ooh.
Crazy.
Damn, Zello. Just like that. Him and Lau, 12 kills each. Refresh, still above the rest. On the brink of 20 within this first 15. They're going to try it again. A chance at these B steps. Patsy will open up elsewhere, and that could draw them away, but they're still waiting for the push, and Lau's going to give it to him, dropping bomb. He's got support. He's got headshots. They've got everything they need to extend this series to that third map. Patsy's going to go ahead and grab that M4. Anubis. Anubis, folks, between these two teams. Something fresh for the head-to-head. If Sprout can go ahead and lock in that second half pistol, and this first map goes as fast as the first one did. Patsy has to wait this smoke out. Nothing to lose, but it's also refreshed. So he'll sit and wait. As we all have to. Man, it's stunning to see Patsy just kind of go from what he was doing on Overpass into just being stifled so regularly on that A ramp. Infrequent kills from every member of Team Spirit. Yeah. We are back to where this all started.
Day one Chopper.
Chopper at the top. Chopper at the top and Team Spirit down bad. Sprout thriving on that first 15 rounds of Vertigo. I'm saying we go Anubis, but first, we got to close out this second one. Join us after the break to see if Sprout keep this clean and easy. So we find ourselves on the brink of map 3, maybe. Within those 12 rounds out of Sprout's first half, a trio of 4 versus 5 wins even. So Spirit had doors open, but they got stuffed by the Sprouts.
Yeah, I think it's weird because looking at Spirit's map stats, they're worse on CT side for sure. They're just wildly inconsistent. Sometimes they get 3 rounds, but there's a game or two where they have a game that ended on CT side, a game they had 10 rounds on CT, and without a pistol even. So I don't know how they're going to feel about it. When they played against Sprout last time, 6-3 on CT to close out after a great T side. They didn't get that T side this time around. I think Sprout, they're coming in with confidence. They played super well in that first half.
Honestly, if they want to keep it simple, just win pistol. Siren spot now known. Multiple bodies back there. Whoa. Stairs already clearing sandbags. This man's already nearly inside the A site.
They want to take this.
Oh, this is curious.
Yeah,
He's behind
if there's
sandbags.
any kind of A-ramp retake, of course, this is going to be a huge mistake from Team Spirit. Chopper's playing back, but he's still also in the open. Stair has to find the right moment to attack. Oh, and they're readying the retake from short, so may not make a huge difference. We'll see.
Chopper's teammate pressing into that smoke. Patsy. Ooh, no way.
Oh, wow. That was
Gap
an
in the
opportunity,
smoke.
but he did see a lot of them, and the CTs are starting to come over.
Player turned.
Siren smartly gets into the fray.
Wonderful, already posted up. Patsy gonna recover that with the opening kill of this pistol. He's gonna go ahead and grab himself a second as well. So Sprout hoping that Sandbags player was gonna end up serving as the jackknife in this moment. And then in reality, all that gets left over is Lau from the other site. All 4 Ts on that ramp are dead, and Lau right there with him. So we've got Spirit with their lifeline.
Spirit might have been unaware of the Sandbags position from Stair, but because of their specific setup, it actually didn't matter. So that might just be smart option coverage from Chopper to not think about the ramp re-aggression, but smoking short at that time as they were coming up. It gave Patsy an opportunity to miss a few shots but get info. Rotates came over, and then he got back into the mix. So overall, very good play. Sprout looked to a no investment eco round.
Block catches Magix. He can back it up. They're really not working with much. Spirit gonna have to do the unthinkable to bring it back. Have in the past, but like you said, wildly inconsistent. Ooh. Keeping eyes on Refresh, seeing whether or not he can even mirror the first half that he put up. An excellent performance, and it felt like it was really needed after that grueling overpass loss. Somebody to just show that on an individual level, Sprout can compete. Kind of lit a fire into the likes of Zello and Lau, who then by the end of the first half were connecting Deagle headshots in abundance. And as expected, this one completely empty-handed. That 8-round lead just down to 7. But let's see what Sprout's rifles can change.
Yeah, this is what means everything to Sprout. And again, they got the 3 maps they wanted. That means Barry's prep has to be the freshest for these. And if they could see Vertigo, they might have changed things that Spirit are not ready for. You just have to have some trepidation about assuming that this map will be called. That first half was fantastic for Sprout, but there's only 1 map of data between these two.
Magic's looking for the contact, but they're already past him. Or where the first one comes from.
So far, a very responsible play out of him, but he's falling back.
Smoke under the stairs just to give them a little angle here to work with. Nothing comes of it just yet. Looking like they want to go group and hit that A site where we've got CTs moving.
Well-spaced counter flashes. Player on quad. Likely to make the difference here. Lau, he likes the B site. Having a great game.
Molly forces him in. MP9 goes down. Quad player yet to peek. Still nothing.
Siren.
Lau's not going to forget. No chance.
Oh my god.
Solo play into the B site and chops off all 3 heads.
That was insane. What an aim map. But Siren, no peek off the first kill. No peek off the second kill. Just let his teammates go in that position. In MP9 protecting MP9s, you got to work together. Wow, that's way too easy. Lau has shown unbelievable proficiency when it comes to playing the stairs aggressively on CT side, and now on entry on that side of the map as well. They fought hard in between those flashbangs, getting that smoke down, getting up the stairs, dropping over and over again. What a spray on that second one. This is just...
Oh, he tried to swing the other side, but
yeah, he's thinking about a full attack, trying not to get killed by the second player that's there. Lau's literally here just as a lurk. Like,
Lau's starting to feel it now too. He's caught up with Refresh, who can go back to his leading responsibilities and just let his star players pop off. Led by example to kick off this Vertigo domination. Looks like Team Spirit are going to take a glance through the smoke at B. It's Lau and Zyphon on the other end of this. Magic's trying to lock in behind the staircase as we've seen previously, waiting for that climb over top of the generator. Siren's thinking about leaving because he also has the responsibility of holding off the possibility of the mid to construction split. Magix wants to go clear this corner. Lau's holding it, but Magic's right eye peek advantage. It's going to give him the easy pickup, and then Zyphon tries to go and reclaim it, only to die. Refresh point blank on Crane makes sound, so now Patsy's on high alert. And they're waiting. What could be a very comfortable 5 versus 3. We'll see. Refresh down beneath. Stare a few steps behind him now, sectioned off by Yellow. And this smoke gonna fade. Patsy comes out of it. And it's Zello with the immediate trade frag, but the only kill to have gone Sprout's way so far. It's gonna be a split into the A site. Shadow spotted, so that gives Stare a great way in. And the scout boxes in between them.
well, the plant's here. It's a post plant. Retake nades. Nothing in the way of incendiaries, but 2 smokes to go. They are playing up close. It's probably a good idea.
Got your bomb down. Wait for the climb up. Spray damage is in. Zello, his chance to go in for the clutch, waiting for the players to present themselves, but he's already gotten dinked twice. Magix.
Okay.
From that lower B push to kick it off into the A site retake, it's 3 alive as Spirit takes 6.
Actually quite key if they're ever going to make anything happen in this spot to have 3 alive on a rifle. But that last round was just so tragic for Team Spirit, you think. They could, you know, a lurk could just win Sprout around at any moment. This could have obviously been played better by Chopper. Not aware of a shadow, just sat there, ready to get cleared. Already seeing too many gaps. Zyphon way too hard on himself, man, especially with this, I want to say the lead, but hey, if they lose, then maybe it'll make sense.
Right, yeah. He's just he's a seer.
Oh my god.
He's seeing it coming, but Magix can't see a thing, not without his head. Clean entry, immediate as well, minute 40. 5v4, smoke down again at the steps, and the counter-terrorists are trying to counter this with a bunch of util. It's gonna preoccupy Chopper on the ump, tries to lean over. Honestly, Sprout, not gonna overplay it just yet. Chopper gonna try to slide in. He's picked up the AK from the dead body. Shots come through. They would have heard that for sure. Refresh keeps up the pressure. Lau is fixating in on him, and Sprout, 5 players up versus 2, means 14 secured, no doubt.
Oh, man.
And Team Spirit, from a dominant performance on Overpass to a shell of themselves so far.
Yeah, it looked like on Overpass, it was Team Spirit making Sprout look like novices. I mean, they had so many advantages going there. It felt like Sprout hadn't played the map before. And now we switch over to Vertigo, and it's the opposite story.
Chumps, Mo. They look like chumps.
They do. It's like going to be easier to take. Got to give full credit to Refresh on that CT side. And now Lau and X here on T side doing amazing work, but he's also been just a two-way player. On their best Vertigo games, Patsy and Wonderful, of course, top of the board. Magic's top of the board. Here, there's no clear carry.
That smoke just seemed way too suspicious.
Yeah, I think it was their... Actually, wasn't that their own?
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, and then I think maybe they spammed it because they left something. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly. Not a standard smoke for sure, so might be wrong there. But here, 14-6, full buy. Just so many options. I mean, the way they've won rounds so far, they haven't even gotten into full strength yet. I have a hard time believing at this point that Spirit can bring this back. That Deagle on Chopper. I don't know if they feel that way either.
See the shortcomings of the economy starting to trickle through too, man. Team Spirit. Holding on for dear life. Zello, ooh, doesn't see it.
Oh my god.
Not yet, but it's right there. That smoke cycles the right way, and he's got this one pinned in. But now there's a T-smoke up. Flashbang gets him off the angle. Shots come down from the defense, but...
he was properly behind yellow, I see.
Yep. Patsy making sure he can't be seen. Molotov not quite on position, but still going to make somebody uncomfortable. It's an MP9 in the hands of Magix. He's got 3 Ts coming at him, and as he turns away from Chopper's flash, Zyphon gets the better of him. Now it's going to have to be the Deeg from the in-game leader who's just desperate to stay alive, chased down by Zyphon, who wants nothing but the best from himself and for Sprout. Team Spirit trying to bring something back over on the ramp room. They'll be lucky to even hang on to these guns. 15 to Sprout, no doubt in my mind or anybody else's. And this is a massive recovery. We were talking about how Sprout had given Team Spirit their worst loss ever on Overpass and how that kind of set the precedent. Well, this would be the worst loss that Spirit has ever had on Vertigo.
2 stories that are nearly impossible to predict. And unfortunately, well, we'll see what happens on Anubis, provided that we get there, but Patsy and Wonderful. We so far got 1 good map out of them here at the play-in. And that map will not matter if they don't win the series, if they don't qualify.
So easily forgotten.
Spirit, honestly, there was just the ultimate dark horse to make a run into playoffs potentially at this event. It wouldn't be equally as surprising as FURIA losing to IHC, but I think it would be, you know, maybe an order of magnitude just below that as an upset. Sprout showing us that it wasn't just their qualification to the major.
And I feel like, honestly, just because of the fact that they came into the major as legends, that decreased the likelihood of them getting a chance to show us what they've got. You telling me this is a team that couldn't have, after they had started at Challengers, gotten more reps in, would have had a week to warm up like the likes of Outsiders, and would have had easier competition to leave us with a better impression? Because this is the type of Sprout that is just going to run through Rio semi-finalists. Siren, 1 versus 5, absolutely desperate. We have to go to Anubis, and that makes things so interesting. Something fresh between these 2 teams. Talk about the records of the blowouts on Overpass and Vertigo, but what the hell's going to happen on that next map? Completely uncharted territory. Take a bow, Refresh, because it feels like without his performance in that first half, I don't know if Sprout would have had the energy to try and pull this one back. But now Lau feels it. Zello's had his moments. Stairs slotting in, and we see smiles across the entire camp here for Sprout. A 3-mapper, folks. One final attempt for both of these two teams to lock in a spot in the group stage.
Sprout spring back with an absolute battering of their own Spirit. Looking rather dispirited after that one.
Okay, you saved that one, did you?
I took my low-hanging fruit. This is my turn.
I see what you did there, but yes, something completely different happened in the second map. It's copy-paste, but in the other side, right? So complete stomp, like you said, on the second map. And what I really didn't like to see from Spirit is that economy fight in the first 7-8 rounds. I understand the decision. Sometimes as a coach, IGL, you want to make those decisions, but I would rather go with like a half buy and then start doing things that I practice rather than force those kind of, you know, full gun rounds without full utility. And Sprout took advantage of that, and they played very aggressive, very confident. And you can see when they were walking out past us, you know, you see that the winning team is walking fast, getting, you know, jackets and everything, but the losing team is just like walking slowly like this, you know, just the body language was different. But we have a third map, and whoever wins is qualifying for the group stage, so we're happy.
It's pretty spicy, man. It's pretty spicy. Speaking about those hang dogs, what happened to Spirit, man?
Well, Spirit, I think it was very challenging for them to take map control against Sprout, especially on that B side. I think Longs did an excellent job on making sure he had stairs control on that city side. Used utility effectively, got entries, managed to stay alive, fall back effectively as well. Just in general, like what we saw from them was kind of what we spoke about pre-game, right?
And you can see the IGL refresh from Sprout leading the way with 22 kills. Longs was just behind him with 101 ADR, 21 kills. This is what we want to see. Yeah. You know, from them just firing at all cylinders. I'm sure Refresh is happy. You know, he spoke in that interview that he feels a little bit, you know, overwhelmed and hard to find balance, but he's showing better face today, definitely. And they got the one map. They need one more.
They only need one more. And what did I tell you about my guy Longs? He's a rat. He's such a rat at B, man. He's so good at it. Sneaky good Vertigo team. Let's talk about Anubis, though. Let's talk about Anubis because neither of these teams really have much experience on it. Spirit hasn't shown us an Anubis yet.
Yeah, I think Sprout played a couple of times against a Serbian team, well, mixed Serbian and Bulgarian team, and they didn't do so well, I think. I'm not sure 100% on that one, but it was a close game nonetheless. So, but at least they had the official games on it, which is very important if you prepare a new map. As you remember probably, Luis, when the new maps came out, you really want to get those kind of competitive experience on some lower tier events before you come into the big one like this one. So I'm interested to see what Spirit has to show on this one.
There's this angle and there's another angle as well, which maybe that's why Spirit haven't played the map yet, right? And then it could be that they have been practicing and they have a little trick up on their sleeves and could surprise us. But I think I agree with you. I think for Sprout, I think it's good that they have played the map. They felt, even though they lost or whatever, if the result was close, it doesn't really matter because like when it matters the most is them being ready for Katowice. So getting that experience, suffering a little bit from losses or rounds lost, that gives you material to go and watch and analyze, basically, yeah, right?
I'm sorry, people can see me that I'm turning around. That's because I'm hearing stuff from the other game that's Complexity and Nance on the third net, but I'm sure James Banks is somewhere around there that can tell us more.
I think he can. I think he can give us a little bit of an update on this. Banks, what you got for us?
Oh, Kassad the host. I like it, you know. Well, when it comes to Complexity going up against ENCE, this has become very spicy because there's a bit of smack talk between each other on who was winning on practice games. Snappy now has a point to prove because he wants to put Floppy in his place. But right now we're going to a third map of Inferno. If you remember that, they used to be the insta-ban for ENCE. They've got a great win rate on it, though. They are winning all their matches played so far. They even beat Cloud9. But Complexity, they're fired up. There's a lot of tension in this game, unexpectedly. And you know what? It could probably go either way. So let's see who grabs it. Back to you guys.
I would say that's an expected tension. You know, you win, you qualify for the second stage, for the group stage, playing with the big dogs, the big boys. If you lose, you go home. So tensions must be there. I would be yelling across the room.
It's a lot on the line right now. It's a lot on the line. We've got two guys who are hanging back. Luis is just pointing this out.
Maybe we should
Everyone
stay
else
a
is
little bit
outside.
quiet, guys, because everybody was outside and we see Magic's warming up all the time, probably playing deathmatch. Same goes for Zyphon, right? They're both very in the zone while the rest of the team is
This
talking.
would be very interesting to see.
This
Like,
is nice.
what happened in the post map? Like, if somebody is coming back early to practice, somebody went to the toilet, or is there something like a routine that they like to do between the maps, not talk all too much so they don't overthink things? Yeah, I would be happy to hear. Like, but let's wait for the third map.
We'll save that. We'll save that if we get an interview from either side. But it is just a few moments before we hop on into this game. Anubis, we've talked about it. Bit of an unknown for both these teams. Very much an unknown for Spirit. Do or die. Both these teams realistically expected to make it through to the next stage of competition here at IEM Katowice. One of these teams is going to be very disappointed. One of them is going to be elated. But how are you feeling? What's the confidence check? How are you feeling, Kassad?
All these teams are fighting to the last, possible round. We saw in the game before FURIA, IHC, even though FURIA, had to save the second map, we saw the third map. We see now in this match and then Complexity ends. Everybody is fighting for that spot. Everybody wants to be in the spot deck at least.
Well, that's it. And I think that for Spirit, coming after this defeat, they better shake things up and try to come with a different pace for this third map. And they have the opportunity to show us if they have been practicing Anubis or not. But Sprout, if they try to do any kind of homework, they have no information out of Spirit, so they have to take advantage of that.
Well, I'm looking to one guy to maybe be the difference maker here for Spirit. I'm looking at Patsy again. We've talked about him. We've been picking on him. We keep coming back to him. Entry of the year, Maui Snake's entry of the year. Look, it was true in the first map. He was dominating. He was opening things up. Second map, Vertigo, all Sprout. Entry kills constantly going their ways. He was getting bullied at ramp. So which Patsy are we going to get here as we head to Anubis?
Which one do you want?
Which one do I want?
Yes.
I want a great game, so I want a good Patsy.
Okay. Don't we get a good Patsy, good longs. Everybody's going to be shooting their heads off.
Yes.
So let's go.
I mean, this is the classic BO3, right? You get one stomp one way, you get one stomp the other way. You're left wanting a little bit more. So now, I want a banger. I want a blowout. I want a 30 rounds. 16-14. I don't know who's winning it, but I want that 16-14. What do you want?
You jinxed it now, but whatever.
I want a 60-0, obviously. If possible, why not? Well, you know what I want?
I mean, that would be fun, too.
Yeah. I want a lot of entries from Spirit because the last map, it was Sprout getting a lot of them. So come on. Spirit, check things up, just go for those aggressive peaks and give us the entries. Give us at least the entry.
So we know who is cheering for Spirit, right?
Yes.
Apparently we do. We'll find out if they can get the entry, if they can make their entry into the group stage here at IEM Katowice. One more map. Let's get it going.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Creative, but Snappy snaps his head right off. A 3-on-5 again. A 4-on-5 wasn't enough for Cole to close, and this one should have been easier, but they're again falling apart at the seams at the behest of Valdir. 3-on-2, and Cole is saving. I can't believe it. Back-to-back rounds. This time with even more advantages. And they let Ents back in.
It's deeply concerning that that's already happened. You know, in these kind of back-to-back moments. Very, very promising if you're an Ents fan, right? You're rubbing your hands together right now, feeling like the boys can pull anything back. Nothing's off limits. Nothing's guaranteed for Complexity. It's gonna hurt with it as well. Like, you know, there's more rounds to follow here for Ents. Save the fact that, you know, maybe someone like Halzerk has a good bit of impact with the AWP here, some wildness happening. Now, if you're able to tame the wild stallion that is this guy. Oh. Dude, imagine that as well. That's the opener you hear. Yeah. and then you still end up losing it. That's going to hurt. Right, they forced up around the Hero AWP and M4.
Just a little tip of the head over the bench. Yeah, Cole have got to make this work if they're getting these picks again, but Halzerk's dead. Oh, no. 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 I'm sorry.
Sick prediction.
I'm sorry. It was the uncrouch play.
Oh, yeah.
It was the uncrouch. It was clean. It's a nice play from Sumpires. It's a nice play. Halzerk wasn't aiming at him, but man can flick. Micro flicks, we call them, but flicks nonetheless.
Michael Flicks? Who's that?
It's my attorney. Michael Flicks. No need. Dude, he walks right in. 5v3, so Ents are favored now.
Ah, right, but this time it's different. Halzerk's actually being allowed to get involved, right?
Get him.
They're not going to get anything for free. No one. Halzerk's on the line. Beautiful shots, just Valdir left, and I mean, this guy's given us a lot, but surely not this round. Low on health, trapped at long, and flanked by Grim. It's Halzerk to deliver.
You know, I'd say that's one of my finest caster curses ever, I think. Halzerk's dead into 4 kills. Very nicely done. I'll be taking my fee, Complexity. This is sick, though. Sumpire should hit that. But I don't think he even got a shot off.
It's super cool to see Halzerk looking this lights out, like this much of a defining factor in Complexity's story here in Katowice, right? From kind of relative obscurity, when you think about the fact that for a lot of people, one of the times they kind of sat up and saw...
Oh, Halzerk's dead, huh?
Yeah.
Nice call, Hugo.
What a loser. But enough of the A stream. Welcome back, gamers. You better sit up straight. We got 2 more spots at the Katowice group stage on the line, and those 2 spots will be occupied by either Sprout and Spirit, complexity or ends. We've got the upset of IHC over FURIA just earlier today, and that one already sent a tremor through all the other ranks. This one ends on Anubis. An Anubis that we've seen Sprout play versus different teams at different events, and maybe not the most impressive record. I do still feel like Sprout are punching upwards when it comes to Spirit because we got that Patsy and Wonderful performance on Overpass, but that was the only map at this entire play-in where those two players found their impact, slotted in, and gave us a reason to believe in this team Spirit.
Nobody knows who is going to win this map. Spirit have no officials on it, and Sprout have 2 losses versus 2 teams most people have never even watched play. Or actually, Internal Final is one of them, but not watched play at a Tier 1 event, you know. So that's not a good sign. 4 pistols, no wins so far for Sprout, and they're giving up 2 demos. So it's hard to say. We don't know if Spirit have much practice, if any, but they let it through in the veto. We're going to have to watch and learn. A lot of first times on this map at these past few events, of course.
Oh, this is damning. Chopper was just watching the window, but he missed that cross by a minute amount of time. The pillar of the arch in Canals is what covered the window cross. That is all. And they find that timing. They're going to get themselves a 5v3 in this pistol. It will, of course, transition Spirit into the simplified A hit. Their back is compromised. They know it. They've got smokes up for the time being, but they do have 2 CTs coming in from storage. Insta headshot. Oh, Siren! Able to turn his attention back towards Connector. If they push out and kill Lau, now they can whip this one back around and watch that flank. This is a 2v5. They've got the Fountain player already spotted. Second one's down beneath them inside of the site. Chopper has to come out to make sure bomb's not being defused. And now he's sliding in along the wall. Comes down to Siren. One more kill needed in the pistol. And he's dropped by Stair. But guess what, folks? No time. 2v5.
Damn, that's what's going to happen. 5 pistols for Sprout in officials. No wins. And a kickoff from Spirit, who are going to need every little bit. You know, it's one of these woo-woo situations, okay, when we talk about people playing new maps, because the curse is that if you pick it, you oftentimes lose it, no matter how much prep you put into it. And if you're the team with no prep and you have no way to know how the other team's going to play, it's hard to say. Sprout, they've got officials out of the way, which is valuable practice, but they don't have victories. They haven't played a team nearly as good as Spirit on paper. Like, this is a situation where we might get a post-game interview where Spirit like, man, we played it for one day. You know, we scrimmed the hell out of this, and now we like it because we end up winning. You could totally see that happening. We've seen it happen in the past. But on the other hand, Sprout, well, maybe they've had a lot of team talks. They've got some of the awkwardness out of the way. They're feeling confident. It's impossible to say.
My mind just comes back to what Barry said in the pregame. We got the exact veto we wanted. We got the 3 maps we wanted. You don't have any game tape on Team Spirit, but you've got whatever you've prepped. So let's see what that is exactly. As Zello gets distracted with the player at the distance, that Galil could slide right in. And he even hit that shot, but the scout's not an op. So Patsy survives. And one of 2 guns down for Sprout. Not ideal. Bomb shifts over towards A. CTs pull themselves off of it. And with it, you'd think Team Spirit 2-0.
There are going to be a lot of eyes on Patsy, a lot of conversations on Patsy. If this game doesn't go well, this play-in, it's a small thing, but you know, it's a big deal. It's a short couple of days, I would say, but it's a big deal for Team Spirit. And last map, well, that wasn't great.
Super uninspiring. The kind of map that just leads us to believe that even if Spirit can get into the group stage by winning here on Anubis,
they're certainly not a dark horse. Yeah, I totally understand what you mean there.
We start this event with people, myself included, thinking Spirit shoe-ins for the playoffs.
Who knows? Maybe this is their Cloud9 moment. Seen some very interesting stuff on Anubis, and watching that IHC game was incredible. I think everyone could actually learn from the way they approached it. FURIA beat up Big on it, who, you know, sort of like a rock, paper, scissors here, where it felt like Big had figured out some good stuff, and then FURIA put together this rock-solid B defense, and then IHC chewed through it for basically an entire half. And we're going to consistently see that, you know, certain teams stylistically figuring out brand new approaches that destroy their competition. We're at a stage so early into the map's development that you could do the same thing 15 times in a row and really punish a team for not being ready. Hard to learn on the fly when there's so much to be understood about what's optimal. We're very far away from that, so exciting times, I think, to watch a map like Anubis. Feels like very quickly, as teams get better, maps get figured out more easily, and people bring fundamentals over from other maps, and it's been astounding actually to see how many people are just borrowing ideas so quickly on this map and not bringing in just their pure own style.
Thomas peek out allow, tough stuff to go peeking out from B main. Pistol up next and Stair. Now, there's a second smoke, so it's at least enough to recover the FAMAS. Just like the round prior, working with a couple weapons.
I want to give a massive shout out to Syred as well. I think if anything, he's been consistently good. His teammates have looked a little rough.
Frag thrown out. Chunk Stair down to the mid-40s. But CT's still comfortable enough to play behind the pillar, to lean down into dark. We're going to get that Canals walk up eventually. Bomb still just sat back, and here comes the fight out of Stair. It sets up Zello for the scout peek, near collateral. Oh! Sick shot into Chopper, and a connection onto Magix, trying to follow it up as that solo scout, and the 5-7 was primed to come chewing through all three of these tagged up players, but it's 2 to get away for Spirit, with a third round on the board.
I thought the collat was coming. Didn't see that one, though. What a shot. Nice attempt on the hold. I think Barry actually reaches out for a timeout. Got a lot of stuff to go over. There will be regrets left on this map. There will be mistakes. And the pressure is at its maximum. Group stage opens up an entirely new run. Both orgs want this more than anything. Spirit might have the expectation to be there, but at this point, they've just got to be happy to get in and then take that on by the horns.
Hang on for dear life.
Yeah.
Hope that over time, they can kind of shake off the ring rust that is coming off of the player break. Other teams having already powered up throughout the year, but you don't want to join the likes of FURIA.
Yeah, got to sit back and watch one of the premier events of the year just unfold. No chance to have an impact to join that Hall of Heroes. Have your name be remembered.
Fresh playing inside of the dark. Patsy's out here to the left. Bit of inaction towards middle out of Team Spirit. Is freed up Stair to come rotating into B. But Refresh, oh man, perfect spot. That Molotov doesn't burn up onto this upper piece. That's odd.
It makes him look like Hades, basically.
Right,
Standing there just abusing the fire.
I am hell. And now they're going to get active, going for the peak. It's being held by Wonderful. He hits Stair, but the bricks absorb most of the damage, and now we've got a good amount of control out of Sprout. I love that. Nothing in middle. They shift that third piece over into B, and now because they play that peak, they're able to send somebody over here to try and support Zyphon. Zello's been pressured off mid. Connector could get problematic, but he also took a player down with him, so very comfortable 5 versus 3. They rotate that piece out through storage. It's a late peek from Temple in middle, and they just find Chopper hanging out along the wall. Hands in his pockets, now dead.
Yeah, you can't really be frozen in place right there. I think he was really thinking about what Zelos was going to maybe try to do. And suddenly no odds in the round here for Spirit. And Sprout will pick up a very confident-looking rifle round. I think a stroke of luck for Refresh to have that molly spread in such an awkward way around him. But, some players might have just ran from it, assuming that this spread would come through. And he just pressed that advantage. And also, just because that molly comes down doesn't mean you can run in and take con control. It's not a perfect spread across the whole thing. So that was a risk. And if Spirit are going to, and again, we don't know, play this map with very little scrim practice or anything like that, then they might need to make plays like that happen a lot. I think if I'm Sprout, that's the first thing I consider. You know, we can have our protocols, we can be responsible in all the normal ways, but let's do that a little bit extra in this match and see if Spirit get desperate.
Right back to business.
Yeah.
Magic's coming into this series as the highest rated member of Team Spirit. We saw Y on Overpass as he and his teammates thrived. His worst map yet, that Vertigo lost just moments ago.
There's a lot of speed here, actually.
Close on double doors, Zello full blind. That doesn't get caught. My God. Stare out from the corner. Good amount of damage on the second. But now the ops posted. Zello was afforded a chance to fall back in behind bricks. And while that continuation of flashbangs makes things uncomfortable,
Wow.
there's no follow-through from Spirit, and Sprout no.
Man, they did a good job. They're nice and fast, and that's some info. It's really early inside of middle, but I think this scares them less about the idea of an A split, and they'll start to move in more heavily towards B. But the thing is, Spirit are actually still got the bomb on the other side of the map. So there's actually an outside chance. They were waiting for a re-aggro into mid to bring it over towards the A side. Could be a strong call from Chopper if you really read into this. But it's not like they're understaffed over here. Still 2 players, one of them Lau and X. We don't know how he's going to fare here on Anubis, but he has been doing nothing but impressing here in the play-in.
They're waiting with one down in Cake and Zyphon up in heaven. He runs in front of it. Lau, just decides to go headhunting, connects. And with that presence spotted, we're going to get this quick scramble out of the CTs to try and come help Zyphon. Maybe not even needed. He finds the quick one on Chopper, now only 8 seconds on that clock, and they are too timid to force the issue. Just like last round, Spirit on the brink of getting out long, only to call it off.
Yeah, I think, you know, the call is good, but it's still 2-2 to sites and a very good, you know, admirable defense. And with Lau and X getting that early peek in, at least he knew with certainty that they were just going to eventually hit this side of the map. Zyphon did good enough to live in Cake, but in this initial mid-take, like you mentioned, Zello could have easily been killed. If they had more trust in the flash, which sometimes you don't want to, he was full blind. His teammate was full blind on the door. That could have been a 2K entry. And then also, they could have gone forward with an A-split with that control. Try to get tricky with it. Paid the price.
Wonderful posts up on an angle just previously held by Zello. Little op control in mid to kick this one off for Spirit. Do not want to lose that lead early, but Sprout on the brink of it. And Refresh, this guy hasn't even seen action since he last held Dark versus Patsy, I believe. We know what he did, of course, kicking off that first half on Vertigo, re-inspiring the rest of Sprout. Led Lau to go massive in the second half, map 2. Speaking of Lau, here on Plat, drops the smoke. Ooh, Refresh.
Oh, the Tech 9.
Damn, man. Head shredded. Op shot out of Wonderful. Clears the first and second, as Zello thought maybe he could take that chance to press in. Zyphon will grab one at least, but as Stare exits out towards middle, he throws caution to the wind. And so the M4 thrown to Patsy. It's a free upgrade with Zyphon back in T-spawn. They know about his push. They're going to be on high alert of this, and there's no way he gets this retake in. It's Team Spirit's 4th terrorist round win.
Make no mistake, it's the opening frag, but the Tech 9 kill on a con player, well, you're instantly going to hit that site, and you have a split going on, plus an op waiting for the re-aggressions. You don't even have those peaks come out if the CTs aren't worried and they have 3 players inside of B waiting. So, dude, that was a moment where, you know, that Tech 9 from that distance with the headshot, like, Refresh comes in to clear that, and he has the right read. It's supposed to be a free frag for him. So Siren gets a very key kill.
And Wonderful's job just seems so easy.
So easy. And credit to him, I think that's where Wonderful shines the most. Like, in terms of reactive gameplay, He's keeping up with the best offers in terms of speed, and he is also careful and patient. I think that sometimes it looks like he can't get into rounds sometimes to open things up for his team, but in moments like that, he is very responsible.
I also want to take that back. The first shot doesn't look easy at all.
True.
I forgot how much of a snap that was. He knew where to look, but mechanically still a tough ask. Yeah. So, well done. Second one is his reward.
Yeah, Hugo would have said he was dead right there.
Harry would have said, what? Refresh, ready for the deep peek. Listen, brother, there's more than one player back there. This time the molly does spread to where they want it. Nice window peek at a stair,
wow.
well timed.
You don't often see that.
Because usually we see Sprout kind of scared back from that front-facing mid setup.
Definitely. Done a good job on bridge.
We get that long flank. Zyphon at a distance with the A1S will peel Patsy off the play. Going to keep Sprout at the man advantage,
yeah,
but because he dies, they've got to put players back on A.
It really does kind of mess the map up, honestly. Like, it still looks like a good round here for Sprout, don't get me wrong, but it sends 2 players to the other side.
Will that be worth it in the end? It's just going to allow for Spirit to hit this site with man advantage. Zello, it's him versus Magix towards long. Refresh has to hold. Can't afford to get his head blown off by Siren, nor Chopper. He knows they're coming in now. Utility confirms it. Chopper caught with nades in hand. Not quite ready for that. And Refresh doubles down. Now Magic's just a couple steps too late to the party. And without enough time or hope in a 1v4, he's going to concede this. Sprout will take 3.
Yeah, we are getting full-length rounds here out of Spirit. Burning every single calorie to make the right play happen. No surprise that Sprout can figure it out as things go on. They're doing a good job of delaying and are coming up okay on the opening kills. And again, I think without that Siren Tech 9 frag, I mean, that's probably an easy round for Sprout. Maybe a lead here in this match. I love what Refresh is doing here, though. Melting him down.
And just that extra couple of seconds that he burns by standing behind Pillar. You know the trade potential's coming. Then you get outplayed. Chopper, though, a little...
The best part about that Pillar is just that you can peek both sides so quickly. It's not a big piece of cover, and it's virtually impenetrable. I'm sure an offshot does 10 damage, but he needs Zello to cover the B main entrance, but when he does, well, you can kind of let your rifler be free. Show off the good advantages there.
Yeah, man, cover's thick on this map. No flimsy cash walls.
That's true, yeah. Like lots
we're
of
talking rock and stone, brother.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
Well, Siren gonna get flashed and very swiftly dealt with. And if Team Spirit think that they're gonna walk in here and get sweet justice, a little revenge, well, Zyphon's got help not too far off, but he does get caught on the wall. Ooh, so he has to fight. He'll shut down Chopper at the very least. An additional player waiting for that dark push where Refresh is already out.
Yeah, Patsy didn't go deep enough to clear this position. And now Refresh gets to fight him, kind of in a more favored engagement, long range, keeping full vision, playing with confidence. I like how Refresh is just out in the open until he gets pushed back, not holding in a passive angle from the jump. And again, he's kept the heroic essence in the sense of if he believes that it's a bluff, he's going to call it out and call it out fast.
Piece of identity that not everybody's even experienced in Pro CS. Valuable. Just like op presence. Nice second shot out of Zello. Stayed on the same angle. Wonderful doubles back, thinking maybe he had some room to wiggle. No, sir. Shut down for all.
It's looking a little bit scary here for Spirit already, and we know that this map is leaning T side a little bit. For Sprout, that's actually not the case. But again, Barry, as you pointed out, all 3 maps that they wanted, 2 maps in their rear view. A Spirit that are clearly guessing a little bit. See if there's anything more in the playbook. haven't been optimal about using their mid control.
Point blank Zyphon. Can't finish off the little bit that was left of Siren. I feel like he'll be counting his lucky stars. He's allowed to live for now. Sprout trying to change that ASAP. That volley comes from outside of the A site. Bounces into the window.
Does this spot work?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Check this out. Been calling this block. Complexity call it a liege. The only player I see really play that consistently. Oh. Dunked on. That must have gone through the window.
Yeah. Whoa.
Close outside A nade through window for a kill. Sorry, Siren. You're 9 HP. Not enough to keep fighting. Of course, Bomb just sitting outside of the B site. We've got one guy in mid. 3 outside B for Team Spirit. Smokes come through. Molly goes down at the entrance. Lau's still playing back on plat. He's got Stare to try and help him here, but he's also got Fire on his feet, so he has to give up that angle that he was hoping they'd walk into. It's going to give them room to push out. Zyphon takes a ton of damage. Refresh picks up the chopper kill. Nice op shot out of Lau. Magic's on the recovery with the double on the Galil. And then Patsy's late play through middle, but with 3 CTs still to find, he is toast, man. He's done for. Go ahead. Catch Zello if you can.
Oh, he's in jeopardy of actually dying after time because I think they just spotted him. He'll get the knife kill, op and play, and Patsy tucks into cover. Oh my god, Zyphon's looking for him, but no time. Wow. That's actually a big find money-wise after getting spotted as well.
It just barely makes up for the fact, though, that he just died with no loss.
Yeah. Yeah. At least something worth saving now.
Okay, no, the nade's just on
back
long.
Through long. Okay. Less exciting, but look at Lau and X says, I can opt too. Ooh, this would be a tragic way to go out. Last map wasn't close. First map was a stomp. You're probably feeling like $1 million if you're a Team Spirit. Patsy op is all they've got.
Pressure starts to sink in.
Wow. And the other final game here in the play-in, Complexity are 11-4 over Ents on the third map. They've had leads in the past, though.
Yep.
Versus
they have,
very good teams.
I was going to say, 14, that's where their doom sinks in. Imagine if we don't get Furia, we don't get Ents, and we don't get Spirit.
Crazy.
That's a wild scene Katowice could become. Zello going to trade out Patsy, who, again, just the pistol player. It's wonderful given that op that was saved. And he'll be given a chance at the plat pick. Sure enough, catches Zyphon, takes just little bits of damage. It's working out well so far.
Again, take a snapshot of that Patsy save on the op if anything comes of this. Wonderful setup to succeed. Mid-control here for Spirit.
Magix grabs that M4, so honestly, things starting to slip the way of Spirit.
They don't post up, though, and they don't have a flash.
Double ops. Lau, missed shot.
Ooh.
Now it's the Heaven player, tagged by that A1S. Everybody's going to be fixating in on Zello, and his teammates nowhere to be found. He goes for that peek. Ambitious, and shuts down Siren. Now the second counter-terrorist position's known, but we also just get this quick runaway from Magix. Dude, he's serving up distractions. Zello, he's hunting any other contact, but we've got Wonderful hiding by fountains, and then Chopper's climbed up through Heaven. Magic's able to rejoin them through storage. There's still a chance for refresh, but he goes for the exit and dies. Spirit with a saved AWP. Come in with a critical tied round.
Off a knife kill from a player who spotted him as the seconds were running out of the round. That was Zello's op donated over. Zello rendered useless in a retake spot after a good first kill, but nothing else behind it. Patsy will give some hope over here to Spirit. They know what just happened. The power changes hands. Zello has an op again, but he's got two teammates on MP9s. Money teetering. And there might be some insecurity when we switch over again. Spirit somehow not figuring out T side. Haven't won a pistol yet so far across the 3 maps that they played. Saw some nail biting. There's going to be a lot more of this match.
You have to take the shoes off soon.
The closer it gets, the more it hurts.
5 rounds left in this first half. Spirit with a P250 from Patsy's opening mid play. That result pushing Sprout to the double MP9s. Already a bit more pressure out of the defense towards mid. Just going to try and keep Patsy back for as long as you possibly can. There's nothing behind this. They just use that utility to buy time for now.
Team Spirit coming into this from the power position. They know they've got better money. I don't know if they can figure out the op just yet. Zello hasn't shot it either. So there might be a risk taken in his direction if Spirit aren't careful. But for now, they're treating this round with respect. It's just that we know they don't know how to optimize the close. We've seen them fail in good positions already. They've been floating a lot here inside of middle. Not willing to complete the push. 2 CTs ready. The op again here from Zello. Looking for redemption.
Oh, great damage out of Siren, but he peeks. Keeps going. Wants to get that closer corner secured. Zello wastes no time. Doubles back towards the mid-hold. Buddy gives up the angle. He can hear them coming in from long, but the players are also just close to his right. He's just standing here, and nobody's pushed him off of this position just yet. 15 seconds left on that clock before Plant has to go down. And Zello, nice snap up into Magix, sectioning off the fight. But as he unscopes, Patsy makes the best of that moment, and we're going to get Sprout man disadvantage. Oh, clean from Lau. MP9, quick couple headshots. Refresh gonna try his damnedest to do the exact same thing on this flank, and Wonderful's got him pinned. Op shot right to the chest, and Lau has to cut their losses.
Oh my god.
And M4 can be saved, but Team Spirit slowly but surely sinking into that A site.
They scaled entirely wrong right there. There was the 2 players coming in from A main, and they needed their mid guys who already won mid to come in for that fight. And they didn't know what to do. Chopper and Patsy, they sat there for so long with their hands on their laps. And there was actually a moment for Zello to get back into the rounds. Luckily for them, they were just ready to trade. But that gave Sprout so much time to rotate, so much time to get in position, and gave Zello, a good opportunity for an opening kill. But still, they do it. And that was the round where there wasn't much left. Zello will have it off again, at the very minimum. And a full investment. Wow, Spirit actually could make this look like a very handsome half if they win this. It's a big risk here. And Siren has a good counter spot to this. Does Lau clear it?
Pushing out. Nope. Doesn't check close left, but the op's at least there to recover it. Still, though, the best weapon that they've got to work with has been revealed. Gonna get the boost, and they almost caught that fallback. Arguably, should have been a kill. Magic's gonna have to leave it.
They have to be ready to expand faster. And again, they've been really slow inside of middle, but the bomb is here. They could actually just mosey in to the A site, but they're worried about everything. CT's push on the wrong side of the map at the minute mark. First rotation over is just as 5-7 as Zyphon. But Patsy's not careful. He could die. 8 HP as he survives. Allows for the plant to go down safely.
Go ahead, hang on to that op. Wonderful in a bit of a pickle. But Stare's not going to press the luck nor the issue. So sure enough, 7, the Wave Spirit. This half all kind of starts with us saying like they can't quite figure out this T side. where so many teams do rack up more rounds there.
Yes.
They're getting there.
They are. And that Patsy round, again, the op coming through, wonderful, winning the round off the back of it, into a lead, into 3 rounds in a row. Sprout finally getting drained of all their money. At least they're keeping the op forward every single time. Zello is doing his best. I feel like he's at least contributed with the op in these moments. He's rotated very much, but he's not taken over the rounds. It's a bit too much to ask, and he has less support than ever now.
Patsy's starting to hoot and holler. Earned. Sprout still limping into round after round here. AWP. Deagle P250s, that's it. And that op shot just landed. But again, we talk about that thick cover.
Oh, that's going to work.
Man's burned forward. Burnt to a crisp by Magix. And Patsy, when given a P250, can crack open that mid play. So now AK in hand and a teammate right in front of him. They're looking to go into the dark room. And Refresh wants to hold with just that Deeg.
That op has a new parent, though. Lauenex, we saw him hit a shot in this site that was pretty nice. And they're willing to run back in this direction.
Stacking behind it as well. We got 3 players into dark. Now they're starting to push this issue. They want to go in. They want to turn up. Patsy's holding it, but if he dies, then Siren has to snap to his right. 90-degree flick into what could be 1, 2, 3 players. But that's all assuming that Chopper doesn't keep eyes on it and kill them all himself. So T's decide now's the time, and they're walking right into these pistols. Pistols in the pocket. It could be a dangerous game. But Refresh dies first. Siren, single point of HP. Dies to Patsy. Ooh, not ideal, but at least it's still looking good for Spirit. Lau's sliding that op in, drops the bomb, dives back into the tunnel, and now he's got an option. You could sit there on that plat, but you're not going to get much more from there. So he has to go for a quick reposition, and he's going to go for dark.
Oh my God. He got a shot in a spot where he could stand and wait, but they get this bomb down pretty quickly.
Problem is,
he's
you're
still
making sound.
He might have some kind of timing if they're really confused.
Nobody turned. Nobody's turned yet. They're going forward. They're carving out this play. Remember, he's not working with the kit, so a 10-second stick. He needs 2 rapid shots. As he walks out, Chopper catches wind of what's going on. Everything felt a little too absent. Team Spirit gonna take 8 with that.
I think he made a great play to create a sense of timing in that position. He ran as fast as he could. He got out of there, but I think equally so, the fact that Spirit immediately picked up the bomb and got it planted, they could think about all of the other options that he could take on. It was a good attempt. They had Lauenex on the other side of the map here with a Deagle, so they didn't have to move or overextend into middle, into canals. But now Spirit, they look loose. And again, they got their quote-unquote free rounds. They survived the 1 op with the pistols behind it. Back to full buys, but Sprout on the back foot.
Credit where it's due, though. Active rounds from Sprout. Ideas. Trying to make the most of these bad situations and now given a chance back in with guns. 2 rounds on this defense just to round out their success on CT, to take to that offense. And we saw sometimes, like versus EG, when Sprout hit that T side, man, they can crank the dial, get wild, play their game, and thrive. But for now, it's Patsy. Dropped immediately back by Zello, and a deep push down canals. Refresh has emerged. Did it catch? Oh no! Siren jumps up.
I think his T model just blends in with the map right there, and Refresh loses sight of him for a moment.
Oh, what could have been for Sprout is instead Spirit's 4v3. Wonderful catches that bridge cross twice. Zello and Zyphon both pinned to the wall, and now Lau, yet again, asked to pull off an impossible clutch. The bomb will be planted elsewhere, and this will be Team Spirit on the brink of double digits. What could have been had Refresh is able to stop that player on boat if Siren doesn't react. but simply too fast.
Wow. The massive momentum they've gained from that one saved off is actually just remarkable. They brought in so much stuff beyond that. They somehow made this rifle round look as easy as their anti-ecos, and they crush them. Credit to Wonderful for just being aware for the second push in such an unlikely spot. Again, in positions like that, he doesn't lose focus.
Fortunately for Sprout, man, it's back down to the dire buys.
Yeah.
Triple MP9, Deagle for Zello.
They got their money absolutely destroyed this half.
Siphoned from them. It's a dehydrated Sprout. Siphon looking for the impact here from Fountains. Just the Deagle for Zello. Just as he was getting those op shots in, relegated back to the sidearm. But if he can serve up a great distraction, well, things could have gone better, that's for damn sure. Stare, desperate, moves past bricks, locks into the storage, fast rotation at Allow, throws caution away, and Chopper slams him down in mid. This is looking like a flawless final round at a Team Spirit, and honestly an excellent recovery, because we were sat here starting to question this T-side, whether or not they were going to be able to thrive like so other teams, and indeed, they will deliver. 10 rounds to the way of Spirit as they are a single half, 6 rounds out from the Katowice group stage. certainly tested, and yet Team Spirit still bested Sprout across that first 15. It's 10-5 at the end of the T side. A T side that seems lively in the hands of some and flat in the hands of others. Sprout, the hopes of getting to the group stage could be cut short right here, right now. Let's see if they can win a pistol. Stare. Ugh. It ain't pretty.
Yeah.
And it's so fast from Spirit that they can instantly transition.
Yeah, it could be if you're Goku, I mean.
Hey, play. They've got the bomb down. It's a good look for Sprout, baby. It's a chance. Magic's coming out of connector. 3 CTs, in fact, trying to fight back and forth. Magic's finding headshots. USP finding its home. Zello returns the favor, and it's going to be a late little play from Patsy out through storage. Sure enough, he gets the headshot. Come on now, Zyphon. Hit their heads, not yours. And with Patsy's position confirmed, he can also just buy time. It's a dropout from the CT. Further damage done. One more shot, Zyphon, or play that time. And he'll do so perfectly. Woo. Sprout, take 6.
Excellently done. On a small piece of cover that's harder than it looks. Off the audible, Zyphon avoids danger, and they win a pistol, finally, of these 3 maps, 1 of 6. And it couldn't have come at a more key moment here with their lives at Kato on the line. And you can see the pressure, a lot of pistol shots getting missed. Patsy's been struggling on the pistols. That's not something I normally notice about players in specific, but surprisingly enough.
Imagine that.
And again, Sprout have not figured out their T side yet. But we don't know why that is. You know, and they don't want to take too much stock from matches with teams of completely different caliber, probably totally different play styles as well.
Good crawl through middle, but of course, an anomaly of a round with Spirit just on pistols. Sprout. Big chance. Spirit finding that groove towards the end of the half. There was a moment there where I was scared for it, to be entirely honest. 5 of the CT round wins from Sprout within 6.
It was really money that won the game, I think, for Spirit. I mean, they had a good amount of rifles where they looked good too, but they won the key rounds, as we would say in the post game. With the most damage economically. They can use that leverage to survive this pistol and then start thinking about how they put together a CT side on their Anubis debut. I'm very curious about both sides. You know, what's their take on their anchor over on A? Are they going to play it solo? Are they going to play retake? Are they going to make any aggressive moves? And how does Wonderful fare? I feel like this, based on this map so far on T side, looked pretty damn good.
Questions we need answers to. Gotta say, you know, with Magic's Patsy and Wonderful taking a lot of the attention at times, it's really cool to see Siren having an excellent series. It feels like it is in him, and we've got it coming through every once in a while here and there. But tonight, important game. And Siren, impactful game.
Very much so.
No real challenge coming out of Spirit, leaning back in that 3B play, but because of the ruckus that's being made in mid, we see Chopper move back. Just gonna make his presence known, perhaps. We get the double smoke coming out of Sprout on the same exit. A single piece of utility wasted. Zyphon hones in on Siren's head. Oh, Patsy! It looked like he was dead to rights. 8 health left over. Chopper, Bombus clips them. Patsy ends up coming up with a third. Huge individual hold coming in from that backside. Lau just misses his chance to get into a duel versus Magix. Both the remaining CTs coming in from that mid-con. Lau off the bomb plant. Galil not enough. Magix makes sure he will find no further footing.
Yeah, advantaged approach. Oh my god, Complexity did it.
No way.
They won. They 16-8 at ends and have qualified. For everybody here on the B stream tonight. They have taken out Ents. And we'll see if there's going to be another upset tonight as well.
No Ents, no Furia.
And we have no idea what's going to happen in this match. Yet to find out, but Patsy, man, he looked good in that spot.
Yeah, that's a highlight reel moment.
The dangerous guy to have anchoring on that side of the map.
In fact, the second T lurched through that main smoke.
I feel
almost
like
catches him.
Off of these impenetrable pillars that we have like kind of sprinkled in across Anubis, it feels like Patsy's the kind of player who will take full advantage of that. Not a slow-moving rifler by any means.
So far, so good. Refresh looking to come join what's going to be the inevitable B split. The only player limited to the Tech 9. Pressuring Dark, keeping Chopper honest. Down he goes. Magic's off of the pillar, trades it. Wonderful from Platt, looking for the next one. They can't jump through that smoke. No, sir. Too many players in position. Magic's just playing behind the cover. There's an open door here for Refresh to try and slide out. He will do so, and that's a great distraction. But still stare on an attempt to recover. 20 health left after that fight. Minute to the clock. Deep presence down on long. You know that Wonderful's on Platt. Locked into Glyphs. And that op is finding its groove.
Oh, they're starting to get loud. They can feel it now. That's a good round to win. Love that Magic's played that spot in the same way. We've seen so many successful riflers in the past play it. There's a lot of tilt coming through. This game's starting to slip out of Sprout's hands. This hold is pretty solid. They didn't have a massive investment after losing the last round, but at the same time, it was everything they had. A couple Tech 9s supporting those AKs. Get marginally close to victory, but it didn't really feel like Sprout or Spirit really lost control of that situation at any point. And with Patsy here to play, and again as the anchor over on the A site, I mean, things are looking very up for Spirit. All but free round if Sprout don't bring an interesting idea.
Hot to the trot. Now posts up. Wonderful from Platt previously, but it's Patsy with a bit of a temple peek, and Magic's the opening kill. Said they've got to do something interesting, but they barely have tools to give us much.
Yeah.
Singular flash here for Zello. Maybe some mid control could bode well. Maybe they gather some info, try to figure out Spirit's setups. But it's a sad reality that's starting to sink into Sprout. It's all fun and games. You get a chance in Katowice, but to be locked out at the play-in, not the stage they want to fall in. And this time, it is just a bloodbath towards mid. Way too easy for Spirit, but as expected, they'll continue to rack up money as they also rack up rounds.
Yeah, time to take a big gulp here, Sprout. It's a 5 alive round they've got to go up against on the CT side.
Now or never.
The op and play, the money left over. Sprout have to go above and beyond their previous statistics. Show us that game plan that won them Vertigo in such an unexpected way. Show us why Barry said this is all 3 maps that they wanted, even if they could improve it on Overpass.
Also had no Anubis result to point to. This was supposed to be the one. Trying to turn the tides of their previous failures on Anubis. To do it versus 2-time major semi-finalists. Get close to mid. We saw this out of Spirit, most notably Patsy, constantly jackknifing these mid moments. It seems like Spirit are pretty happy to just play this one passive.
Yeah. Okay, it actually looks like maybe Siren is the dedicated anchor. Patsy was just making a cameo that previous round. He's playing inside of middle. That also makes a lot of sense.
But it takes Wonderful off of the platform over towards B site, throws him here into A instead. He's watching for the mid walk. And we get the util pressure coming out on middle. Chopper's going to respond with a Canals push, and there's nobody here to stop this. There's not even eyes on it. I mean, Refresh standing with a nade in his hand for the last 10 seconds, finally goes for the throw. Connects to the head, and Patsy catches Stare in mid. So all of a sudden, these two Ts, they feel so stranded. Now, if they can kill Chopper and get to that B site, well, that's one thing. But Chopper on the just gives it to them. Point blank, no chance. And Spirit 2 rounds away.
5 alive. A severe amount of money made off of those 3 kills. And Chopper already won the round by making the push. Then he showed up and got 3 frags with that gun. And just delaying. Sprout were frustrated beyond belief. And then this, oh, actually, Magic's also got a kill, it looks like, in between then. Supported for the second frag. 14-7, man. We've got stomps both ways. Spirit right back at it.
It's had a makings of a close game at the very start of this third map, but Spirit simply pulling ahead. We've got Patsy back in the server, now top fragging. Absent on Vertigo, no doubt. That has been a problem that he's been solving throughout this week. Right there alongside Wonderful. Magic's unwavering consistency questioned on Vertigo as well. It was just an off map. You can chalk it up to the start of the year. Spirit starting to find themselves again. See if utility comes through. It's a push out from long. Again, it's just pistols. The one gun on Zyphon cleared out already, and Chopper's going to try to play that pillar, but he's being pressured both ends. Nice recovery back, but here comes the killer. Patsy, his 21st in an instant as he locks the guy off jail. We've got Refresh on the AK, a free upgrade, but hands busy with bomb. And as he peels off of the plant, we've got Wonderful hunting on the other side of smoke. Soon, those nades fade, and when they do, so do the chances of Sprout, you'd assume. But Refresh goes over top. Can't manage the next one, but they're going to know that Zello is pinned against this wall. And while he may hit that dink, it's not enough. Simply not enough. 15 to Spirit.
Oh, we're out here getting loud. They can taste it. That boost was an interesting idea with the smoke cover, and there were a couple of chances right there, but Patsy not getting instantly headshotted, playing composed, but taking the right amount of space. Those were all the ingredients that they needed. Spirit have a recipe for success, and they have so many rounds for things to go wrong. Spout with an abysmal T side so far. Potentially one final buy, and at least that looks good. Zello had some notable rounds in the first half. T side's a different animal.
Flawless 8-round streak. A huge ask of a Sprout that showed success on map 2, but a nice deep angle out of Lau. That's going to catch Magic's off guard. Mid push out of Patsy. Brings the man advantage right back, but it's really this B site that's starting to fall. And Patsy's going to challenge right through the molly. Dies in the same tick. He just grabs Refresh and brings him down with him. It's at least an open route for Stare to run that bomb in. Deep position from Wonderful in spawn will not be a problem here for Sprout. Their hopes looking to live on.
Yes. Now time is bleeding off the clock, but Spirit have no idea where the third player may be. Careful on every angle. Seeming like a very unlikely retake. And again, Spirit just don't want to throw the game away. So, a cute move here by Sprout. That box position netting him a headshot, that wasn't easy as well. It seemed like it was going to be damage into a long spray, into, I think, Magic's swinging out and just instantly refragging. But he first bulleted him, had Magic's shaking in his boots. And Sprout at least get one T round here. are we just delaying the inevitable?
Nice shot, Lau. And ultimately, right, that whole entire site unravels from that point forward. Chopper could have stuffed Refresh. Another critical duel between all of that action, but really, Lau, clean headshot on Magix. Gets the ball rolling into B. Gets the ball rolling on that 8-round streak needed out of this T side. Wonderful takes that shot towards mid, just puffs his chest and maybe keeps him back at bay. Could slow down Zello and their approach. But Lau looking to throw caution to the wind again. We saw it come back to haunt him on the CT side when rotating, but now he's just looking for entries. And Refresh, with a crack of the whip, catches Chopper, trying to push. Lau cheeses them from the side of that smoke. They thought he'd respect it, but instead he sees that as his playground and a moment for him to shine. So sure enough, 2 kills out of Lau on long.
Man, his aim in those moments is so insane. He's killing 2 completely different spots. And it feels like he was pre-aiming both. That's ridiculous. All it took was Refresh's 1 kill inside of Con to say, I'm coming in. And you could see it. He was posturing. He wanted to just run into that site and take the round into his own hands. He has that ability. He's shown it in the past. Now, this one gets expensive, but still, Spirit have money. Nine rounds now for Sprout. And they do just have to tell themselves 1 foot in front of the other. But their tournament life is on the line at every single moment now.
Lau again. He knows he wants this.
Oh.
Zello.
He was looking for that duel a couple of times now.
Yep, and at times it's been hidden back here on Fountains. Instead, we get the util to come over top of that A site. CTs can't leave B just yet. Siren's gonna have to go massive. He can also just hide inside the smoke. He decides to take an angle over top. And he'll be shut out by Zyphon. So Patsy already 1 op kill on the round, seeking a second. Denied vision into the bomb site, and that could just be the call to save. We said that Spirit had money, but honestly, they can't afford this one.
Man, they've got a very strong map if they can trust Lau outside of B in this situation. Of course, he dies here, but he has multiple targets fighting him. They're ready to go and hit the other side of the map, and Zello finally finds his pick on Wonderful. Again, a guy he's been trying to go head-to-head against. And the same can be said for Wonderful. They've been looking for each other. But now we're into slightly dignified territory at 10. But the 3 saves mean another bye here for Spirit. This one will be slightly worse. But at least they have a bye. If Sprout win this round, maybe they can take a breath. Their entry pack is looking fierce. When we saw them play against EG on Mirage, we had a little bit of the same. As soon as they're able to scrim, then honestly, they've got their players. That's when they look the best. That's when they flourish. That's when we got what we saw in Vertigo.
Just a little damage, just a little tidbit. 1 HP off Patsy. Already, man, we got Sprout on the brink of this E-hit again.
I wonder what Magic's idea is here. He's been playing the spot a lot.
Chopper pressured off of the pillar.
With a volley damage on a Refresh.
Leans into Glyph. Volley on the site. Chopper able to hold this. Magix. Oh, a second. 2 heads taken down. And now Zyphon's just relegated to long B, holding off, waiting And the bomb's his responsibility as well. I mean, even if the other Ts can find an opening elsewhere, can Zyphon truly get out? A flashbang given to him, and Stare's able to creep to block. Zello cautious of some kind of a flank, but there's really nothing there. Spirit operating in the secrets. Wonderful. He just waits, and sure enough, this duel is going to be given to him, but it's a jiggle and no commit. Not yet. He's on high alert, and he's ready for it. One pull of the trigger, all that's needed to keep Zyphon and Zello in desperation mode. They can press out and clear close, but it's a tuck back on Glyphs, and Magix at a distance is going to gun them down. Zello's missed shot, 15 seconds, and this turns into Sprout's missed chance. Group stage, not for them, but rather for Team Spirit.
Wow, they've actually made it happen in fantastic fashion here on Anubis. This opens up their veto maybe a little bit for the group stage, but what's important to them is not what happened in this series, not what happened on Vertigo, not even the fashion they win Anubis in. The fact that they qualified through on the same day that ENCE are not here, that FURIA are not here. Teams that could potentially beat them in the groups. They are renewed, given another chance to play, and we know that they might even get better versus some of the better teams here. And we have a chance for Patsy to change the story in the play-in.
It's got to be Patsy. That's what we've really learned in these first few days. He and Wonderful were absent, but in this series, when Spirit pick up the win, it becomes clearer than ever that you can't spell Spirit without Patsy.
You certainly can't. You certainly can't spell Spirit without Patsy. We've got him here on the desk with us. Congratulations, my man. That was one hell of a last map.
Thank you very much.
You've made it through into the next stage of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. How is the team feeling headed forward? It's been a little bit of maybe a shakier play-in than we expected from you, but what's the vibe looking like in the roster?
I think it's very good vibe in our roster because all prags last month, it was very good for us. Wonderful, have great form. Everyone have great form. And this first match versus Snip, I mean, after second match, versus Snip was a little bit mistake by us because it's start of season and we have some mental problems maybe or something like that. So now we are Gucci and we are ready to fight.
Somewhere out there, Mao is smiling.
He is.
He's your biggest fan. Yes. He's not here, but I'm sure he's watching. First of all, congratulations, you qualified, and after that game against Snip, we all know it was a terrible game for you guys, off-take completely. Did something change? Was there any team talks, anything that's going on after the game coming into this one?
Yeah, sure. We have team talk with our team like for 2 hours, and after this we understand that we can beat anyone, like in this stage for sure, and after we can do, in my mind, minimum playoffs.
Yeah. Talk to me about the vetoes. Like Sprout seems to think that they got the maps they wanted. Do you feel like you got the maps that you wanted?
Yeah, sure. Like after maps change, like map roster, they're not playing Nuke after this, and we can't pick it anymore versus them. Like we did it before 2 times or 3, and now we should pick something that we understand that we can win, like Vertigo, because it's our best map in my opinion last time, and we was surely that we can we can win them.
Yeah, we can see on the screen your highlight pack of these frags. Like now, how many of those frags are actually after the call, and how many did you decide to go on your own, like based on the information, on the instinct, and whatever is happening? Is it more of a collectively like decision, like from the IGL, or you just decide like, okay, I have a timing, I can go in and let's go?
Like it's something. Sometimes it was calls by Chopper, but sometimes I just decided and do it. Like it was in middle when I dropped down from upper to mid, and that moment it was by me.
Well, we see the stats from everybody in this matchup, and well, you were very good in the series. 56 kills, 85 ADR. That's pretty good. And we were talking before the game went live of how important it was for all of you guys to step up and play well. Lately, we've seen a lot of good things from Wonderful, right, as an opera. Obviously, he has an impact role with the op. But I just want to ask you specifically about Anubis. Not only his impact, but you guys as a team. First time you played Anubis. For sure, you guys practiced a lot the map. I could tell you guys had the reactions. You guys had good reads on the map. I just want to ask you, like, specifically about Anubis. You guys felt like you guys had a very good game plan. Was it a good game plan, or is it the way you guys play the T side on Anubis? Because you guys always had the intention to push them back from bridge, and then after that you would split, or either you would split, or you would leave a lurker and then go towards one of the sides. So for the viewers, for us as well, we're all learning Anubis slowly. Without giving your secrets, was that a game plan? Is that how you guys see the map being played mostly?
I can't say that it was a game plan, like very good game plan, because they have only 2 maps, and it was in start of season when no one playing this map before.
Yeah.
And of course we understand that they can change anything. And like something was like game plan, because some things that they're doing on other maps, they're doing as well on Anubis, because it's like team. The same team, I mean. And something we just played from us, like what we
do in practice as well.
What we practice, what we playing, and that's it.
Speaking about the mental side of things, right? Obviously, we got a front row seat to your mental coach hyping you guys up. That was a big feature in the major as well. Yeah. It seems like it's become a big part of the team, the chants, the oorahs, the whole thing going on there. Looking at this series, right? Great map, bad map, great map. You know, that's always a bit of a challenge mentally. What does the support staff, what does your mental coach, your psychologist bring to the team? What does he really change for you guys as a roster?
Sure, they're doing very a lot of work for us, because we are all young players. Maybe Chopper, not young like me.
Yeah, take that, Chopper.
Take that one.
But still, we need a lot of mental help because we're young, and a lot of players that we are playing versus. It's very experienced guys with a lot of LANs before. So sure, they're helping us, and we are trying to get their help.
Love it. I love it. Congratulations, man. Congratulations again. We're going to be talking to you again, I'm sure. That was a phenomenal game, and look forward to seeing you in the next stage.
Thank you very much, guys.
Good luck.
Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, that was...
He was going for the... There you go. There you go.
We did it.
We did it.
There you go. Now you get the microphone.
Yeah.
Just getting a little too excited there early on.
Yeah.
But, man, how can you not get excited watching Patsy play, right? Like, this guy is just... He's electric. When he's on, he's so electric to watch.
Everybody loves aggressive players, you know.
Yes.
That's just always beautiful to watch. You know, somebody going for the moves. You know, early on we had Stewie, remember, so many years ago, and then Config, and like all these players, like they're so enriquing there. I mean, you know, let's not forget.
I mean, Lau and X on the other side, right?
It's so entertaining to watch people like going, using their instincts, natural instincts, to go and get kills. So especially the high-skilled people like Patsy. So it's a good to see. I love that type of Counter-Strike at that type of pace. So it's pretty entertaining for me.
It certainly is. I think one of the things that I'm sort of noticing as well with a lot of these teams through this first stage of IEM Katowice, and players have been talking about it as well, for a lot of these teams, they're their first officials of the year, right? Yeah. And so we've seen maybe a little bit more inconsistency across the map. Well, we certainly saw it for Spirit in their NIP game.
Yeah.
Maybe see it in the Vertigo game here. I think that's something that's going to maybe work its way out as we head further into games. You think that might be the case?
I don't think that should ever be an excuse. Like, it's the beginning of the season. It's one of the biggest events of the year. Like, it's Katowice, it has tradition, you have to be ready. You don't have to use any of those excuses like it's the first, second game of the year. Then make yourself schedule like a little bit different. Play a little bit more like less renowned cups or whatever, just to get a few officials under you, you know, before the year starts. I don't want to use that and nobody should use that as an excuse.
What about you, Peacemaker?
No, I think that in general, my opinion, it depends. It goes from team to teams, right? For example, it depends. If you gotta know your team to know if they need officials before the Katowice or not. Like it depends. For example, in my opinion, FURIA, for example, they decided to do a big bootcamp prior to this, prepare, practice. That's also nice. And some teams, they do need that officials coming to get the feeling, to fix some stuff, because it is true that there's a lot of stuff that you can only learn from in officials.
Well, we are going to hear from the other side of things. Sprout, they're not moving on to the next stage. They put up a valiant effort here, but they will not be moving further at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. I think we've got Heku standing by with some details.
So Refresh, unfortunately, this is where the journey for your team ends. You lost Overpass, then just had a wonderful Vertigo, but then Anubis, and unfortunately, like, it was not easy to stop the AT side. I do want to know, like, do you feel like, considering that you quite recently had like a change, did you just like lack time to actually have proper preparations?
Oh, it's not really an excuse because we have had a long boot camp and try to play some online matches just to get the flow in. I think we just have an issue finding the balance of the team, like how the dynamics work, who's taking initiative and so on, and me controlling the boys. The balance is a bit off, and it shows in our games that we can be like inconsistent. We can have some good rounds, but we can also have some like really, really bad ones. So we are just missing some balance, and it takes time to find out.
Well, I actually had a conversation yesterday with Art, and he said that, for example, they're not yet sure how they feel about Anubis. They used to permaban Dusty just like you. And what is your state right now? Like, do you feel like you're gonna keep it in your map pool, or like you're still like kind of just collecting the data?
We actually like Anubis. Maybe it's a bit unfortunate we lost, but we actually think the map has potential. And also the mindset going into map, it's just important that you give it your best shot, because if you're always going to say, oh, this map sucks, it's bad, it's new, then you're never going to become good on it. So we try to have a positive mindset and just accept the map pool like how it is. Those two used to be our permaban, so it's just a bonus for us.
Well, there's quite a lot of things that you can prepare during a boot camp, but like maybe to get prepared against like some stress or like to align, it's not something you can do like like in that environment. And it kind of felt like maybe Xelo, like he was getting a little bit too emotional. Maybe like all of the screams that were happening from the other side were kind of getting in his head. Could you actually feel that in the server?
I think he was more frustrated about himself. I don't think he cares too much about what others do. I think what he has at heart is the team and himself. So I think he's just annoyed that he couldn't do that little more, or maybe get that kill or survive a little longer. I think it's mostly like in himself, and this is also his first big tournament. So there's of course a lot of emotions. He probably feels some pressure, and that's normal for his first big tournament. So he just needs to learn from it and improve for next time.
And do you think there's actually like a way of how like you can help him like to improve, like and like, kind of train him for like a LAN actually outside of the LAN?
Yeah, I think it's something that for me starts in practice. That you try your best to take the practice as serious as possible and try to like mimic the feelings you would have in an official game, because if you just play the practice and you are like chill and like and then you get into a LAN game and you are like really stressed and like you have maybe had 3 monsters and you have a lot of energy, then it's gonna be way different when you're used to being like calm and collected. So I think he needs to find out, okay, how do I want to be in big games? Do I want to be energized, or do I want to be calm and collected? And you can see a lot of players, some of them are emotional, like Cadian, like Kerrigan, Apex, and some are not saying a word, like Brokey. So there's just a different type of like player, and that's also what you need to find out on LAN, what kind of player you want to be.
All right then, thank you very much for the interview and good luck on the RMR.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Well, it was always going to be an uphill battle, right? A team with a new offer coming into this level of competition for the first time, facing off against a deadly squad in Spirit, returning all 5 from last year. But based on what we saw from Sprout, how are you feeling about the roster now in 2023?
If you close your eyes and you listen to Refresh talk, it's like almost hearing Kerrigan. The same voice. Yeah. Is it? Maybe I'm just going insane finally.
The Danish accent,
but yeah,
well.
it's right there. Anyway, like get back to the serious point. He does raise like very healthy approaches to the actual game and to the team and the environment, the communication and everything that's going on. I honestly think based on the interview that he gave to the HLTV, I think he's like not 100% believe in his IGL abilities. I played the fun event with him like for 7 or 8 maps, and his comps are pretty good, and he's smart when it comes to the game. He just needs to trusted himself a little bit more. That's like a personal, note and personal advice for him, because he's doing a good job. Like I said before, they qualify for the major in the EU region. In the team that they had, in the competition that they had to face. It is a new role in the young organization with young players. So I think they accomplished quite a bit in a very short period of time. They just need to continue to work hard, and they'll be fine. And he's like you said, he's a pretty healthy, individual. He knows what he needs to do and what he wants to do. He just needs a little bit more, trust in himself to actually accomplish it.
I agree completely. I think that for him it could be a little bit challenging coming from speaking Danish. This is his first real international as an IGL, and it is tough. I mean, we're going to be talking about the next teams coming to the event, and one of them is G2, right? With the Huxi, for example, first international gig. Also, it's tough, and for Refresh even more because he has young players to take care of. And I mean, overall, I think he shouldn't be too concerned about his performance as an IGL for now.
Well, let's take a look back at what we've covered over the last 3 days, right? Because now this ends the first stage of our journey here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, and we are losing some teams, quite a few teams. But we're done with that. Now it's all about celebration and moving on to the next stage. Now you get another double elimination type of situation as we head into the groups and we promote 8 squads to meet the 8 teams already waiting for them, Kassad. Any big surprises for you?
Look at that bottom team on the very bottom right of your screen. IHC Esports, the Mongolian Kings.
Dude, how far can they go? How far can they go?
I don't know.
I'm
They
so
eliminated
excited to
2
find
Brazilian
out.
teams. I have a Brazilian next to me, but
yes,
it's just they eliminated them. They can do anything right now, right?
For me, not too much celebration coming from today. It was a terrible day for Brazil, and but I see when yesterday on stream I even said like something's gonna happen because in big events there's always an upset that just blows everyone's minds, and this was the one. There it is, and unfortunately with my Brazilian friends, but when you make it happen like this at this point, like please make it further, do something else. We all wanted to do something else.
I mean, at this point, yeah, you've got to hope they go as deep as possible so you can point to it and say, look, they're amazing. They won the event. Of course they eliminated Brazilian teams.
Yes.
I love how it is like all these like big events, we always have like a couple of people that pops up like all of a sudden from nowhere, and then we like watching them. It's like we saw the Annihilation today and a score as well. Yes. It's like every event provides the same, just a different player. I love to see it, and it's just why we watch CSGO.
It's the beauty of the game. New names, maybe one day their faces will be on the walls of the Hall of Heroes. But for now, it's time for us to say goodnight. Thank you so much for tuning in here for the play-in. We'll see you for the groups. See you tomorrow, everyone. Time for more IEM Katowice when the sun rises.
Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of match, it's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zest, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win!
And it's all done! And Trollocs win it! Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic! And they did it again in the grand finals! It's Bellevue! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.